What's up, everybody? Paul here from the Hoops crew, and the Cats got the job done against North today. It wasn't necessarily all our way, but the result is a positive one for all Cats fans. Apologies for the little delay there. We'd hit go on the stream, and yet for some reason things weren't popping. And then I called Ben, firstly, to preempt any sort of bullshit from Ben about me being late. Called Ben, and all of a sudden it started working. So we're up and running. I then saw Shadoo's comment about ads. That was a good sign. We're good to go. So looking forward to chatting to all of you tonight. Of course, the Cats, got the job done to the tune of 49 points. Ben was there working through troubleshooting with me. We got everything up and running, and he will also, after he gets a feed, will be jumping in to chat with us shortly. Plenty to discuss, though. Like I said, didn't necessarily go all our way. Keen to hear your thoughts. So this is not my usual Saturday afternoon attire. I have been at a photo shoot with my wife and kids and missed essentially the first 2 and a bit quarters and then started tuning in on the drive home. I'm now starting to catch up. I just saw to the end of quarter time. So there's about a quarter and a half block, the entire second quarter, and the probably the first 5 to 10 minutes of the third that is just a big blank, empty, nothing space for me at the moment. So with Ethan in the background and everyone else who's going to jump in and chat tonight, I'm looking forward to people sharing some thoughts, ideas, and I guess painting in between the gaps for me there, because it's clear, what I saw in the first quarter, things started to turn a little bit late in the first, but what I saw in the first was quite strong. It was Geelong playing the Geelong way. The second half of the third quarter and then the final term was all Geelong football as well. But there's this quarter and a half block or thereabouts that I've got questions about. And because I haven't seen that portion of the game yet, I'm certainly keen to get a lot of clarity and information from all of you. And I'll be filling in those gaps once I get to watch the game myself. We'll get the review going and all that sort of stuff in time for tomorrow. But shout out to everyone in the chat who's there and busy right now. I can see we've got Jake has been there since about 20 past 7. We've got Mary, or was it Mike or Mick? I can't remember now. Mary, we'll stick with the Mary narrative. We've got Mary there. We've got Shadoo. We've got Sticks. Sedinia's back. We're still talking about Nathan Buckley. We have not dropped that topic of conversation from the other night. Sarge is here. We've got I'm Frosty, who's not necessarily a name I'm familiar with, but Ben's popped in. Plenty of names. Jackie's arrived. Simon's here. Thank you, all of you, with those thoughts. And of course, we'll definitely look to fold them in over the course of the show. Simon's already filling in some of those gaps, looking flat-footed in the first half. That certainly wasn't my takeaway from the first quarter, but maybe the second quarter, the stuff that I've missed from the game so far. That seems to be, that's potentially what you're referring to as far as what I've observed of the game so far. Jackie still hates North Melbourne. What's the hate? I can't help but just feel sorry for them, perpetually sorry for them. What a miserable existence it must be to be a North Melbourne supporter. No, they're getting there. They're getting there. They're heading in the right direction. But I also feel quite vindicated in everything I said in the preview this week. JL's popped in. Mary Mike. Mary, Mike, who gives a fuck? No. What else have we got here? Rousers popped in. Jazz Boy, bad umpiring again like usual. Horacio's here. And also, actually, Horacio's making a great point there. Make sure to drop a like on the video. And of course, people, there's a QR code there in the corner where you can join the conversation, just like Ethan has. So let's bring him on board. And I can't remember, did Ben? Oh, yeah, Ben did fix that graphic last week. So, Ethan, how are you going?
Better now than I was mid-third quarter. That's for fucking sure.
I would love to get your thoughts straight away. As you've probably heard me rambling there, I'm working backwards through the game. I saw from about halfway through the third on. I'm like, this is pretty good football. But I was also keeping an eye on the scores leading up to that point, going so what I've seen versus what I've missed, there's a stark contrast, and it seems to my eye, maybe the last 5 minutes of the first, and then probably about a quarter and a half from there. What happened?
Yeah, I'd say That's completely correct. We were just through that stretch, and I feel it's appropriate to start with this because last week I tried to...
I didn't mean to miss you as well. Sorry, I thought I got everyone. My apologies.
You know, I like trying to find the bad in the wins and the good in the losses because the others easy. You're just unskilled and flat-footed and sloppy and slow in that stretch. I mean, it was bad. Like, the midfield looked deeply flawed, especially Warple and Bruin. Tanner Bruin, it was like, you know, for everyone else who needs to flush opening round and forget it ever existed, he's the only one who should try to remember it. And he just had so many skill errors in the first half, and his efficiency was terrible. And he got it together later. Warple at least had a couple moments. Tom Atkins looked really slow in the first half and got it going better after that.
It does feel like a season, and again, without having seen that chunk of it, but it just feels like a season so far that we are struggling to get everyone up and about at the same time. It is, you know, phases of 7 or 8 players who are dominating, and then they're dragging a few others with them. And it seems like that 7 or 8 might be a rolling and different group of 7 or 8 people, but we can't get a whole 23 up and running at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, and I knew at the time, like, last year was probably a 95th percentile season for Atkins, if not better.
Yep.
Right now, when we were having this discussion on the Discord, like, outside of Smith and Holmes, the midfield can be a little redundant with a lot of slower guys that are good tacklers, aren't, you know, great ball users or anything. And even though he did end up kicking an insane goal in the game, I would much rather... Yeah, unfortunately, Foster's really the only Australian beer you can get here. Got some American ones to go with after this.
That's right. The pairing's good. I just, how's a spotting for the first time. So
no, I'd rather have
more Fosters in your household than I've seen in my life. So
I know it's funny that's the stereotype when you never see any there. But anyway, like, I know he did kick that insane late goal, which, like, where the hell did that come from? But I would rather see either Stevens or Clark instead of Warple.
Yep.
There were just a lot of skill errors where guys looked flat-footed. We were just similar to last week. We had a couple bad kick-ins. Tom Stewart was having, like, his one annual stinker, which used to always be the home game against Freo. I was getting, like, the vibes of that or a GWS home game until mid-third quarter, and then the switch flipped, and that really started with Max Holmes.
Yes. So I tuned in about 4 or 5 minutes before that, and he just, like, obviously I'd just seen the score. Like, I was looking at the worm, and I had seen the numbers going up and down, but the flip, I mean, it's reflected in the worm. It's reflected in, like, I could see the energy in those 3 or 4 minutes beforehand versus the energy that came about after, especially after he kicked the second. The way he just hit that
really
ball
took off.
And then moved, like, navigated his way, brushed off a few blokes and kicked the goal. And you could see a spring pop into the step of the guys. And I'd missed all of the game up to that point.
It's a little like how with Collingwood, you know, Nick Dacos needs just a couple minutes and it injects life into everybody. I'm not saying Holmes and Dacos are similar players in other respects, but in terms of how he injected life into the whole team. And the moment you really knew we were able to outrun him, he had this great 1-2 along the left boundary with Dempsey. That was one of the cleanest passages we've had all year. Because for the from the mid-first quarter to the mid-third quarter, like, we didn't look skilled at all. It looked like we had to fight tooth and nail to get anything. And when we did, it was more because of an individual high-end talent play, like someone taking a tough contested mark. And you know, it's nice to have the high-end talent to get by when you need to, but that's not how you want to have to live. You don't want to have to rely on that.
It was one of, and you talk about the talent part of it. Now, obviously, we are an incredibly talented team, but I saw something get expressed by someone in the Discord at one point that, you know, like it was going to be pure Geelong talent that was going to get us over the line. And this was maybe during the second or something. Maybe it was you. I thought it was an interesting one. And it was one of the, like, when I was going through the preview during the Paul James show the other night, and even when I did the separate standalone preview as well, I was looking at that North Melbourne list. I'm going, there is so much. Sorry, not the list. They're 23. I don't think they bat too deep yet. I think they need depth now. as a club. But I look at that 23, I go, this is an unbelievably talented 3. This is 23. This is stacked. They just need maturity. They just need to build a bit of strength. They need to build a bit of cohesion. But the actual, like the talent profile is fantastic.
They've got guys.
I think it's one of those. And yeah, Shadoos just said the same thing. So I think it's just a bit of time to develop, a bit of time to bulk up. When you go against a maybe equally similarly talented team, but they've got the size and the experience and the cohesion, that's what creates that separation.
Most of their best guys, with the exception of Davies Uniacke, most of their best guys aren't really physical.
Yep. Oh, and not that he played today, but also George Wardlaw.
Yeah, he adds a lot. You just can't count on him to be healthy, which is a shame because he's a healthy player. But and their back line is one guy, and we kept kicking it at that one guy for the first half, and then third quarter we forced Combin. Yeah, and then we forced him into packs and made him go. Instead of 1-on-1, we had it was 2-on-2 and 3-on-3, and that next guy, Aiden Core or Griffin Logue, wasn't able to keep up. Logue's just not quite that big. He's an okay player, but he's not that body.
Yeah,
and we got him there. But yeah, for a good stretch there, they were the superior team. They were just running around us like crazy. McKercher had a really nice game. I know Jerry's going to get a ton of love because he had such high contested numbers, and he was kind of a brick wall at times for Edwards. It was the first time I've seen Edwards kind of struggle. Like, he didn't struggle like that with Luke Jackson even. I thought he held his own. Jackson was just excellent that day.
Yeah, and I think they're kind of similar-ish players in that they're both kind of athletes. And so, whereas Sherry's got that, I'm going to drop here and I'm going to ragdoll you around. It's a very traditional sort of ruckman in that sense.
He's a Jared Witt's body, but more skilled.
Yeah.
But I thought McKercher was probably their best player all day, even though we did get him holding the ball once or twice and got one really big turnover off of him. He looked really sharp today, and I give him a lot of credit. But when we finally got it going, it was most of the guys in the midfield that hadn't looked good to that point. Again, Holmes had been just okay. He really turned it on. Broom played a much better second half, really from that mid-third quarter on, because I was really down on him until that point.
Yeah.
Atkins got more up, and I think that all just flowed off of Holmes. It was one of Dempsey's better games. Sean Manna, great second half. That was long overdue.
Yeah, it was good to see. I mean, he's excluding today, the previous month, there's three really, really poor games and one that was good but not great. But there was a few of them, like just looking at that, I guess, final quarter and a half, I looked at that and go, there's the spark that maybe a few of these guys need. Just that. And like, because it wasn't just down to individual performance. It wasn't Jezza just piling goals on like they did against the Dogs. It was everyone stepping up and getting their opportunity. It was the cohesion. It was linking plays. Brad Close was getting involved. He's obviously been pretty maligned amongst our community, but he was getting involved with some good handballs. He was standing up through contests and disposed obviously we've kind of ripped into Warple a little bit, but he did some pretty good things. He was still throwing his body around even when it didn't work.
He's actually player ratings look pretty favorably on him. Player ratings have Manna as our best. Holmes is our second best. They have Cameron a bit lower, I think, because of the couple of set shots he missed.
Yeah.
And then they don't really, let's see. They have Bruin as our lowest graded, which that seems a little hard.
But it could be like if his disposal's poor, like you're talking about, the disposal efficiency thing could completely nuke his any rankings and those sort of things.
But I think if we can just cut those stretches where we get out of our own way, I'll feel really good. But this seems to be...
he's going at 68.8%. 68.2%, Tanner Bruin. So it's not abysmal. Now, they could be... The ones that turnovers could be kicks. Tom Atkins was worse in that respect. There's another 5, including Tristan Sherry with his 30 disposals, that are below. Oh, sorry,
that's kind of the standard.
I didn't even read that properly. Cooper Trembath and O'Connor as well. There's about 7 or 8 that are behind him. So
yeah, I mean, half of Jerry's tackles usually come from him cleaning up his own mess. If we're going to be honest.
Yes. yeah, that's a very good way to put it.
But yeah, I think Holmes just injected life into everyone, and then I thought we had some really high effort performances all around. I was never doubting our effort today. It was much more like execution stuff than actual effort when things were not going well.
Yeah.
I don't think we ever looked lazy. I thought
everything I've seen of the game so far, from the first quarter to then the last quarter and a half, was a Geelong team that was really having a crack.
Maybe my favorite moment of the day was actually when Jezza went all the way back into the defensive 50 and had a great spoil.
Yeah.
Between that and his work along the wing, I mean, even before he kicked his last 2 goals, that had been like the best 1-goal game of his career, where he found so many ways to impact the game as not just the best goal kicker, but the best player. And that form that he's found in the last couple of weeks, really 3 straight games. I mean, last week he was one of our only bright spots. He was outstanding. Ollie Henry, another super high effort. There were a couple where he just chased balls down and chased guys down altogether.
I love that. It's been that big weakness in his game for years, and he's been taking that feedback, and you're starting to see it more consistently.
He had a couple of really, really skilled, like, ground ball gets that I hadn't really thought of him doing. You think of him as an aerial player, but no, he actually rounded it out pretty well. And then, yeah, Brad Close, a couple of like really high effort spoils led to goals, and just ended up getting more of the ball, which, like, there was very much a case for Wiltshire to be in the team over him. Maybe there's a way you can accommodate both, but if you get 14 disposals and 2 assists out of Brad Close, that's a good game. You know, it's just like, you know, I would love to see him in the 15 to 18 range, but I will happily take 14 rather than 8. It was so much better out of him.
Yeah, I mean, and look, that one behind could very easily have been a goal, and all of a sudden you go, that's exactly what we want to, like, to be in that range. Yeah, obviously, you know, that mid-teens ballpark is what he's in here possession-wise. And yeah, some of the efforts that just I've seen so far, pair that with a goal, all of a sudden we're pretty happy.
Yeah. I think at this point, though, we have enough of a sample size to say that this is probably, you know, I think this team's identity. There are going to be points when they're sloppy and ugly and just unskilled, and it's a matter of limiting that to a couple minutes instead of, you know, nearly 2 quarters.
Yeah.
Because
but where does that come from? Because
I don't know.
We've got 2 blokes that, you know, can be a bit notorious when it comes to their disposal in Bailey Smith and Max Holmes. But there's still so much else they bring beyond that. So we've been able to accept it. But then everyone else has just been butchering it this year.
It was, I mean,
everyone's me casting obviously a very broad brush, and Bruin didn't start that way either. It's like you cited that yourself before. It's probably been his last. I feel like the Bulldogs game was probably the first game where all of a sudden he was fumbling it, and he was kind of slippery fingers. And then since that point, the disposal hasn't been great as well. He just hasn't seemed to be as sharp. The intensity's been there. He's still finding the ball, which for me, that was the big thing that I felt like he still needed to work on in his game, was the ability to find the ball all game and not a single quarter blitz. So he's ticking all the boxes that I was kind of looking for from him. But yeah, recently the disposal has been poorer.
It's like he's playing with like a slippery ball in like the humid conditions. You know, like we looked for the second quarter and part of the third like we were playing a Cairns game.
Yeah.
And then that got
very dewy. Yeah.
And then that got a lot better. Just the final quarter and a half is, I think, it's a blueprint of what we can do. But I also think that there were, again, that stretch from late first to mid third. This is not an aberration. This has been a recurring thing, and that's what's got to be addressed.
And it's not just that it's also not just that it's a fade out, but it's the same style of football that keeps bringing us undone each time.
Yeah, where it's
not that we get outworked by an opponent, like we're still playing our game, but we get beaten for a bit, or the energy drops off. It's not an energy thing. Like they still keep playing the way we like it, the most of the time at the rate that we want them to, but they just completely lose sight of the game style, and can't quell the opposition. That's been my concern.
It's weird. But I think for now that is just who we are, and we're going to have to find ways around it.
Yeah.
Which I think we can largely do.
Look, let's just, when in doubt, let's just keep putting on Shannon Neal's head, because some of those contested marks and some of his plays throughout, just in that second half alone, oh, geez, I was impressed.
I mean, I'd rather not have him on a one-on-one. I'd rather have him doing that in a pack.
Yeah. Well, one of those in particular was a brilliant contested mark that you could make an argument maybe could or couldn't have been paid. I'm glad it did, because I think we want to encourage players, not just at Geelong, but competition-wide, to continue to fly and not worry just exclusively about bringing it down to the smalls. You want to keep the big blokes who are plucking him like that relevant. There was certainly a 50-50 call in it, and I'm glad that they went the way they did. But
one of the only ones that went our way, that was peak Brett Roseberry. And
right. I haven't even looked
the
at
other umpire, 31, Paul Rebashini, he was awful. I mean, Atkins would have to make someone do a full 720 to get paid holding the ball.
We still won the free kick count, I guess, but it's still certain.
It
calls.
Was not looking like that early.
Yeah, 27-26, but
it was like 11-5 early.
But anyone who focuses exclusively on the actual numbers side of it is doing it all wrong, because it's about the things that weren't called sometimes.
Yeah, as Shadu was saying, Jerry got
Sherry's a protected species
on him. It was ridiculous, and two different standards for holding the ball. So to overcome that was good. To overcome a down game from Stewart was really good. Unsung heroes, I saw a lot of people giving O'Sullivan love in their 3-2-1s in the comments. He had 10 spoils. You know who else had 10 spoils? Was Jake Kolajashny.
Good.
He was outstanding. I knew he was a good matchup for Curtis, and Curtis got loose a couple times, but we contained Curtis and Trembath. Combined, I think they only had let's see. We held Trembath goalless. Yeah, Curtis had just the one.
Nick Larkey
Curtis,
just the one
Trembath,
as well.
And Larkey combining for 2 goals, and it could have been more like 4. They missed a couple easy ones, but we did a very good job on those guys. And yeah, Kolajashny, for as bad as he looked with the ball a couple weeks ago when he finally came back, he's looked totally dialed in and deserves a lot of credit for how much better he's been.
Yeah, he's definitely settled back into it. And it's good because obviously we've spoken a bit about this over the last 18 months or so, that even throughout 2024, his 2024 campaign was his best season, full stop. And the worry with all that time out was that he may not be able to hit that again, especially as he's started to age up. But he's starting to find that touch again and that consistency. And I hope that the match committee rewards him and continues to give him those opportunities. He did a great job from what little I've seen so far. The 2.5
I also thought the other really interesting one was O'Connor, who I thought defensively did really well. Wasn't great with the ball, but had some very nice actual defensive acts. But yeah, our back six, for the most part, I thought was good in actually handling the physical side of things. We had just some really uncharacteristic bad turnovers, like Stewart butchering a kick in that was just so unlike him.
Yeah, I've heard about that. I haven't seen it yet. So
yeah, I think he's good for 1 or 2 stinkers a year at most. And this was his stinker. And
get it out of the system.
Yeah, I think back to multiple games he had, like I said, against Frio that were like that. But I think if this is what big picture can turn Holmes and Mana back on, and if Atkins can play closer to the way he finished this game than the way he started it, we have potential to still be a dangerous team.
Yeah, for sure. I'm really intrigued to see that second and early third quarter and just work out, I guess, form my own take on what went wrong through that part of the game.
It was just sloppy. And then saw a couple comments about O'Sheen. I thought he's been better and better with the ball. He got how many clearances? 4. He's usually good for 2 or 3. He got
he's
4,
pretty good for that these days.
and he had a nice assist, and he largely limited Sheasel, who's a really smooth player. Sheasel ended up with a goal from 20, and
from 20.
the goal
20 is a great. 20 is a great effort
for a guy who's averaging 32, and a fair amount of those were late after things had been decided. So Mullen continues to improve. I'm sure he'll get the big assignment next week. But
I think he's done the Nick Dacos job in the past, hasn't he?
Yeah.
To some fair level of success, if I recall.
Yeah, he's done all right on him. Just there are versions of this team that in the right moments can be really, really dangerous, and it's just a matter of channeling that more and channeling the really hideous, ugly stretches less. Because there were
bottle it
again, other than really the Bulldogs game, we've had stretches of just straight up bad, unskilled football. But
it's a big cleanup thing, and that goes back to what we said before. Like, I don't think either of us can really put a finger on it because it's not. I'm sure there's been some of these occasions where the opposition team have turned up the notch, turned things up a few notches, and the skill levels dropped off a little bit, and that's normal. But they've been pretty extreme dips in quality. It's not okay. They've lost 10%. It's substantial.
Anyway, winning is good. Very important 4 points. Need to keep moving forward with that.
What do you think about this comment here from Naked Dead Guy, who says, for a supposed beautiful kick, I'm more confident seeing the ball in Mullen's hand than Humphrey's right now, left or right.
That's fair. Lawson's kick-ins have been oddly poor. The rest of the game, he's still all right. He bombed a goal from about 50, which I will always back him in for.
Yep.
And I really think at this point, he has become my number 2 guy behind Gryan. I really like the kid.
Which segues nicely into Spartacus' comment here, which just says, what's the info with Miers' knee? Is he okay? The word is still 1 to 3 weeks.
My thinking on that?
And they can just take their time. Don't rush it.
I saw someone say he might play next week. Let's see if I can find anything.
I mean, the Pies don't like to play an overly contested game, so maybe it's not a bad opportunity for him to come back. Yes, Simon's just popping in saying Gryan back next week. So,
yes.
Meanwhile, we're also being asked is how is your Gryan going?
He is sleeping over there,
just off camera.
That way, yeah. He was not happy when I got really mad when we had the 12-point swing in the third quarter, where Jezza was out and couldn't handle the ball and led to a goal the other way. He did not like that.
Shadu also says, and I guess we haven't really waded too deeply into the topic. Just the knee could go at any time. Look, it's a dice roll, right? Like I think I spoke about this on the Paul James show at one point. My take on it is, given the point of the season that we're in, there's a dice roll opportunity that I don't know my D&D and my dice rolls. Is it like a D20 or something? Isn't that like the perfect thing? I don't know. Anyway, there's the 1 in 20 chance that he gets through. Maybe we make it to a grand final. Maybe we're lucky enough to win it. And you go, geez, isn't that awesome? And then there's the I guess, I don't know, probably what most cynical folk out there, and I think probably toss myself into this, are worried about, which is that maybe he gets out there, gets through a few games, and he does the ACL. And there's the other outcome, which is they put him in for an operation now, and 2 of those 3 outcomes, probably 19 in 20 chance, is that he's still going to miss the bulk of, if not all of 2027 off the back of just the timing of it. So I think that it's worth taking the roll of the dice.
Yeah, my guess is it's going to happen at some point, and this is with nothing scientific. Yeah. Just think about other cases I can think of across like guys, not just in footy, but in other sports playing through, a somewhat damaged ACL.
Yeah. But even in our AFL world, it's, Eric Hipwood is the weird one. Now, that is slightly different in the sense that they didn't know that was a problem until all of a sudden it was a problem. In the case of Gryan, we know about it, so there's some management work that can go into it, but it's still gonna be tricky.
Yeah, my thought, and again, this is not based in any sort of fact, just speculation, is that he it probably gets torn at some point, but for now, if he can play on it and perform at an even decent level, just play it until it tears.
And look, he played well in both the Hawthorn game and he played one more after that, didn't he? Did he play
West Coast, he was okay.
Yeah.
I think his best game of the year was...
Yeah.
I think his best game of the year was the Freo game, though.
Yeah.
But
I think the prevailing theory is that he might have done it, though. I think it was in the Adelaide game. I think that's the theory. Not that anyone can necessarily identify when, but like people have certainly within our community, a few people have combined it with my observation in the lead up to the Hawthorn game pre-game when he was out there doing the test, and I was looking at going, this is all like they're constantly testing lateral movement. We're talking knees, we're talking groins, somewhere down that sort of ballpark. And then obviously the talk pops up with the knee, but he got through his test. I reckon hopefully gone, okay, the week before, that was the Adelaide game.
Yeah. Hopefully it just turns out his ACL is built a little differently than a lot of people.
It's stronger for the quirky stance that he has when he's kicking. He's tougher.
Or you find out, like for example, there are a couple of baseball players, couple of pitchers who their UCLs and their elbows don't work like everyone else's, and it's allowed them to pitch through stuff that would derail a bunch of guys' seasons. Who knows?
Yeah.
Guess probably should. I know there's a bunch of people who are ready to get in and probably want me to shut up.
No, you're good. It's only Ben Reeves sitting on the background at the moment, and we don't want to talk to him. So
that's all good. There's other games I want to watch. I want to see how the hell Richmond won and watch this Carlton St.
Yeah, that's something.
But polished turd, I'm sure Jerry will get some love, and I bet he'll get some love in the coaches' votes, but I'm going McKercher. Finn O'Sullivan was also pretty good. Yep. Both O'Sullivans played well, but McKercher, I think, was North's best. And then 3-2-1. I've been going back and forth on the 3. I think I'm going to go Cameron over Holmes, but you could call them both 2.5. And then the 1, I think I'll give to Sean Manna. Not just the 4 goals, but the 7 inside 50s were big. Honorable mentions, definitely in order for Kolajashny, Dempsey, and a whole bunch of others. Ollie Henry, Brad Close. So, good enough. Just, again, we got to figure out what the heck that stretch was in the middle of the game, because that was... And if you make those mistakes next week, you're going to get punished, because for as much as I think outside of a couple guys, the Pies are not that talented, they are so good at making teams pay for mistakes.
Yeah.
And you've got to play clean football against them.
Yeah, they've got their plan. They stick to it. They execute it consistently. It's just then whether they're good enough. And if you give them an inch, they'll take a mile.
Yep, that's because again, you will watch them for long stretches, like most of the first half on Anzac Day, and it's like, are these guys actually any good? A couple of very talented players, but like overall, it's not the most talented list. But they're so bought into that style. They're a pain, and I think we'd all be foolish to expect a game decided by any more than, 20-ish points next week, because they're in close games every week. And every game against them tends to be like that.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll see how we go. I'd like to think that we can get the 4 points, especially in Stewie's 200th, but we'll have to see how it all shakes out.
And I'm glad he got his stinker out of the way, because he rarely plays back-to-back stinkers. And I'm glad we overcame the stinker.
He'll be better for it. Yeah, you're right. He doesn't play him very often, so we just chalk up as an L and move on.
Yeah. All right. 4 points are huge. got to keep stacking them with this really unforgiving stretch coming up.
Yeah. Got to get the wins when they're there. Well, Ethan, thank you very much for coming on board and having a chat.
Thank you. See you again a bit later next week, and hopefully with a lot of happy beer.
Yes. And go and enjoy some of those other games. And as you said, work out what happened in the Richmond West Coast game. I know both teams are kind of poor, but I don't think
to lose that one with no. Let me check. Did Taranto come back? I don't know if he was even. Now it's still no Taranto, no Nankervis, no Lawler, and West Coast still lost to them. That's pretty bad.
Yeah, that doesn't compute. So
no, it does not.
I'm sure that one will be picked apart plenty over the course of the week. But like I said, thank you for coming on board, mate. It's been awesome.
Thank you.
By the way, that
Winning's
just
fun.
gives me a red hot chance for Essendon to finish last on the ladder like I expected at the beginning of the year. So
God, they are so bad defensively. It is unreal how bad Essendon's defense is.
Yeah. We've learned that Brisbane doesn't believe that Ben Mackay has any strengths whatsoever, and that really popped me like few things in football all year. I can't wait to both nuff and celebrate the Brisbane Lions for what they've done this weekend with their whiteboard.
I mean, if we're gonna simplify that, it's just that should have been tucked away somewhere that it wouldn't have been seen. And I'm sure that whatever Auskicker dad got that photo, I'm sure that group is not going to have that access anymore.
Yeah.
I mean, it looked overall like a pretty standard scouting report from what I could tell. I didn't think most of it was, I thought most of it was pretty accurate.
Yeah. It'll be fun to go through that one. I loved it.
Anyway, winning's good. Let's keep winning.
I might have to get my whiteboard out here in the background and just have random notes about things on the whiteboard, and people can just pick it apart every week.
Yes,
just for a bit of a laugh.
I think under Jackson's prior strengths, they listed his girlfriend. If you ever seen the movie Moneyball, when the old timey scouts are sitting at the table, ugly girlfriend means no confidence. Well, Jackson Pryor has confidence.
If nothing else.
All right.
Well, Ethan,
enjoy the
thank
rest
you very much
of the
for coming
night.
on board.
Watching the rest of this weekend's games is a lot more fun after a win. I love, by the way, we get true Sunday night football tomorrow, and it's the Expansion Cup. Let's get it.
Yeah, that'll be good. All right. Thank you very much. Chat soon.
Good talking. Go Cats.
See you, mate. All right. Before he comes on board, bear with me for 1 second. I need to do something very important that's going to set the whole conversation. The whiteboard is out, and I've got my own scouting report that I need to present to everyone before we get started. The whiteboard marker's disappeared. Where'd it go? Oh, we'll fill it out as we go. Let's bring Ben on. How's it going, Smartass?
Jeez, what's with the cat? Do you do this deliberately? You put my thing up way up,
mate. That's all you. That's all you.
No, you've got
you're the one that you're the one that set the framing for all this.
You're trying to make me look bad. We know what you're all about. Everybody knows. They've watched this show. Anyway,
I had a whiteboard marker. It was there.
Well, you see, if you're not losing whiteboard markers, you're starting the wrong show. And anyway, I can see Carrie in the green room as well. I can see a couple of K's in there. Hey, Carrie, just so you know,
nice.
Carrie's my sister-in-law, so you're welcome to get her on at the same time if you want.
Okay, hang on. Let's switch to the group discussion format. Hang on, and we'll bring Carrie in as well.
Oh,
and there
great.
we go.
Hi, everyone. Go Cats.
Go Cats.
Nice to meet you, Carrie.
Nice to meet you as well.
Hey, you went tonight with Marsh, didn't you, Carrie? Marshall's my brother, everyone. But he's too shy to come on.
He's too shy. I'm trying to get him on, but it's not quite working.
Just turn your camera around.
Yeah, hang on. Ready?
Surprise. There we go.
Hey, big brother's on.
That's enough. Yes, we went to the game.
Now, Carrie, for those that watched the show a few weeks ago, I actually sat in your seats a few weeks back, and you want to just tell everyone where you actually sit so they can get a sense of where you're located at home games?
All right. So at home games, everyone, we sit right next to the players' bench, row A. So we've got the glass right there, and in front of us is the physios and the doctors. So usually when the players all get a rub down, Carrie has a very good view of that.
Your niece, my daughter Bella, was not sitting in those seats the other day, but she was watching Bailey Smith very closely. So she would have absolutely loved sitting in those particular seats last week.
They're pretty good seats.
Yes.
And then usually behind us, we usually have like K-Rock Footy or who else do we have? Triple M. So we usually get a little bit of an insight from them. We can hear them talk as well. So it's pretty good.
Paul's trying to get this whiteboard going for some reason.
I've got the whiteboard marker, so we're fine now. Don't worry. I'm just getting my own version of the Brisbane notes together.
Have you saw that, Carrie, about what Brisbane was writing on their whiteboard today about the Essendon players?
No, I didn't see that.
So they had like for their mids, forwards, and backs, they had their strengths and the weaknesses. I think they just gave the whiteout texted to each of the players, and they'd go up to the whiteboard and they'd write strengths and weaknesses next to each of the players' names. And then some parent from Auskick got into the rooms, took a photo and posted it all over socials, and it just kind of, I don't think there was anything inappropriate on there. Ethan, who was just on, said there was someone said something about a player's girlfriend, but I zoomed in and I couldn't see anything.
But not like inappropriate, just more that's the only strength he's got, and he doesn't have any football chops. It was more of a crack at the player rather than must have a fairly attractive better half in the eyes of the Brisbane players, and so it's gone. Yeah, that's the highlight, and then because you've got nothing else.
Right.
Carrie, what did you think of the game today? I mean, you were there for the whole game. Obviously, you didn't leave early, and the first half, I guess my thoughts on the first half was pretty average. But you know,
yeah, I agree, pretty average as well. Marsh, what do you have to say? Marsh reckons, what's your thoughts on it?
Tell us about Mitch Edwards, Marsh. Scream it out.
All right, tell me.
I think he's just getting a bit tired. He needs a spell, I think.
He does.
Stanley's about due to come back.
They should have spelled him this week, actually. It would have been.
Yeah, I think so. He was getting a few rub downs, a bit sore on the bench, so I think it's time.
Yeah, this would have been a good week to give him a spell and let Reese, even just getting Reese in for a week. Reese isn't the number one guy anymore, but you can't.
Yeah, I think he had nearly 40 tap outs in the twos today.
Oh, did he?
Oh, big one.
Yeah, I had a quick look at the stats, but
what's George Stevens got to do to get a run? He's got to shoot.
He gets 35 every week and gets nothing.
He just needs to get some incriminating photos of someone. That'll get the job done.
Well, that might be it.
He needs Closey's got to share those photos with someone. Closey said the photos in his.
Hey, he was better tonight. He was struggling. He was good tonight.
Closey was great. Closey was awesome tonight. We were in the last quarter when we kicked to like a ninth goal or whatever, or maybe it was ninth goal. Maxie Holmes was running off, and there's quiet moments, every now and then that crowd sort of hushes just a little bit, and I screamed out,
"Yeah,
I love your work, Maxie," or something like that, and he just gave me the old fist pump as he was running past. That was good. I thought he'd come over with a little mini footy and throw it at me at the end of the game, but
we got swamped by about 50 kids. That's the worst thing about front row. Kids just swamp you after the game.
It's like you're not even there.
No, they don't care anymore. They got to get their footy.
All right, what have you got up there, Paul? What have you got? Strengths, weaknesses.
Strengths and weaknesses. Ethan, his knowledge is great. His weakness is Foster's beard. Ben Reeve, I can't find any strengths, but weakness, Ben sucks.
Thank you. That's the shit I put up with Marsh and Carrie every week on this show. I started the show 3 or 4 years ago.
Did you see Chris Scott at 3/4 time?
No. What did he say?
Has he eaten a sandwich?
He come down to the bench about a minute to go, and he had a conversation with Higgins, and he's shaking his fist and saying a few F-bombs there. I couldn't quite get what he was saying, but he wasn't happy.
Oh.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Why not?
It's the first time I've seen him down there before the end of the quarter.
Coaching on the bench? Or?
Yeah. Oh, no, just about a minute before the siren. But he had he wasn't happy. He was shaking his fist, swearing, carrying on.
Oh, I want to see some footage of that.
Yeah, you might have to have a look that one up.
Shit. What else have you got on there, Paul? Is that it? Oh, you're frozen. No.
No, nothing yet. Nothing yet. I had to flip the camera around initially just so I had it.
So don't dox yourself, Paul. You'll give away your street address or something with the reflection.
No, it's just, that's probably my weakness is overshares. I just had to mirror it so that the image was coming out the right way.
Well, you've got to put yourself on there. Let the chat put some names up on the whiteboard there.
Spartacus has got an idea there. Positives, great host, very professional. Now, I maybe disagree with the professional part, but the negatives, I control a cartel.
He does. Paul, negative, turns up late, frequently. What else? Doesn't shut up.
Sorry.
Oh, that's a good thing, though.
Craig wants a screenshot of the board, so there we go.
Hang on. How do I do that?
I'll just full screen myself. Hang on.
There you go.
Oh, there we go. Oh, you got it.
Taking control. There you go. This is a professional operation here, Marsh and Carrie. Carrie's back.
I'm back. Marshall's gone inside. Marshall said, you can take over now.
He's very brave. I've tried to get Marshall on for a while now, and Carrie, I knew you'd come on because you're a little bit braver than Marsh, but yeah. How you going there, Paul? You good?
Yeah, I'm going to make some notes for Carrie and Marshall. I've already got some ideas.
Carrie, while we're doing that, Carrie, who are your best three players? Because we usually do this on the show. I don't know if you watch regularly, but at all, but we usually do our 3-2-1s.
Ooh. 3 points. Maxi Holmes.
He's good.
2 points.
Who's that?
Jeez.
I'll throw some names at you.
Maybe.
Not Warful. Fuck him.
No. How many disposal did he have tonight?
Out of 17, but he gave it away.
18, something like that.
Bailey Smith didn't have much either, did he?
He got more
of it, but he didn't. A lot of handballs. He didn't get many meters gained from what and look, I've missed a quarter and a half of the game so far, but
right.
Weakness. Paul doesn't watch the games.
I was too busy in a photo shoot this afternoon.
Oh,
Oiled up. Was that the one that?
Yeah, I'm gonna be in a firefighter's calendar. No.
On the couch, like in that pose.
It was me and Catman hanging out.
Have you met Catman, Carrie? He's
no, I haven't met him. No.
Catman, if you're watching, you're welcome to come on for. We haven't had Catman on post-game live before. Catman usually ends up at the Mitre 10, I think it is, or the tyre place.
Oh yeah, okay.
I think he must know the people there, but he usually gets dressed or undressed there.
Right.
Because he's always posting. He'll be posting on socials.
Instagram.
He'll be doing his little.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
Yes, he does.
That's quite good, Ben.
Thank you, Carrie. Now, Carrie, for those that don't know, Carrie will often be seen on the big screen at the football games because Carrie loves cruises. And so last year they were offering, was it last year, Carrie, or the year before? They had the little thing where they run, the little cruise ship goes around the electric signage and lands on a bay. And anyway, you must know someone. And
yeah, that was last year. No,
yes.
the year before. Year before.
Catman is a lovely bloke. But Paul did take the piss out of Catman.
Enough of the year last
time around because Catman
deservedly so.
He kind of cracked the shits, Carrie, after the grand final and said it was all.
Oh.
I can't remember what he said. It didn't make a hell of a lot of sense. But Paul,
I don't know. But even earlier this year, it deserved to be nuffed again, like blaming Jane Bunn for our loss to Hawthorn because the weather report wasn't quite what he thought.
Oh.
Give me a spell.
My God.
We're one-eyed, but not that one-eyed.
That one-eyed, no.
Can appreciate another team goes well. Did you give your one vote? I think you might have had. I don't know if a lot of people saying Jezza was really good. I didn't think he was that good.
No, I didn't think Jezza was that good tonight. I actually had him in my sports bet pick 5. Kind of let me down. I was wondering why he was playing back. I said, "Don't play down there, boy. Get up."
Gamble responsibly, everyone.
True.
Well, that's right. Gamble responsibly. You lose more than you win, peoples.
Oh,
You do.
there we go. You could read in the ad.
Anyway, you go back to host. Paul's the host. I'm going to shut up because he had his little whiteboard out, Paul. So take
That's all right.
over.
Oh, sorry. Do I need to bring up my Carrie and Marsh notes?
Yes. What was Carrie and Marsh streak?
Good votes.
Oh, yeah, good votes.
The weaknesses that you associate with Ben.
The strength, Gary. Don't worry about that. We'll put that in the strength column.
It's all just a matter of perspective, right?
Right.
Oh dear. Oh well. Look, it was a bit of a rough second and third quarter. That sort of 50 minutes in the middle there. I mean, we started brightly with the first 4 goals. That was really good, and then
that's the bit I want to learn about. And Ethan and I had a good chat about it early on. I'd like to get the perspective from the both of you as well, because that's the chunk of the game that I haven't seen yet. I basically didn't get home or didn't get access to the footy again until about halfway through the third, which is when things picked up nicely. I've been working backwards, catching up on the game. I've seen the first, and that was great outside of probably the final 4 to 5 minutes, maybe. And I don't think we're even necessarily bad. North just took some opportunities that came their way.
Yeah.
But then it's like, when I looked at the scoring worm, I'm like, okay, it's clear that all the problems were in the second and then probably the first 10 minutes of the third. So what was actually going on in your eyes?
do you want to go, Carrie?
Oh, well,
we'll
they
kick
just
Ben out.
weren't hitting targets is what they just was shocking. Like they were just kicking to no man's land.
So just poor
Bloke with number
disposal,
4
or-
on his back. A bloke with number 4 who could not hit the side of a barn for about 30 minutes there. I don't know what the rest of his game was like. Tanner Bruin, he had 22 touches and it was pretty good. 7 tackles and all that. But Jesus, he had 30 minutes of hell. I don't know what was going on, but he kept turning over and over and again.
Were they in really like bad, like were they kind of those critical errors where they're like in the worst possible spots to turn it over, or like
playing down back a fair bit? So every time, like, oh shit, here we go again. But like everyone has bad runs every now and then, including some of the better players. But goodness me, that was one of the all-time stinker 30 minutes of footy that he put together. But they just chipped away, Paul. Like I mean, obviously Geelong wasn't really connecting that well. I think we're
story
just
of the year?
Yeah, I mean, you said it at the start of the show. Just sometimes there's like 7 players in good form, and then but the rest of the team's kind of like a passenger, and then next week it's another 7, and
That's right.
just can't sort of get everyone to click. Maybe except for the Bulldog game where it felt like everyone was. Ollie Wiltshire probably wanted to get on the end of 1 or 2, but Jezza kept getting in his way. But no,
And even then, like they sensed to kill at that point. Blood was in the water, and then that was probably the same again for the last quarter and a half today.
Yeah,
there was a kill to be had. They took it.
Shadu in the chat makes a good point about Tanner Bruin, because I've gone a little bit hard on him. It probably, I mean, you got to give him a bit of feedback, but yeah, he hasn't played a lot of footy, so he's going to have some inconsistent periods through the year, which is fair enough. I mean, you can't expect. I mean, Geelong was inconsistent tonight as a team, and we looked like a premiership team in the first 5 minutes, and then we looked like a premiership team in the fourth quarter again. But we look like a bottom 4 team for a chunk of the game as well. So it is what it is.
So specifically when it comes to Tanner, and I'm just you're right. It's 30 minutes. I'm looking at his stats on the AFL app because the website's worse than the app for some reason. First quarter, 4 disposals, 75% disposal efficiency, no concerns there. I'll come back to the second. The third quarter, 6 disposals at 100%, no issues there. The fourth, 6 at 83%, no issues there. The second, 6 disposals at 17%. So he hit 1 target and missed 5.
Yep.
Yep. And I'd wager he had 3 kicks and 3 handballs in that time. And I haven't seen that portion of the game yet, but I'd wager that the 1 target hit was probably a handball.
It was pretty rough. But look, he wasn't the only one. It just every time he touched it, it was struggling. Did you get a good look at the Dempsey mark? Was it the third quarter, Carrie? I think that Ollie Dempsey just rose up and.
That was pretty good.
I remember the old days of Tony Mondra taking pack marks. And,
that was pretty impressive.
That was one of the all-time marks, Paul. That was good.
I look forward to seeing that bit. I haven't seen that yet.
Yeah, no, that was one of the good ones.
Yeah, that was a good mark.
And Manners' little dribble kick that, sometimes when you kick the ball on the ground, like you kick the ball on the ground and it dribbles and it dribbles and it doesn't sort of stop. It just keeps getting away from the defender trying to chase it. That was one of those ones. Like, and the guy just cracked it I thought he got to it on the goal line, but it just beat him to it. And I think that was Manners' third or fourth goal for the night. He was fine. Hey,
Sarah asks, how do we think we'll go next week? She's going to the game. She's coming over from Tassie.
Before I answer that question, can I just say, Sarah, please tell me that you're not switching to the Devils next in 2028. Please confirm that you are going to stay a Geelong supporter. I know it's going to be tough, but I imagine there'll be a lot of Tassie supporters. Maybe.
Let's ask the same question of Simon as well, by the way, because Simon's from Launceston.
Simon lives there too. Yeah, that's right. Oh, okay. Do you guys hate each other, Simon and Sarah? Are you natural enemies because you're north and south? Is that how it works, or is that a bit of a beat up? And which has the two heads? Is it the south or the north? Sorry, it's a stupid Tassie joke. I have member sticker. I've got a member sticker for Devils as well, Sarah. I bought one. I bought a $10 membership because I got on the Devils train. How are we going to go next week, Carrie, against Collingwood? Are you going to take your wonderful child along to that game?
Well, my wonderful child already got tickets before me, so we're going separately because he dared be sit with us. He's a Pie supporter. We're going next week. Am I feeling confident? I really don't know. It's I don't know. I'm hopeful, but I don't know. Pies are, they've got a lot of injuries.
Yeah, they have.
But they seem just to be getting over the line, though.
They somehow
it's that old 2023 Pies energy in that respect.
Yeah.
They're a far worse team than they once were, but they are just kind of pulling it out.
Yeah.
Or surviving, as they did last night.
Yeah. Sarah says she's becoming a Tassie person when they get the stadium, which will probably never happen, Sarah.
Won't.
To be fair, but in my heart, always be Cats.
Okay.
So.
It is a weird one. Carrie, have you always been a Geelong supporter?
Yeah, always been a Geelong supporter.
Yeah.
Nothing else yet.
Yeah.
Cats through and through.
Very briefly for maybe 3 months during summer, I was a Melbourne supporter because I felt sorry for them because I hated Hawthorn so much that I felt bad for Melbourne when they got pumped by 88 points in the 19 or something like that. They got pumped by heaps in one of the grand finals against the Hawks in the late 80s. So I switched to Melbourne for about 3 months and then switched back when Gary Ablett 14 goals one day. I'm like, oh yeah, I'm a Geelong supporter again. It's that easy. Pretty hard. There's plenty of new people. It's easy to jump ship. There's plenty of new people in the chat tonight. So hello, everyone who's joining us for the first time. Carrie, did you want to hang around, or do you want to get going, or what's your sort of feeling?
I'll get going if that's all right. But it was very nice to meet you all. Up the Catters. I'll predict the Cats will win next week by 97 points.
Woo! I just see Carrie in the background lost his mind.
Carrie makes predictions. Strength. Good predictions.
Yeah, hang on. We'll add that in there.
Yep, you got to put that on your whiteboard. Carrie predicts the Cats by 97. With maybe, I don't know, someone doing a hammy. That's my prediction for next week.
Pendles does a hammy.
Pendles. Pendles is going to do his hammy.
He could have played. He played his match record-breaking game against us, and we could have had all the ticket sales. Would have been good for the coffers for Geelong, but no. They decided to rest him this week. So stuff him. I hope he does double hammy, and then can't even get off the ground under his own steam.
Yeah, I know that'd be all right, wouldn't it?
That very good whiteboard. Strengths. Read out the strengths again, there, Paul. I can't quite say it. Okay, I'm going to have to zoom.
Good predictions. Cats by 97, and then the weakness is associating with Ben.
That's right. Associating with Ben.
Come on, Carrie. All right, Carrie.
You can stay. Hang on. Give me a second. Let me fix this. You can stay. Ben.
Kick Ben out. You don't need Ben anymore. Just get rid of him.
Just piss him off. It's fine. All right, we'll bring him back.
I'm back.
Oh,
All right.
if we have to.
He's getting upset in the green room.
No, I'm good.
Oh,
I'm good.
boy.
Thanks for coming on, Carrie. Thanks.
That's all right. Everyone take care.
You too. See you, mate.
Thank you for
All
coming
right.
on board.
Oh, no worries at all. Have a good night, everyone.
You too.
That was good.
All right. What were some of your takeaways from the game then? Now that we've gotten the banter out of the way, that was a good bit of fun.
Yeah. Look, yeah. Look, I guess I probably didn't feel like we were ever going to lose the game. It's probably the feeling that I had sitting there watching it tonight. I was quite impressed with the way North went about it. I thought, yeah, they're definitely on the improve, but they can't get it done. And it's 15 times in a row for the Cats now against this mob, and they're just never going to beat us.
I noticed, like, obviously we were talking a bit about it on the Paul James show the other night, and Danger hasn't lost to North Melbourne since he's become a Cat.
Jeez. That's
2015
crazy.
was when that the 14 games began from our first encounter in 2016, and that was Danger's first year as a Cat. So
Wow.
Danger is in the blue and white hoops. He's never lost to the North Melbourne Football Club, which is a crazy stat.
I had a chance to give Colby McKercher a bit of feedback over the fence when I was confident that we couldn't lose. I made sure he knew that it had been 15 times in a row that North had lost to us. So
you're very original. Hang on,
I'm very original. Some idiot.
There's a strength for you.
Originality. No, I'll get a little bit belligerent at the footy sometimes. You probably don't want to sit next to me. I don't know. Oh, maybe you do. I don't know. But anyway, I was getting a little bit carried away early, Paul. Like the bloke next to me had to tap me on the shoulder, and after we kicked our fourth goal in a row without missing, he said, "Mate, don't jinx it."
You should have then handed him a Hoops Crew sticker and gone, "Here you go."
I don't carry the stickers anymore. I don't know where they've gone, but
you need to do that. Just
I need to pass them around. But
make them rain.
I'm too humble, Paul. I'm too humble.
They're all Oprah about it. You have a sticker, and you have a sticker, and you can all have stickers.
Get a little barcode, and with the guest link, and put the sticker on the back of the chairs. The club probably won't approve of that, but
yeah, we'll never get access to anyone ever again. Which is, I say that, and we're not getting access at all because you're not doing anything.
Yeah, exactly right. Exactly right. I'm an original Alcoa Cat. Hey, big fella, I sat in the Alcoa, those little outdoor bits. What they weren't corporate boxes back then, but they were these little sort of areas that were sort of 6 or 7, 8 seats or whatever they were. And Dad used to work for Alcoa back in the day, so every now and then we'd get some seats. And that was the first Geelong game I ever went to at Kinnear Park. And the only player that I knew was Mark Jacko Jackson. And all I wanted to do was watch Mark Jacko Jackson all day long from my Alcoa little box there.
Just thump blokes.
Exactly. That's all we did. Handstands and thump blokes.
Shout out to Andy Waston, who's jumped in. I think that's another new name. There's, as Shadu says, lots of new names in there tonight. And there was a lot of new names last time as well. So shout out to everyone who's tuning in for the first time or potentially jumps in. The QR code is there in the corner. I would very much like to be rid of Ben. So if you want to jump in the background, join the queue, join the green room. We've got Carrie there, we've got Brennan and Bianca there, and you're always welcome to come on and have a chat after that too. So if you want to have a chat, QR code's there.
Definitely. Well, I'll just rattle through a couple of players, and that'll probably get me thinking about some things that happened tonight, and then I'll duck out because I know you've got a couple. You got Bianca and Brendan in the chat, and Kiri's been waiting for a little bit as well. We'll post the link a couple more times as well. I have sent it out. I think Lockie might be coming back on. Lockie Miller might be coming back on after 9 o'clock as well, Paul. So he'll I'll make way and say you.
He's so young, isn't it? Past his bedtime.
No, Lockie's a grown man. He's got facial hair. I've talked about Tanner Bruin. I won't
I've
bag
also
on
seen some 15-year-olds with some solid facial hair too in my teaching career. So
you do say that sometimes. Shannon Neal, serviceable, contested really well. It wasn't his best game, but it wasn't a bad one. He still kicked 3 goals and kicked a really good one. Was it after the siren? I think it might have been. He was great.
Yep, it was.
So he was fantastic. Shawnee Manor, great to see him back. So happy for him. It's been a tough start to the season for Shawnee. So a lot of reward for a bit of putting up. I had big raps on him at the start of the year, and I was a bit surprised at how slow he started. So I'm really happy to see.
Well, he started well, and then it was just a month before today. It was a month of football that he played 3 disgusting games and one that was at best you'd say good.
Yeah. So I think this is Manners level. I think this is what we should expect of him, and it's probably what he should expect of himself.
4 goals every week. That's right.
Not 4 goals every week, but to be this impactful, and it just he's not always going to be the one kicking the goals, but he was doing everything we needed him to do tonight, and I was really impressed. Obviously, O'Sheen, number 1 tagger in the game. Congrats to Zach Guthrie on his 100th consecutive game. Kicked a goal as well. One thing I'll say, I won't say much about Danger other than to say it was a little bit better this week, but still a fair way off it. Other than to say he did kick a goal and no one really got around him to give him a pat on the back after. He's probably been talked about a lot in the media. I know you put a video out on him, and I thought, come on, boys, get around your captain. Like he's had a tough week. Everyone's been talking about.
It did make me appreciate who was it? Someone got one late in the 4th, and it came from or maybe I can't remember now because I've watched the game a little bit out of order.
Yeah.
It might have been Shannon Neal actually. Shannon Neal getting a goal at one point there, and Danger was the focal point of the kick. Yep. And he just did what Danger does, right? Like he stood up strong through the contest, was outgunned for height, but brought the ball to ground. It pinged over the back to Shannon Neal. Shannon Neal kicked an easy goal. Danger was took off to go to the bench. He clearly had a rotation coming, but Scratcher made sure to beeline to him and just hold him up to make sure he acknowledged his captain, which was good. Because he's obviously having a tricky time of it, obviously in the recovery from injury. I haven't really been able to talk too much about it yet. I kind of just highlighted the other day. Everyone go check out the video that was going live. But that insight from Bucks was great. Just to kind of explain what was going on there. Obviously, I've been, probably like a few people, very vocal about what needs to happen with Danger, and he wasn't dispelling that, but to simply explain he's not in there because it's his program right now is he's still building that capacity up.
Yeah,
it was good. I liked it.
I did know. I was thinking of you, Paul, when the siren was about to start the game and Danger made his way to the forward line. I'm like, here we go again. Let's try this experiment for the 100th time and see how it goes. I'm like, far out. Can we figure it out that it doesn't work anyway?
Well, I mean, the problem is that it can work.
It can work.
He put his superhero cape on and demolished the Hawks in a prelim from the forward line.
Or he kicked 6 goals off one leg against the Hawks. Or he takes a mark from the top of the goal square and goes on to miss it. But
so I don't. It can work. It's the same thing we've spoken about for years now. It's the impact it has on some of the other blokes, I think, is the problem.
No, 100%.
Danger can go up there and do a great job.
Yeah, we don't agree on much.
He did so in the Origin game.
I completely agree with you there. And I said we don't agree on much, but that's one thing. How we're using Danger. Geelong needs to tap us on the shoulder and get some consult. Send us a fee for a consult because we've got all the advice we can give you there. Ollie Dempsey, a bit better this week. He probably disappeared a little bit at times, but he looked sharp for the most part tonight. Can I just say, I am absolutely in love with this bloke, Cola Jasny. Man, the 1% king. He needs to shave his head because his hair's falling out, but he's the 1% king at the moment. He was great. I was loving it. Gave him a big clap when he came off the bench a couple of times. He was terrific. And Sam DeConning, mate, you'll like this, Paul. You'll like this. He had a maturity about him today. The game was up and down and all over the place in those second and third quarters, but Sam was holding his head high. He was positive. He looked like he was about 28 or 29 years of age, the way he was just playing his footy tonight.
I can't think of a moment all season where he's kind of done the dummy spit that I used to really get frustrated with. It was obviously pretty well documented. Yeah, I'd get really frustrated by his ceiling was high, but then when he'd lose a contest, which happens from time to time, he'd crack the shits and throw the baby out with the bathwater. But
not this week, not tonight at least.
Not this year. He's just backed up and gone again, and I think that's leading to much improved football.
Agree. Completely agree. But Jake Kolodjasny, you are a king. We love you. You're absolutely awesome. Tom Stewart, you get what you get from Tom Stewart. He's a pro. He does it every week. Jack Bowes, I was so glad when I saw Jack Bowes, they reading his name out as they do the intros, and I'm like, oh, Jack Bowes is in. Who's out? And I was like, oh, no, Jack Henry. That's not the worst thing in the world after last week.
After last week, and also as I spoke about in the previews and stuff, like we were way too top heavy for height.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, it felt like someone was coming out. I was like, there's no way we're bringing in Sam DeConning and Cole Jasny and none of the other tools are coming out. Absolutely.
I did see one comment, not live, but kind of after the fact, and going, Paul, you got to look at the bench as well. Like the mids are there, but and while that's absolutely true, we still had 4 or 5 tall defenders out there. Like, it was too many. So exactly. I'm glad we made that move. Setting aside Jack's form, setting aside the foreskin jokes, setting aside all the stuff that we usually say, we were just too top heavy.
He did go missing last week, and he definitely went missing this week, old Jack Henry. So, but yes, we'll set those jokes aside. I'm just rounding a couple more names out, Paul. Brad Close, he's back. Brad Close is back, everyone.
Whoa.
No. Brad is back. Whoa. He's back, baby. I've done a bit of Austin Powers mixed in there as well. He's definitely back. He's got the Midas touch yet again. Everything he touched turns to gold, baby. Connor O'Sullivan, mate, I'm giving him the 3 votes tonight. I thought he was terrific all night long. He was great.
He's a gun.
He's an absolute star. What's the Josh Caddy from Essendon? F off, you're no good. We got the best one in Connor. And we're going to bring his mate Phoenix over in a year or 2 as well from GWS. And lastly,
you're pretty sure of that one, aren't you?
I'm absolutely sure it's going to happen because that's the way footy goes. You get because Connor will be a captain one day, and
he's got so many leadership qualities.
He does. He absolutely does. Last name for me, and then I'll get out of here because Carrie's been waiting a little bit, and I know you got the Vellas in there as well. Mitch Edwards, yes, struggled tonight, but we'll say a positive for your little whiteboard there for Mitch Edwards. Has a fucking crack. He has a crack no matter what. He got beaten badly tonight, but he has a crack. I love it. I love it. So don't hang your head, mate. You're always going to get. It was always going to be a tough one for you tonight. And in some ways, I'm glad they played you because now you know what it's like. Now you know the level that you got to get to. You might have had a couple of games. It's like, okay, this AFL game's pretty easy. You need to see what it's really like sometimes, and Cherry sort of showed you that. So go away next couple of pre-seasons and put on some size, but keep bringing that hard. You're a tough bugger, mate. You have a crack. You put in the second and third efforts, and I absolutely love it.
Yeah, no, he's a long-termer. He's going to be a gun.
Anyway, I'm going to clear out, mate.
Let's get you out of here because there's a queue of people that I actually want to talk to there.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. You got a lot. You got a lot in there. You ain't got the footy here.
Yeah, I was going to say, do you have a layout for Craig? You can make one in the meantime for me.
I don't think so. You might have to get a couple on at a time. Otherwise, you're going. I know Lockie's coming in soon too. So.
We did a 4-hour one last week. We can go again.
Anyway, I'll leave you to it, mate.
No, I don't plan to. All right, thanks, mate. Chat soon.
See ya.
Right, get that clown out of here. All right, let's bring in Carrie. You're next, mate. Where's my layout? There it is. Boom, bring him in. How's it going, mate?
Yeah, good. I've got the Carlton and St Kilda game in the background, but let's talk about this game. Yeah, look, very happy with the win. We responded. I said a pass mark for us was a 5-goal win, so 49 points.
It's solid enough.
I'll take it. But let's be honest. Was it a win for the ages? Probably not. It did paper over a few cracks. What has been with Geelong throughout the season, and what we saw against Port Adelaide last week. That it was that second quarter was a carbon copy of what we saw against North Melbourne today. Like North Melbourne, they're about 2 or 3 A grades short of becoming a really, really good football team. We all know they've improved throughout the year. But yeah, that second quarter, that was absolutely atrocious. I think it was the moment Tom Stewart, I forgot which North Melbourne player he kicked it to. And that ended up being a goal. And I thought, oh geez, I don't think it's going to be our it's going to be our night tonight. And
yeah, I've heard about that one. I haven't actually seen it yet. The second quarter and half of the third is all a black spot for me in the game. I haven't seen that yet. So
yeah, but Tristan Sherry, he was playing like a bloody prime Polly Farmer that game as well. Like, as much as I like Mitch Edwards, I don't think it was the right matchup. My full credit to Mitch Edwards. He fought really hard, but we all knew it was going to be a very tough matchup for him. I would have liked to see Reece Stanley. We all knew he was going to lose the battle right there, but it was the second and third efforts that with Tristan Cherry as well, and none of our other players were responding to that, and that's what got me really, really frustrated as well. And
could there have been some strategy to it? Because just to read out a specific stat, a couple of stats for you that might highlight how and why this happened. Tristan Sherry has the fourth lowest disposal efficiency of anyone on the ground tonight. Could there have been and I'm only speculating a little bit. And again, I've missed a quarter and a half of this match as well, so there's some unknowns for me in this. But could there have been if anyone's going to clear that ball, let it be this bloke. Because he's just not going to hit a target, and his disposal efficiency is 56.7. When I was looking at the actual specific kicking efficiency, I think it was even lower. I'll double check, but it's even lower. It's 42.9. And then when you think about the actual ruck contest, now obviously in terms of both clubs, it was shared a little bit. Like we had obviously SDK went in there a little bit and competed from time to time. As did Shannon Neal with a few, but we won the hit outs for the day. Clearance numbers were pretty good. Outside of the one big bloke from North Melbourne, he couldn't hit a target.
He had 7 clearances at bloody quarter time. Like, it's just, but
was butchering it for the most part. So maybe you sit back and go, it's a bit like sometimes, I think different degree, because I think Baz does more with it. But in the same way that some clubs are probably going, I'd rather have Bailey Smith come streaming out of the middle than, I don't know, throw someone with better, maybe not Tanner Bruin based on the second quarter today, but typically Tanner. I'd rather Baz come streaming out of the midfield with it than Tanner. There might have been a similar sort of thing. Go, all right, better him than Harry Sheasel. Let's squash Harry. Let's squash Luke Davies-Uniacke. And G's did it. Like there was a few times in just the 2.5 quarters that I've seen that LDU got on his bike and G's he looked dangerous at points.
He was absolutely playing a legacy game, and you got Zane Dersma. He kicked 3 goals as well. He's a young kid, but unbelievable. They were playing like all Australian players. That's the way we were treating them, Paul. But again, they're a couple of A grades short of becoming a really, really good football team compared to Port Adelaide last week when you had Zach Butters and Jason Horne-Francis in that team as well. Port Adelaide, they know how to play 4 quarters of footy. North Melbourne, there's still a developing side, but that moment from midway through that second quarter, I thought, oh geez, this is going to be another disaster class here. But to Geelong's credit, we did turn around, and I thought, and Shadu said on the chat as well, I did think Bailey Smith was well held a bit as well. So whoever was tagging Bailey Smith, they did their homework there, but that allowed Max Holmes to get off his chain as well. He was more into the midfield too, and if there was something that we've seen this season and Geelong hasn't done, that's midfielders kicking goals. And Max Holmes, he hit the scoreboard twice, and I loved that as well. So that's in
quick succession. He really flipped the script and kind of changed the momentum a little bit for the Cats too with those two. Good timing.
Yeah, absolutely. And Brad Close, look, I have to agree with Ben. I thought he absolutely played a really good game. His first 5 minutes, he just looked a lot more hungrier. He was finding the ball. We know his off-ball work and his 1%ers, but he was actually hunting for the Sharon, which I'd love to see as well. He was linking up plays. There was a few moments. He was getting it to Dempsey. It goes to Manor. It goes to a goal. And that's the standard we need to see from Brad Close as well. I'm not asking him to get 20 or 25 disposals each week, but just that bit more from Brad Close. So I was very happy with his performance today as well. Sean Manor, we know he's been in a rut for the last few weeks, but I thought he was outstanding in this game as well. His third quarter, oh my God, when we needed a spark, he absolutely bobbed out of nowhere, and yeah, he was absolutely electric. Sean Manor, and with the team without Gryan Miers in that forward line at the moment, missing that link-up play from him, all our medium and small size forwards did their job.
Yeah, I'm just bit by bit keeping an eye on this Carlton St Kilda game, which is just the script is flipping on that rapidly, and Vossi must be about to keel over. But yeah, I mean, look, I think that's a really great take on all of it. Again, there's about a quarter and a half that I'm kind of missing at the moment, but you're absolutely right. I think one of my big takeaways from what you said there was around the goal, the scoring output from the midfielders, which definitely needs to lift. And look, Max is not going to get on the end of 2 back-to-back shots like he did most weeks, but he's got the capacity to hit the scoreboard more. Baz obviously does. And look, Baz is he's probably kicking. What's he kicking this year? I feel like he's probably kicking a goal every game or two. Sorry.
He's definitely averaging a
every
goal
other
this
game.
season, that's for sure. Yeah.
I'm just quickly trying to find him and bring up his numbers for the year, but season. Oh no, he's averaging assuming it's been updated with today's results, he's averaging 0.4 goals a game. So just short of one every other week.
Yeah,
at the moment.
There is one player I would like to talk about, and I would like your thoughts on this as well, Paul. That's Ollie Dempsey, who's had a bit of a quiet start to the season. I looked at his stats this morning, and some good numbers. He's averaging about 8 disposals, 5 marks, and 1 goal, 1. But it's far from the level from where he was last year as well. I do feel like his opposition teams are putting more attention onto him. I thought he needed a big game today. He was one player I wanted to see him lift, but yeah, he got a great mark in the goal square, got himself a goal. But other than that, he was just anonymous throughout the game. I thought if he could use his running a lot more, and to get off the chain and get on the scoreboard, but I think he's escaping a lot of criticism thanks to our other teammates as well. What are your thoughts with Dempsey at the moment?
Yeah, it's a weird one. So yeah, looking at the numbers, and we'll kind of pair that with the eye test in a second. But numbers-wise, like his disposal count is equal career high at the moment. 17.5 disposals per game. That equals his best of 17.5 in 2024. His marking count is up. His tackles are down by 1 tackle a game. Clearance numbers are down. But the thing that I think highlights and kind of probably links to the eye test, and I was kind of talking a little bit about it last week, his kick to handball ratio is flipped. And I think in part he's battling what every good, typically midfielder, I'm gonna separate core midfield from wing for a second. What he's kind of battling with what most typical midfielders, up and coming gun midfielders have to deal with, which is kind of a bit of a tag. I think he's he's wearing someone most weeks at the moment. It really does seem like teams are, when it comes to Geelong, they're employing a defensively minded midfielder who's just got to run with him, make him accountable when we go forward. And then, do what they can to try and get him going the other way. Maybe that works, maybe it doesn't for them, but it really does seem like opposition teams have invested more heavily in a defensive aspect around his game. And so it's leading, I think, to the tackle numbers being down because he's just under more pressure. He's maybe taken to ground, can't lay as many himself, or his, but then also, that kick to handball ratio is flipped because he's under siege more. He's under pressure more. The thing that I'm not able to look at while I'm in this particular view, I'll see if I can, I'll bring up disposals. His disposal efficiency is career high as well. But I think that's probably linked to the handball part of it. So clangers are down. Like there's actually a lot of data that suggests that this would be his best year. But I think the thing that kind of highlights, or I guess pairs with that eye test that you've got, certainly the sentiment that I kind of share, is that flip in the kick to handball ratio, I think highlights the added attention he's getting. And he's not necessarily struggling with it, but I don't think he's doing as good of a job as he could be to work through it. Not through a lack of effort either, just he just needs more time to develop in that area. And again, every gun midfielder in the competition has copped it at some point. So he'll come out the other side of it. And for him to not be performing in his absolute best and still be averaging equal career highs in a lot of ways, or actual straight out career highs in a bunch of other metrics, it's a pretty good thing.
Yeah, pretty good.
There's positives to take away from the circumstance, but when we look at him as an important piece of the puzzle towards the dream of winning a premiership this year, it'd be nice if he works his way through it soon.
And I just want to see a bit more from Ollie Dempsey as well, because he's one of the best pure wingmen in the game as well, and I just think he needs to hit the scoreboard a lot more. And his athleticism is off the charts. He just needs to use his running a lot more to punish teams on transition as well. But
St Kilda have kicked 7 goals in 17 minutes.
Yeah.
Fuck me, Carlton, the shit.
So
bad.
They have
They're
folded
so bad
at the moment. Rowan Marshall up forward as well. He's
kicked
just got
3.
himself a goal.
But no regrets about not getting me at this point with Mitch Edwards doing what he's been doing.
Mitch
Obviously,
Edwards,
he still got schooled a little bit today, but like he was always going to be up against it a little bit.
Yeah.
His development's fantastic. I'll pass. Save the war chest for Ben King or someone. Zach Butters.
Well, I would like to make a play for Aaron Cadman as well. So Ben, I'm absolutely on with that one.
When's he out of contract though? Isn't it like 2030 or something like that?
2030. Oh well, he'll be still in his prime when it all finishes.
Oh, absolutely. But we're gonna have to be patient on that one, I think.
Oh, you never know. You look at bloody Christian Petrarca and Clayton Oliver at the Demons. All these mega contracts don't mean anything. So we will see.
That's
we
true.
will
They can
watch
be
the
ripped up.
space at the moment.
Has there actually been like, not necessarily Geelong specific, because I feel like our community is trying to will that particular part of it into existence. But have there been murmurings about him eyeing off leaving? Is there something that's kind of? I haven't heard his name come up at all outside of our community circle, so I figured it was just wishcasting.
Nah, I haven't either. But I know Ben King. He has been.
Yeah, his name's definitely come up.
But at the same time, it's like I think he's in a good situation at the moment. And he even said too, I'm not going anywhere and stuff like that as well.
Yeah.
Saints got another goal too. Tom DeConing. Jesus. They're bloody booing Silvani every time he got the ball as well. So, oh, geez.
I mean, that's probably, that should be a harder pill for Carlton supporters to swallow than TDK, just because
100%.
obviously the family association, all that sort of thing.
A harder pill to swallow as well was bloody Jack Martin today too. Like, got himself a couple of goals. All the Carlton recheck forwards. Corey Durden at Port Adelaide did the showdown last night as well.
What's his name over at West Coast these days? Matty Owies is still doing all right as well. Like, he's not shooting the lights out, but he's putting together pretty solid football as well. Like, turns out the best thing for any AFL player is just to not play at Carlton.
But yeah, I did see Shadu on the chat. Thoughts on Ollie Henry? I thought he was really good today. Very happy
to do with this one. Scotty played golf with Ben King last week.
Yeah, no surprises there. I was quite happy with Ollie Henry's performance today. Played predominantly more on the wing. Would have liked him to hit the scoreboard, and there's just so many moments he's gonna bloody take mark of the year and all of that too. But he got himself the 7 goal score involvements as well. Yeah, and he's looking hungry and attacking the footy as well, and that's what we want to see from Ollie Henry. Because the thing with Ollie, like with the contact and all of that, yeah, I thought he was much better today. Very happy with his performance, and this is the standard we need to see from Ollie Henry as well. And maybe he could be a wingman down the track. Maybe,
You He just needs that defensive, like to continue to work on that defensive part, which has certainly improved a lot this year. Obviously, that was one of the main pieces of feedback he'd gotten in the past. There was then a lot of questions raised about whether he'd actually taken on board the feedback off the back of round 0, his first couple of games that he played. But then since then, you can really see it starting to come together. I'm just double checking the numbers now, so I'm not speaking out of turn. But there was 1 or 2 tackles that just in the limited amount of game time I've seen. In fact, he had 5 for the match, which is equal third highest for the Cats on the night. There was 1 or 2 that, like in the 2.5 quarters of the match that I've seen so far, that were fantastic. But then just a lot of physicality and willingness to beeline the ball, head down, bum up. He torched his teammates once or twice. There was 1 or 2 that he could have and should have. He can still get a bit hungry. He doesn't mind, probably like most forwards, doesn't mind a ping at the goals, and he backs in his own abilities. But I'm all right with that because he is one of those kind of mercurial sorts that is probably more likely to hit those shots than not. There was plenty of good there. And I haven't even seen the full thing yet. So I'm kind of keen to see how he continues to build throughout the game. 14 disposals, 5 tackles, 1 goal, 1. Ideally that becomes 2 straight. But like that row of numbers, that's the stuff that I've been wanting to see from Ollie for a while. Big fella asks about James Warple. Is Warple or Warps a list clogger?
I mean, look, I thought he was a bit better today, but we got to see it against the big clubs. We know he could do it against West Coast. We know he could do it against a VFL sort of Bulldog sort of team. We have to see it against Collingwood next week. Yeah, I'm still not buying James Warple at the moment. I thought he was atrocious in the first half. Got a bit better as the game went on, like what Shadu said. But yeah, I don't know. I'm still not buying Warple at the moment. He has sabotaged us. He has. Well, he's gifted us a grand final spot last year, and now he's sabotaging us.
Yeah, go figure. He owed Sam Mitchell one. He owed Sam Mitchell one after last year, so they sent him over here to fuck it all up for us.
I don't know. Yeah, he's got to do it. He's got to do it against Collingwood next week. That's the test for me.
Yeah, no, I'd agree with that. Look, even when he came across, I thought he was a good pickup as a depth option, not someone who we'd necessarily want in the 23 each week. I think there's at least 23 other guys that I would have in the queue ahead of him. But at the same time, if we needed to call upon him, if Axe went down, for example, just to use Axe as the example, you go, okay, there's a similar guy out there who's going to throw himself at the ball. He's going to tackle hard. He absolutely can find the ball and clear it. But he's a bit like when I was chatting earlier about Tristan Sherry going, it's all right if he's the one that clears it. He's the one that I think most clubs will look at. Okay, if James Warple's the one that's about to clear the ball for Geelong, I'm all right with that. Certainly by foot, I'm all right with that. So I think the best, I guess, if he continues to go into the guts and do what he's been doing, see ball, get ball, that's fine. But then I think we need to build our play around him a little bit and make sure that when he gets that ball, he's not like he's shoveling it out to someone. He is he's looking at a Max Holmes or a Bailey Smith streaming down his left or right and dishing it off so that they can go. And again, their disposal is not necessarily the greatest either, but they'll get that ball, they'll run another 10 meters and then launch it. And basically at that point, we're talking the top of the goal square, which if you don't hit a target, perfect. Like if your kicking disposal is not amazing, dumping it to the top of the goal square is about the best place that you can not hit a target. As opposed to 30 meters out, because you've gotten the ball, you've gotten the ball at the contest, you've broken away, you've run 5 to 10 meters, and then launched it. So the ball's landing 20 out. It's a totally different thing there, and it's a bit easier for a team to set up and rebound quicker from there than it is the teeth of goal. So if he stays in the team, I don't think I would rather see someone like Jai Clark, which is big fella's just kind of sided him. No, I don't see him big fella as another Charlie Constable. I think he's ready to go. I think he got. I think
Jai Clark's ready to go. I think unfortunately George Stevens might fall in that Charlie Constable sort of like conversation as well, or even a George Holland-Smith in the past as well.
I can see Bianca feverishly shaking her head in the green room.
I don't mean that anyway. I'm a massive George Stevens fan as well.
We love George, but it is a worry
for him to get into the seniors. But with how fast the game is going as well, you know, you just can't. You got to do it both ways, and you need this, and you need the speed as well. Long gone are the days of just winning the ball and all that sort of stuff. Like you got George Hewitt at Carlton, he's fallen out of favour out of the team.
And he's
now.
Already starting to explore his options allegedly.
You know, Ollie Wines at Port Adelaide, he's starting to slow down a bit as well. You got to do it both ways. The game has evolved. Unfortunately, that's facts. If George Stevens was playing, 20 years ago, he'd win 2 or 3 Brownlow medals easily, mate. You know,
like Ollie Wines did, for example. He won one.
Well, we don't talk. That's a fraudulent Brownlow medalist right there.
You're not the first person I've heard say that.
I don't care what people think. I don't care what Port Adelaide fans people think about that. But if George Stevens was there 20 years ago, mate, multiple Australians, best and fairest, the whole lot. But unfortunately, the game has evolved, and I don't know. But Jai Clark, he's ready to go. He's too good to play VFL, Paul. You know?
Yeah, I'd agree. And look, Jai was playing good football before he got dropped too. He picked us up and carried us on his shoulders in a way in that Adelaide game. Like when we needed someone to step up, he went hard. 10 disposals in that last quarter. I think it was 10 plus, whatever the number was, but it was 10 plus, and he was electric. After playing pretty solid football before that as well. It's not like he just popped out of the ground for a single quarter. He's been playing really solid football throughout the year. I think the biggest knock on him, and I'm pretty sure I saw something in the chat somewhere along the way. The big fella, maybe I assume this is in relation to Jai Clark. The question, is he too small? I think that's the one thing that's probably working against him at the moment. But he's certainly developed.
Sport, unfortunately,
he has certainly developed though between last season and this. He's certainly gotten bigger, and I'd imagine that'll be the case again going into next season as well. So I think that's still building, but he plays the game on the way it should be played, and he's getting more and more consistent at the level. And the problem he's got right now is that there's just a bit of a queue of players. Like he's trying to crack into a team that's got, several of the best midfielders in the game, and Bailey Smith and Max Holmes in there, that he would like to probably go in and play a role similar to Tom Atkins, but Tom Atkins is already there. Like there's other players that have, got runs on the board too, which does include James Worpel. So it's a really tough one for him, but all he can do is go to the VFL and continue to dominate. And today he had 32, 20 kicks and 12 handballs. George Stevens had 34, which was split 15 and 19. Again, I'd love to see George using his feet a little bit more in some ways, but also given what we were just talking about Worpel and how I'd love to have someone who I know can get to the coalface, win the ball. He got 12 clearances in amongst those 34 disposals. Get that ball by hand to one of these blokes that's streaming past. There's a lot of value there. So both of them can bring some really valuable stuff to the club. I think it's only a matter of time. I think the one that, and I was a big fan of this guy for quite a while, but I think we are rapidly running out of road, is Mitch Nevitt.
Oh, yeah. And, now that you mentioned it as well, I think time's running out for Mitch Nevitt. Unfortunately,
he got his hands on the ball again a lot today.
NFL, but even he's not convincing as well. I don't know what his disposal efficiency was today, but
that's his big knock at the moment. It's not something I'd necessarily noticed in the past, but he finds the ball well. He got it 27 times today, but he went at 55% disposal efficiency.
Yeah, he just can't use it well. And when it comes to AFL level as well, it
gets harder again.
It's another level. He just really struggles. He's just a man lost in the ocean.
Can we recruit Marcus Herbert though? That bloke's a gun. Jake's been talking about Herbert through the chats.
He's not on the AFL list, isn't he?
No.
Oh, someone will snap him up in the mid-season draft.
Mid-season
you
draft.
know.
He has been absolutely electric in the
Too
seconds.
good. Too good. Yeah. I've been loving Marcus Herbert as well, you know.
But I'm hesitant to draw a link between him and a certain other player that was on our list because Brendan might quickly burst into the background and lose his mind over a certain player who couldn't quite make it out of the VFL for the Cats. Yeah, I saw Bianca in the background mouth the name correctly. Yeah, I think George and Jai will make it. It's just a matter of time, and there's a bit of a queue there and roles and responsibilities.
Mitch Devitt, we could use him for trade bait potentially as well.
No, yeah, big fella said that. And what about? And I saw Gary pop up.
Oh yes, I did see this on the chat. Yes,
talk danger with me. Talk danger with me. Lead us off.
You know, he was a little bit better, but I'm not buying it with Paddy. I still think he's not right. And Gary, you couldn't say it any better. I don't think he could run to his letterbox at the moment either. Like, yeah, again when he's in the forward line, Paul. There was another moment. He was in the way. Like, I don't know who this was. I think it was Ollie Henry going for it too. And yeah.
There's a surprise. The whole topic of conversation last year, Patrick Dangerfield getting in the way of Ollie Henry in particular.
Oh, but we love Paddy Dangerfield, legend of the club, no doubt about it. But I don't know. Yeah.
Look, I don't know if you've had a look at the video I put up yesterday about like when Bucks spoke about him on the couch. We've been like I've been big, and I can't remember if you shared the same opinion. But I've been really big on the fact that we just needed to use him off the bench and through the midfield in the Joel Selwood model, because I don't think the forward line thing works. Obviously, every now and then it will, and fortunately, that happened to be in the prelim last year. But I think he needs to just go in and have 5-6 minute bursts through the midfield. Bucks spoke about him on the couch the other day, and basically the question was put to him because last year he spent about 23% midfield time. Which is fine, no worries. But it's 0% this year. And they go, well, what's going on? And Bucks was pretty upfront. He goes, look, he's come back from the calf injuries. And what was very clear, though he didn't directly say it, it's very clear that they are still working. Like there's a management plan still in place to build his capacity up, and that he's not yet where they want him to be to even consider that. Apparently they discussed it during the game last week and opted not to. And I think that's probably them going, Danger's probably still the panic button option. Like if he was good to go, and like if the calf was right, they probably would throw him through there. And I think that would be the best move to freshen him up. And he can do 5 minutes of that.
Yeah, it's just what I worry the most.
His body's apparently not right. So
what I worry the most about Paddy Dangerfield is not just how he's going at the moment, but I don't want his career to end like what happened to Tom Hawkins, like what happened to Mitch Duncan as well. Like,
well, Hawk got unlucky, right? He had an injury that clipped him out, and then
had the injury and against Carlton, and that was the last we saw of him. Oh, we might play him in the grand, we might play in the prelim, or if we make the grand final, we might play him. We might make it the sub, but you know, I don't know.
I mean, he had the Cam Mooney experience in the end because there was a young bloke that by the name of Tom Hawkins.
And that's what I worry about the most with Paddy too. Like, you know.
But I think being the sort of guy that he is, he'll go, all right. Like he especially as the captain, I think he'll. I think he will. Yeah, no. He does have a big personality, but also he understands the game.
I don't know. He just reeks a bit of.
I think he's pretty good at reading the room.
The Lakers at the moment, you know, like he's.
I mean, LeBron just carried his team into the second round, so
no, he did.
I don't know if that's the best example, but more like KD, who when things get a little bit hard, he suddenly gets injured.
That shows how ignorant I've been of the basketball at the moment. But I've seen the scores from time to time, but.
LeBron picked him up on his shoulders and has basically dragged him through the first round in the hopes that Luke is good to go for a few days from now. But we'll see.
Yeah, but you know, as much as I'd like to see, you know, a fairy tale with Patrick Dangerfield as our premiership skipper in the moment. Yeah, I don't know.
I think he's about to break a run of captains who've become Premiership captains, I think.
Yeah, Tom Harley, Cameron Ling, Joel Seld. But even Tom Harley in his last year, he was in and out of the team as well. Maybe it's that with Dangerfield, but I think we're going to have to be. I think we're going to have to break the nostalgia, and like what Big Fella said, we can't be poetic. We have to be real. We've got to do what's best for the football club, and I hope Patrick Dangerfield, I hope he has this conversation with Chris Scott. I want to do what's best for the football club going forward as well as captain and all of that too.
Well, I wonder if the conversation is, and like, especially reading into Bucks' commentary from the other day, I'm wondering like if there's still a management plan, like they're still working him up to whatever his 100% in 2026 looks like. When he gets to that point, if they pull the levers and go, all right, time for some midfield time, or whatever they do and don't do, if the output continues at that point, then I think the conversation is there and you go, okay, let's pull the pin on this. But right now, there's probably a benefit of the doubt going, all right, we know, like right now, we're telling you to stay at home. We're telling you to play deep forward and just base yourself there, which means that we're not like he's not being tested playing the way that we need him to play. He's kind of playing. We already don't want him in the forward line as Cats fans, but even within that space, he's having to play the role that's not quite what he should be playing as well. So the circumstances aren't right to be able to assess it right now. So I wonder if he's got, for as long as it takes to tick all those health boxes and go, all right, go for it now. Play the game the way we want you to play it. Get out there and like, this is your role, go do it. And if he struggles to meet that, then that's where there's a bit of introspective thinking that needs to go on. But right now we're not there, so he gets time. Maybe it's as simple as that.
Yeah.
Any other thoughts from the game though?
Any other thoughts? Who else did I like? I thought Shannon Neal was quite good. Not like he didn't set the world on fire or anything like that, but he took some good contested marks as well. Kicked 3 goals too, and
it was important.
If there was one player that needed to be aggressive in the forward line, which I talked about, that's Shannon Neal, and I thought he was a pass. Connor O'Sullivan was quite good as well. Jake Kolodjasny,
he's such a gun.
Jake Kolodjasny, I was really impressed with as well. Tanner Bruin, he copped a bit of flack with some of his kicking as well, and I'm not singling out anyone on here, but we just can't forget that this is a guy that hasn't played football for about 12 months. 12 months, there's going to be some good games. There's going to be some bad games as well. I thought Tanner Bruin was serviceable.
What I'm still loving with him is that obviously my big thing for him going into the beginning of last season, even before everything went down, was that he would have bursts within a game of 20 minutes where he'd just rack it up and dominate and go, there's the potential. That's what we know we can get from him. But we want to see it over 4 quarters. Now he's doing that. Like he's there, he's relevant every moment of every game.
Yeah.
And the last month, since the Bulldogs game where he was just it was a bit slippery, he wasn't handling it very well. His disposal since then has been a bit rough. I think he's just in if his rut right now is that he's still accumulating the ball, but he's just not quite nailing it. Yeah. I'll take it. And also, it was only 1 quarter today where he butchered it.
Yeah.
The first quarter, he had I looked at the numbers before. First quarter was 75% disposal efficiency. The third quarter with 6 disposals was 100%. The fourth was at 83%. The second was at 17% from 6 disposals. Like he had 1 bad quarter where he just butchered it a few times. And so I think it's important that we don't get, we collectively don't pile on too much. And you weren't for sure, but for what it is, it was 30 minutes of wobbly football from him, and then he was fine again afterwards.
Yeah. I think he's doing fine, and predominantly I like to see him more on ball personally as well. But when we throw him in there, he does, and I think he's good behind the ball as well. And I don't know how much time on ground he had for this one too, but trying to get it on the phone.
Let me have a quick look. time on ground from 70% for Tanner.
Yeah, so they're building back up his minutes as well. Like,
yeah, no need to flog him straight away. Build him up.
Yeah, he's going to be fine. He's going to be fine. And like I said before, for a team without and Carrie was spot on there. Oh, sorry, Admin Hunter. We need Gryan and Tyson back, but I thought without them, I thought we did okay, and
we'll get there.
But we will get there. And what's your thoughts on Gryan Miers though, as well? Because
it's kind of
are we going to see him at all? Like, apparently, he's going to be a lock for the Collingwood game. Like,
I was saying before, I feel like there's probably like a 1 in 20 chance that he gets through the entire season unscathed. And so in that scenario, then there's no harm in rolling the dice, right? Because maybe we get that 1 in 20. And he comes through it okay, and he gets some treatment in the off season, he gets nursed through, and we get there.
Yeah.
And then if it's one of the other 19 out of 20, then he does an ACL in his first game back and it's over. Or we knuckle under and go, oh, let's just do it anyway. Like, one way or the other, he's going to be out for the tail end of the season and probably the first half at least of next year. I think it's worth rolling the dice. Especially if especially we're speaking for the bloke, but it sounds like Gryan himself is saying, no, let's go. So if he's willing to take the punt, and they can project the timeline, go, okay, well, if it goes here, you'll be out until roughly this time. If it's here, you'll be out to roughly this time. He goes, well, if it's going to happen anyway, why not, right?
Yeah.
Because maybe it is that 1 in 20. And he comes back and it all holds together. Maybe he takes a week off every month or so, and we just take the weight off it, look after yourself, etc. Go from there. Spartacus is dropping Spartacus has probably sensed the whiteboard is coming. The whiteboard is, I don't know if you've seen tonight, Carrie, but I've taken a bit of inspiration. I've taken inspiration from Brisbane, and I'll have to full screen us for a sec here. Hang on, let me bring the group discussion going. There we are. I took some inspiration from the Brisbane Football Club, and I had the whiteboard going tonight. All of my insights, strengths and weaknesses. Kiri, sorry, your name's hidden behind the mic here. Yeah. Great analysis. The weakness is you're from South Australia.
Oh,
can't win them all, right? We're going places. It's all right.
But I did witness probably one of the greatest games of football last night. This is a shameless showdown plug of the showdown, and in my opinion, I think it's the greatest rivalry in the AFL, behind Easter Monday, of course. But unbelievable, absolutely unbelievable. I was going
to say, remember what one-eyed platform you're on here.
But But think about it, Paul. Outside of Easter Monday, what other good Victorian rivalry there is? It like Carlton Collingwood, that's one-sided. Anzac Day's one-sided.
Well, and even then, it's
that was relevant in the 80s and the 90s.
The spectacle of things like Anzac Day are built around Anzac Day itself, as opposed to the two teams playing. So, that is what it is. Yeah, look, it's hard these days. Geelong and Hawthorn have continued to deliver since 2008. And honestly, you can date it back to the 80s and 90s as well, but we don't like to think about that time. I'm with you. Did I get you 3-2-1?
Oh no, I haven't. And
I think we were busy pumping up players, but I don't think we did the 3-2-1. So go for it, mate.
But yeah, 3 votes. This is really tough, but I'm going to go the 3 with Sean Manor with this one. Much better performance from him. Got a bit of the ball, hit the scoreboard with the 4 goals. With 4 goals won. The 2 votes is going to be Max Holmes for this one. Unlucky for him not to get the 3 votes because he hit the scoreboard as well. Over 800 metres gained too, back to his best footy as well. And this is what we want to see. When you put Max Holmes on the wing, that's where he plays his best football. I don't like seeing him at half-back or at the kick-ins or anything like that. Put Max Holmes in there in the midfield where he's supposed to be. And one vote. I didn't think about my one vote. I'm going to wing it here. I'm going to go with Shannon Neal. You know, can't go past the 3 goals, and when we needed a spark in the forward line as well, he stood up and great set of hands. He's good as well, and yeah, I mean, you could argue, you could put a Jack Barton, you could put an Osheen Mullen or a Ollie Henry in there as well. All
make
around,
a good argument for him, 100%.
They're honourable mentions for me as well. But look, all around, good team performance. We did what we had to do, but we need to see that in 4 quarters because, Collingwood next week at the MCG, it's not going to be an easy task as well. They were quite lucky last week against Hawthorn because Hawthorn kicked themselves out of this game too. And thank God we don't have Scott Pendlebury's record-breaking game next week either. You could thank the stars.
I can see some black and white United representation in the background there, so I'm seeing a little smirk there popping on the face in the in the green room here. So
for that as well, but I'm actually going to go to the game next week at the MCG as well. So
that's awesome.
Looking forward to it too. This was a marquee game I've always wanted to go to as well. MCG against the Pies. So let's hope we get the job done, Paul. Let's hope we get the job done, Hoops crew. So yeah,
fingers crossed.
But yeah, thanks as always, Paul.
No worries, mate. It's been good to have you on.
I'll let you go for some next guests, but yeah, good win.
Yeah, I think we're going to go 4 hours again at this rate. But have a good one, mate. I'll chat to you soon.
Go Cats.
All right. Next up. Oh, I do see Bianca. There we go. Let's bring the fellas in. Let me find my layout. There we are. Boom. Bianca, Brendan, how are we going?
Hey. Hello. He's coming.
Don't worry. We're all here. We're all here to chat to you anyway, Bianca. So, what did you make of the game?
It was good in the last quarter. I feel like for the first 3 quarters, it was up and down.
No.
Yes.
I thought the first 3 quarters was terrible.
Well, there you go.
No, but you
Don't
want to know about you. What do you think?
Bianca, you were voted like the Hoops Crew. What do we call you? The Hoops Crew Community Member of the Year, whatever the award was that you got a couple times running. Like everyone's here for you, Bianca.
Yeah.
Yeah. For the first 3 quarters, it was up and down, but in the last quarter, we just smashed them.
Yeah.
Like.
Oh, they were a young team that couldn't go anymore.
What else?
With 3 minutes to go in the third quarter, we were losing. We were down by 7 points.
Yeah.
And then we went into 3/4 time up by 17 points. It's like, it's insane. Yeah.
It was weird because like I haven't seen, so as Ben, maybe the word racy is probably not appropriate for this particular context, but I was, my wife and kids, we were getting a family photo session this afternoon, and they overlapped with the footy a little bit. My wife did not ask me when the footy was when she booked that time. So I missed the bulk of it. I tuned in about halfway through the third, just in time for things to really start to pick up. I'd been keeping a bit of an eye on the scores, but and was baffled as to what was going on. But then, yeah, I saw a Geelong team. Like, I tuned in time to see a Geelong team click. And firstly, I hope that carries on to next week and beyond, because I think a whole team cohesion thing has been lacking all year. So obviously there's the great hope for that. I've then, like, I got to see the remaining quarter and a half. I've gone back and watched the first quarter already. I still need to watch the second and the first half of the third, which is when Geelong played at their absolute worst, but I want to kind of get my head around that one a little bit. The first, I didn't really have any dramas outside of, you could, like, the last few minutes, North kind of hit a few targets that they hadn't been hitting before. But but otherwise, I was pretty happy with the first 3 quarters of the first quarter. The first, I guess 15 to 20 minutes plus the time on at the end. So what went wrong in the second and third? Was it just the cohesion thing? Like we've spoken a bit about Tanner Bruin not hitting targets specifically in the second tonight. I've heard about the Tom Stewart thing, but I haven't seen it myself yet. Was it just disposal efficiency that went through the floor?
Yes.
Or was there a bit more to it though?
And there was a big monster.
Sorry, that is
called
genuine
Tristan
curiosity
Sherry.
because I haven't seen it. So what was that?
There's a big monster called Tristan Sherry. Sorry, watching UFC. There was a big monster called Tristan Sherry, and he took us apart a bit.
Talk to me about his impact though, because again, when I look at his numbers,
so you look at his 30 disposals, right?
He only
operating-
had 23 hit-outs. Mitch Edwards had 20, but he had 14 clearances.
So pretty much
he was operating at about 40% disposal efficiency. So
That's
he's
not very
like
good.
he got a lot of it, but he just hacked it around.
Yeah, but that was what was happening. Instead of getting hit-outs, he was just monstering Edwards and just ripping it out of the ruck and just sending it forward.
We need a Reece Stanley for the muscle.
But it felt like I barely saw him in the last quarter. So it felt like Mitch Edwards almost seemed to work him over and sort of made it a 50-50 in the last quarter. But those first 3 quarters, he was just a freaking monster. The guy was just incredible.
I mean, not a surprise that, like the really big, strong, experienced ruckmen are going to be the ones that I think Mitch is going to struggle with the most.
Mm-hmm. But he came over on top and did it right.
And yeah, I'm not worried. Like, and I was saying it to, I think it was when I've lost track of who I was actually saying it to before, but I would imagine if you're Geelong and you're looking at going, all right, Tristan Sherry's getting a lot of clearances, right? And at face value, you go, that's a problem. Then you go, he's hitting the target 4 out of every 10. Yeah, okay, suddenly that's better than those clearances going to a Harry Sheasel or Luke Davies-Uniacke or any of those guys who would hit their targets probably 7 out of 10 times at least. Yeah. I feel like, and they were squashing those guys. I mean, LDU had some pretty explosive moments throughout the game. He was scary on a few occasions, just within the segments of the game that I've seen. But he was still down overall. He had 24. What's his name? Harry Sheasel, very, very well held with 20 and didn't do a lot of any significance. I think if you're Geelong, you go, okay, we'll cop that. And at the same time, you had a young plucky ruckman who was seeing ball, getting ball, chasing, tackling, second and third efforts. I was all right with it.
Yeah.
And I think if you're Geelong, I'd be okay with it going, all right, look, obviously it's pretty challenging for Mitch right now, but through a team perspective, there is no one I would rather have, like from the opposition, if they're going to have the ball, there's no one I'd rather have the ball right now than Tristan Sherry, who's butchering it at every turn.
What else? I don't even remember. The game was so long ago now. It was so long ago. What else did we see? Anyone else? Anyone impress you?
Sean Manor had a better game.
Yeah, he did. Big step in the right direction for him.
Yeah.
I think Close. What about Close? What do you think?
I don't know. I didn't see much of him personally.
The 2.5 quarters of the match that I've seen so far, I've actually been pretty impressed by him. His numbers also seem to reflect that it continued throughout the game, but there were some really good defensive plays. So, like, he's meant to be that link in the chain, right? There was some really important points where he was a hugely important link in the chain. He was playing that role properly. I feel like I've seen less of, since the heat has gone on him a little bit recently, I feel like I've been seeing less of the tapping over the shoulder stuff that he's done well at points, but can also, it's a much higher risk maneuver and sometimes brings him unstuck. I feel like he's been, trying to take the ball and dispose of it more lately, and I think that's working well for him.
Mm-hmm.
Spartacus says that Brad Close was asking Toby Pink what putter he uses on the 18th, both being very prolific golfers. I mean, Toby Pink didn't play today, so the joke only half works there, Spartacus. But
Who's with? Hey, don't you want to talk about the player that you went and saw today that you met up with?
who'd you meet up with?
George.
I did see Bianca kind of getting a little bit distressed in the background when the conversation was about George before, when Carrie was suggesting that we're getting into dicey territory when it comes to George.
I was like this.
I'm not sure. Like,
I'm still sitting there going, what more does he need to do? I think the biggest slide on him was his disposal efficiency previously wasn't great, but he's continuing to prove. He was firing at 76% today from 34 disposals, 12 clearances. Like, these are, and he's been doing that consistently this year. Outside of the very first game, where I was like, oh, hang on, the disposal efficiency is still a problem. This could be the problem here. He's stepped it up significantly.
yeah. I'm lost for words.
Ben says that I saw Bianca on the TV when they arrived at the stadium. The cameras must have swung across you at one point and you were spotted.
Really? Yeah, dog.
It was a dance cam.
No, apparently.
Oh,
I don't know if this is legitimate or not because I haven't watched the VFL. Did you shout justice for George during the VFL at all? Shadu, is this legit? Did you hear that through the speaker through the TV at some point? That would be unreal.
Nah.
And if so, I want it to be one of the two of you.
Nah.
we
That's a
won.
shame. But
Nah, we
Shadu,
were on our way to the game.
confirm,
We were watching
please.
it on our phone.
This
You're
was a
what, sorry?
short-
Might have been. Yeah, nah, we were watching it on our phone. We were watching the stream.
Oh, no, Shadu. I mean, obviously, clearly wasn't you two then, but Shadu did hear it. So that is amazing. That's absolutely a Hoops Crew community member.
Yeah.
It has to be. That justice for
There's more
George thing,
George
justice for
fans.
Jed. Oh, there's lots of
Hey.
George fans, but that's a Hoops
George.
Crew person that's there. I'm loving that. Shout out to whoever you are right now. If you're
Have a
just
look at
silently,
when you-
slyly watching in the background, take credit for that, please.
Look when the social media team put up a photo of George.
Yeah, no,
Look
popped
at the
up.
comments.
I
You
love.
look at the comments. the people
Yes,
are getting
George.
behind him. They're like,
We all know. We all know that he's absolutely up to it this level. And he just doesn't seem to be getting that opportunity at the moment. Him and Jai Clark. And look, pretty tough team to crack into, of course. But I don't know.
It's
I don't
crazy.
know what else they need to do.
crazy to think that Jai Clark's last quarter in the senior team is probably his best. He hasn't played
yes.
since.
And to be fair, I think he's played pretty good football even leading up to that point as well. His
He did-
finals
he
campaign
did
last
play-
year, outside of grand final day, where pretty much everyone stunk it up for the Cats on grand final day.
Yeah.
His finals campaign was pretty solid too. He's come back a bit bigger and a bit stronger again. Well, stronger again. Like he's needed to be bigger and stronger around the ball. He's been doing that. He did pick up the team and put them on his shoulders through that final quarter against Adelaide. He's a serious player. But it's just a shame for him that he can't seem to force his way in or retain that spot.
He didn't do too bad. either.
Especially when the likes of Warple are there, and Warple is probably at best only ever going to remain a fringe player at the Cats, you would think.
Yeah.
So why not invest a little bit more in some of these young blokes who we haven't seen their ceiling yet? Whereas I think we all know what the ceiling is for James Warple, regardless of whether it's what we've seen at the Cats or what we've seen at the Hawks. I think the ceiling for James Warple is very obvious.
Yep.
And if there's even a gut feel at the Cats that George or Jai can go further than him, then give him the opportunity. And I think we would all agree. I'd imagine most people watching as well. I think we would all agree that their ceiling is greater than James Warple's. So give him the chance. But you do get yourself in this weird spot. Like, are we trying to win a premiership? Or are we trying to invest in the future? I think even in the present day, Jai and George give us a greater chance than James Warple does.
Yeah.
And I'm not even
100%.
trying to rip too much on James Warple because I think there's been some really good things he's done. His disposal can be a bit atrocious at times.
Mhm.
But so is Baz's and so is Max Holmes at different points too. So you can cop it, but I just don't think the way, like the clearances, the type of clearance that a George Stevens gets, for example, versus what's his name, James Warple. George is the one he's there at the bottom, just like Warple, but Warple will try and break away and kick it, and he'll hack it, and he'll hack it from almost the center of the center square, and so the turnover occurs 30 meters out or something like that, which is not a great position for any team to turn the ball over because of the way this slingshot football goes on these days. George Stevens, on the other hand, he's not dumping it in there like that. He's extracting that ball and he's dishing it out to a Bailey or a Max who can then run 10 to 15 and launch at 60. Suddenly the ball's at the teeth of goal. I just think their clearance numbers look good. Tackling numbers look similar, but the type of clearance is different. And I think I would want more of a George Stevens style clearance than a James Warple style clearance right now.
Yeah.
But yeah. Anyway, Ben's going to start a stupid Discord channel now within the thing about the number of days since we beat North. So there you go, everyone. We're going to lose to North the next time we play him. Thanks to Ben for that one. Enough of the year. We'll go back to the whiteboard theme for today. I don't know if you guys have seen this yet. I took inspiration from the Brisbane Football Club off the back of the thing. So strengths and weaknesses for everyone. Ben Reeve, originality. Weakness, he just sucks.
Where's ours?
Yeah, I've got to add you guys to the list now. It's a big whiteboard. I've been doing it for everyone who's come on the show so far.
You're right. Right. See what he does.
I'm going to write it right now. So and Dorian, I'll swing it around. You'll be able to see it. But what were some of the other takeaways from the game?
Ooh,
I thought of something, but then just left my mind for some reason.
I am really.
Carrie was asking about Brad Close. What are you thinking about Brad Close at the moment?
He needs to do a little bit more.
I think he's. I don't know.
I think he's not as good as Tyson.
He was given. He's clearly locked down the spot because he was given a lot of chances to improve. He wasn't like George Stevens last year. Came in and was booted straight out when he didn't perform. But
messed up.
But yeah,
Justice for George.
I mean. We'll see next week. We'll see what happens next week. If we're
playing at Collingwood.
If we're truly back, I mean.
Yeah, I mean, look, say what you want about the Collingwood list, right? Like they're definitely not as strong as they once were in that regard, but they still have retained the ability to play 4 quarters.
Yep.
Is O'Sheen on Nick Dacos?
Surely.
Yep.
Surely.
No, they put him on Pendlebury.
No.
No, I mean, he has just come off 40, so who knows? But
they'll tag him out.
No,
tag him out the game.
Best energy. Here's the feedback. Brendan Bianca, the best energy. But you persist with Mitch Hardy too much. That's the weakness.
The magical number 41.
The magically uncapped number 41.
Yeah.
We'll never know. We'll never know.
I don't know. He's somewhere.
Oh, look out. We've got Hiroki 53 in here. It's go up Collingwood, up the Collingwood. So we've got ourselves a Pie supporter in here ahead of next week. We do have another one sitting in the green room that we'll chat to shortly. But
has anyone talked about Gryan Miers? Yeah.
Just through like continuing to speculate about the knee and what does or doesn't happen there. But did you have
I've got
another line to go down when it comes to Gryan, or
I personally would
go for the ACL surgery.
I'd personally like to see him just go get the surgery done. Because
it's partially torn.
If it's partially torn, I'd prefer. He's at an age where I think he could go get it done now and come back early next year. I'm just feeling like we're all going to be watching, and there's just going to be like a It's going to be like a ticking time bomb.
Because what happened with Sam
And-
Darcy?
If it happens round 22 or like first final, we might not see him till 2028. And then even so, like, let's say he gets through the next year and a half, and then he's like, how old is he right now? Gryan's like
I'll quickly bring him up.
26.
Is it, yeah, 26, something like that, I would have thought. I'll double check. But yeah, Ben's just jumped in there with one that I thought you'd like.
But
who are we looking for? Gryan Miers. There he is. He is 27 now.
27. So it's like
He can still come back.
Yeah, he's not a veteran, but I don't know.
His birthday was the end of March, so he's
Yeah,
only he's recently 27. So
yeah. I don't know. It just worries me. I don't like.
I think my current stance on it is that like you talk about, what if he goes down during a final? I think if we get to that point in the season, then we're rolling the dice in the same way that any player does on any given week. Like, because by that point he will have demonstrated what are we now, round 7? This was round 8. So we're talking about 16 or so games of football in the interim there, where he has backed up week by week by week, and has gotten through. And so at that point, I feel like if he was to suddenly go down with an ACL on that one, there's obviously certainly a very reasonable approach going, we knew this might have happened, but also this could have happened to anyone at this point. Like, he just goes down like any other player might unfortunately go down with an ACL. I think the bigger question, the bigger, I guess, concern is, if it happens if he comes back next week, as is being spoken about a little bit, if he comes back next week and then he gets through a few games, but if he doesn't say in the next month or so, there's probably no harm, no foul, actually, to be honest. But because it's still such a break, there's a dodgy window. If he goes down late in the home and away season, doesn't even get a crack at the final, or that round 18 through 22 sort of window, you go, have we just written off next season? Like, he can't help us for the finals now, and it's going to take away a very large chunk of next season as well. Have we just that's the dodgy window for mine. That's the one where I'm most anxious, I think.
Yeah.
Anything before or after, before I go, it's all right. He'll be back midway through the year. Gets some time to maybe play through the VFL or training or whatever and unleash him after the bye. Great, no worries. Anything later than that, I sit back and go, that was a worthwhile punt. Unfortunately, it didn't work out, but that was a worthwhile punt because look at how far we got with him, and we just got unlucky. And he went in the same way that any other player could go out there next week and potentially do an ACL. He was more vulnerable, but we got that far. It seemed like it was a decent enough risk. It's a tricky one.
Yeah. It does scare me.
It is a really tricky one. I'd also imagine, if they bring him back, and let's assume that things are going well, let's assume he doesn't do an ACL right away, and he's already played 2 games with a dodgy knee anyway. So he's demonstrated already a capacity to do it, which I think is why they're probably not just getting him under the knife. But my hope is that if he returns, that he gets 3 games on, 1 game off. And just give him that opportunity. Like, if there's any inflammation building up, take a week off, rest, ice on it, do nothing. That's kind of my hope. Yeah. Ben Reeve, if we do a game night after post game live tonight, you'll need to pay me more. That's kind of where I stand on Gryan, but I kind of took over that one. What about both of you, or are we kind of sharing a similar sort of?
I personally think,
or just
I don't know.
Get him under the knife now.
That's just personally me, because I feel like
surgery. Do the surgery.
I don't know. I don't like having that just every game going in with. Is it going to happen today? Because I don't know. Having said that, I'm not in there because I don't know whether it's I don't know what the doctors are saying because they're not really saying much. Are they saying that it is going to go at some point, but we might as well just keep playing through? Or is it something that might not go?
I mean, maybe it's a 50-50, and then the call then goes, all right, Gryan, what do you think?
Because I know that
the way the Geelong Football Club seems to handle so many things is they really empower their players, and maybe they're going, this is a 50-50 call here.
Yeah.
Player, in this case, Gryan, make the call.
Yeah.
What do you think? And that would fit in line with a pattern of behaviour with this club where they empower their players to make those decisions.
Yeah, because I know Sam Darcy, once he did it, that's when the news started coming out that they were like, he should have had surgery. He shouldn't have come back. Like,
when he had the hyperextension last year.
Yeah, apparently he needed surgery like then and didn't do it and just kept playing through, and now he's done it. And they were like, he should have sat out and just had the surgery then. I'm pretty sure that's what I heard. So
yeah, and that's fair because I guess in that case, like a hyperextension knocks you out for a month or so anyway. You go, okay, great. If you just got the surgery, you're a month into a rehab. Whereas I think in the case of Gryan, like he probably could have kept playing all the way up to this point based on the couple of games he played afterwards. And then since they've discovered everything, like they've been testing, they finally found it out. But he wasn't out because of an injury. He was out because they were being cautious, I suppose. And so I guess there's a slight difference, but it's a weird one. Yeah, like you're right. I feel like I'm going to be going to most weeks panicking and worrying, is this going to be it? I think the main thing is like for Gryan, like, can he go into a game without that weight? Because if that's going to be weighing on him on any given week, then that's going to affect his performance. Even if he gets through it unscathed, he's not going to be hitting targets in the same way that he normally does.
Yeah. I had the same feelings though as well with Jack Martin. Like, and now we don't even think about it. Like, I always thought, geez, soft tissue injuries are going to pile up, and I don't even worry about it anymore. So that's pretty, that's pretty good.
Yeah.
I was just thinking about that today too. It's just like, has he ever actually got an injury at Geelong? Touch wood, he hasn't, but
no. Yeah, no, so far so good for him. And I think that they went ultra cautious and conservative, and it's working pretty well.
Yeah. I don't know, I'm trying to think what hasn't been covered. Hopefully,
were there any other players that I guess really stuck out to either of you today for any particular reason?
Max Holmes had some good moments,
especially in that second half.
Yeah, when we needed it, just tucked the ball under his arm and just took off a lot.
I thought of the thing I was going to think of.
What?
Did you finish first?
No, it's all good. What do you got?
Dempsey put Sherry on a poster.
I haven't seen this mark yet.
Yeah,
Dempsey put Sherry on an absolute poster.
We let him know as well.
Good.
Sherry, you're on a poster.
Yeah, once we're done here tonight, I'll go inside and I'll watch the second and first half of the third, which I presume is where that mark occurred, because I haven't seen it in the first quarter and certainly not in the third onwards.
It was pretty good. It could have been better.
I've heard a bit about it though, so I'm keen to have a bit of a look.
Yeah, it was all right.
I actually thought of it. Okay.
What else we got? Is it? Because you gotta go to bed. You gotta go to bed soon. You have a game tomorrow.
Yeah. Well, do we want to get into votes?
I literally do not know.
It's gonna be a tough one to do votes.
Hang on.
All right. Right. By the third quarter, I was freaking retiring players again. Trying to get George back in. What do you got? Look at your stats. What am I going? Oh, geez.
Knox Holmes. Okay.
I'm going to go. All right, I'm not even going to look at the stats. I'm just going to say Neil 1,
Yep.
Mana 2, Holmes 3.
That was mine.
You
All three of those names have come up in other votes so far. So
Oh, okay.
in different orders and all that sort of thing, but they've all come up so far.
It's a tough one.
That was mine.
I'd give George 3.
George 3.
VFL law.
Give George Stevens 3. Yeah. No, not in the VFL.
Gary with the interesting one there saying Humphries was great. Now, what the 2.5 quarters I've seen so far, Humphries wasn't bad, but I don't know if he was necessarily
I think he was great.
the weapon that he usually is. He kicked a goal. Like I saw the goal that he kicked.
Scott Humphries was.
Oh, sorry, he was quiet. Oh,
Yeah,
I don't know what I was reading then.
Yeah, 12 disposals. He did goal though. That was
He did go late.
Sorry,
But everyone
Gary.
was getting that point.
Yeah, I know, right?
Screwed you up there. Yeah, that's an interesting one. I read that completely wrong. My bad.
Yeah, nah, you had it right. He was.
And so, sorry, Bianca, you've got the same votes then. Is that right?
Yes.
There you go.
Simple question for you then, George.
Sure.
In next week for the
Go
Pies.
Show them your 41. All right. She's going to go grab something. But yeah.
Okay, that's right. George, is he in next week?
No.
No.
I wish he was in, but
Emergency list is a step in the right direction.
I saw that. You know what? Like, I saw that he was named emergency. I was like, hello. And then on social media, they put up a photo of him with the
training and getting prepped. And it was, you thought, oh, hang on, here we go.
Thinking, oh, late change. And then there was a message, late change. I'm going to pull the late change. I'm like,
you go,
nah.
It's happening. It's on. We're on.
Nah.
We've got to stop all this though. Like if we keep talking about George Stevens too much, we've got Collingwood supporters here in the chat. They'll cotton onto him and they'll try and pull him across for next year. We can't have that. We've got to keep it low key.
Yeah.
You guys better not do that.
Again, we've got some black and white United representation in the background here. We've never. George Stevens is a horrible footballer. You don't want him. Yeah, good. He walked away. It doesn't want to buy into anything George is selling now. Good.
Cool. What have you got to show everybody?
Hey, nice.
Yeah, look at that.
And the number 41.
Yeah. Her girls. There it is.
When are you in next?
That's
When's
her
the next
playing
game?
jumper. So she's playing. Tell him, show everybody.
I am playing tomorrow at Caroline Springs.
Do you know what position you're playing in already, or is it a bit more of an on-the-day thing? Where are you lining up?
Midfield.
Nice.
Midfield.
And we're missing some significant players, so
Yeah, but they've got you as a pretty significant
That's
a
right.
pretty significant in, so that's all right. Don't worry about it.
It was funny.
You'll crush
She
it.
got tagged in her first game in under 12s, which was hilarious. But the coach was funny. The coach gave the opposition coach gave her
do I get
an award
it?
at the end,
I'll go get
and
it.
he actually said in his speech, he goes, "We actually had to tag her after quarter time because she was so bloody good." And then at every stoppage, she had two girls standing in front of her. It was funny as, but it was like, it's a compliment. But yeah, she's run off again. She's going to get her award. Oh, here she comes. Hurry up. You're leaving me on here by. No one wants to see
Ben
me.
says 5,000 Hoops fans to get to Caroline Springs tomorrow.
Bear!
9:50 tomorrow morning. There you go.
Very nice.
The award. And what else?
Congrats.
On my social media, on Instagram. Hopefully everyone has seen Bianca's goal from the under 14s.
I don't think I have yet. Hang on, I'm going to have to go over a look now.
Oh, you've got to have a look at it.
Hang on,
it's
let
pretty good.
me.
I scored 3 goals in the 12s and then came out and absolutely cooked in the 14s.
How recent is this post?
Within a week. It was from
Great.
last week.
I'm gonna.
And you have to see the celebration.
Oh, don't worry. What I think I'm going to do is put it on the screen for everyone. Let me bring us into a group discussion. Hang on, I'll bring you both back in a sec.
Probably about 3
There we
posts.
go.
ago.
And then we will screen share and we'll bring up Instagram.com/BJVella.
They're about the people about to see your goal.
Now, which one is it? Which
It
video?
is, go down. Down.
Bit of celebration here.
That one. On the end. Yep. You
Oh.
just hear my sister. There you
All
go.
the way! All the way!
Under the arm.
Oh!
And watch the celebration.
Was it?
Yeah.
Oh, you'll see me now too.
Where's the coach thing? Oh, yes, the coach is
And
happy.
Declan's there.
the fist,
coach
fist
is
pump up
happy.
along the way. That's what you like to see. Who was it that said it before? I think it was Ben that said it before. There's your
Wait,
there's
show
your-
him the other
there's
goal.
your future- Hey,
Show him the.
What?
Show him the.
No,
three from
the other
12.
ones. The other ones aren't that good.
which one do I need to bring up? We'll squeeze another one in.
The one next to it is her under 12. She kicked some goals in the under 12.
Oh, I think
I kicked three.
I'm going to
First
turn the
one
audio
is
off on that because
goal.
I'll get demonetized. But another one.
There's a couple there. She kicks it there.
Flushed it. Absolutely flushed it. As Ben says, look forward to seeing your exploits soon enough. The AFLW team. Oh, no, I forgot that there's the other goal there with the real celebration right against the fence. Oh, I should have kept
Yeah.
it going for a little bit longer. Damn it.
That was funny too.
That was the check side one. And
Little check side
I
outstep. Oh, no, hang on. Let's do this one more time. That one's worth. We need to bring that one up.
Everyone's seen the goal.
We'll have to scroll through the whole thing again now. Oh no, how unfortunate. We need to see Bianca kick more goals. What a
Bianca's enjoying
shame.
it.
And I think the next one might be the little
Give
check
us some
side.
commentary here, Bianca.
No.
Give us some commentary.
Yeah, sorry, because I can't have audio. So commentate your own efforts.
What was going through your
Here we
mind?
go. Look at that.
And
And
you
yeah,
got
the
angle
arms
here.
were spread for a second too. So
You got a better
There's a
angle.
better angle about to come
here
up.
we
here.
go.
You don't see the goal, but you see a celebration. What do you think?
And I kicked three. The first one wasn't there.
Yeah, he did. No one got it on video. That's all right.
But it was against the wind and I snapped
Not
it.
everything is going to be immortalized in film. But that's
One
where we
day,
get to
but-
really that's where we get to really put mayo on the story and make it sound even better.
50 out. Snap.
75 meters out, torpedo over your head.
Yeah.
Well, team, thank you both for coming on as always.
No, thank you.
Look forward to doing it again, hopefully next week after a cat. What we hope is a Cats win against the Pies.
Yep. And George gets the 3 Brownlow votes.
George
Yes.
with the 3 Brownlow votes.
That would be good.
Chris
Thanks,
Scott,
team.
hey, Chris Scott, listen to me. Free George Stevens.
Justice for George,
Come on, Scotty.
as someone screamed out. Clearly, a community member screamed out during the VFL today. Justice for George
Justice for George.
and Jed Buse while we're at it.
Hughes is good too.
Busey's a gun. Love him.
What do you say?
Go Cats.
See you, team.
See you next week.
All right. Next up, Lockie's in the background. I can see just his forehead at the moment. I'll look for a thumbs up. Are you good to go, Lockie? Maybe not. I can't quite see him. I'm going to take a punt and see if he's able to jump in. Lockie Miller, you there, mate?
I don't know why I can't hear you all of a sudden again.
Oh,
I need
no.
to leave 1 second. And I'll wait 1 second.
All right, well, we'll see how that goes, and I'll just hog both. You can get the best or worst of both worlds. I'll need to start preparing a spot on my whiteboard for Lockie. In fact, while we're waiting for Lockie, let's summarize our our feedback so far. So we began the night with Ethan. Ethan's strength is his great knowledge. His weakness is that he, as an American, he's fallen hook, line, and sinker for Foster's. It's a bad choice. Ben Reeve, his strength is, look, he's original. He comes up with some strange stuff, but he's original. The weakness is that he sucks. We've got Carrie and Marsh that came in next. Great predictions. They're tipping the Cats by 97 points for next week. Probably won't happen, but I like the ambition. Weakness, they what are they? Ben's in-laws or something? They got to associate with Ben. Carrie came on. He's got great analysis of the game. His big weaknesses, he comes from South Australia. It can't be helped. And then we've got the Vellas who've just been on great energy, but they continue to persist with Mitch Hardy. It's over. We delisted him. He was no good. Lockie looks like he's up and running again, so let's bring him back and we'll see what whiteboard prompts we have for Lockie off the back of all of this. There we go. Boom and boom. Let's see how we're going audio-wise. We're working?
All good now.
Nice. How are you traveling?
Not too bad. Yeah, I know. 2 weeks in a row. I can't believe it. Unbelievable.
What'd you make of it all?
I don't know. I thought at first half, oh, here we go again. This is going to be the same stuff. But it was good to see us fight back in the second and show a bit of effort and, I don't know, get a good win in the end, I guess. But, gee, it was some worrying signs early once again. That's what I don't know.
Yeah, I've kind of missed the whole worrying signs part of it. I did not mean it, but it's all my wife's fault. Found myself in a family photo shoot during the time of the game. So I kind of missed the first 2.5 quarters and tuned in just in time to see us roll all over the top of them. So
yeah,
I've gone back and watched the first so far. So I've still got to watch the second and the first half of the third quarter, which is obviously where the problems were for us. But I was pretty taken by what I saw in the first. Obviously, we ran all over the top of them late. But
yeah, I think that second quarter was...
What happened in the second? What was it? Like, we spoke a bit about disposal efficiency in particular.
Disposal efficiency. I think there was 2 times where we were kicking out from goal, direct turnovers.
Yeah, Tom Stewart was one apparently. And
then might have been Warple, not kicking out, but just a turnover in the back line. The Tom Stewart one. Oh, mate, that was that was ridiculous. I don't know how he did that. You wouldn't accept that at Auskick, honestly. Was
it that bad?
Oh, it was a direct turnover in front of goal. Like,
I need to probably just have KO on the replay on my other screen here as we go, just so I can gradually catch up. But
it was just the loudest sigh around the stadium. I couldn't believe he was so flattered himself as well. But and
he would have hated it.
Sean Manor, I think it might have been the first quarter. He had a set shot from about 3 meters out and he missed, spread it across the face. So he was flat as well. He was shattered. But I still don't know where we are, like where we sit. I think I'm still pretty concerned about our movement from the back line. And yeah, I don't know where we sit at all. Like, a good win, I guess, in the end, but you can't play a final for a quarter and a half.
No.
Like, I don't know. Like, we just ran over the top of them, which were probably the better side, obviously, but I don't know.
Look, they're chock full of talent. Like, if you look at that 23 on paper, you go, these blokes are going to be seriously dangerous in the next few years. The problem is that a lot of them are just super young and their bodies still need to develop. And when they come across an equally, maybe not even equally, there's maybe an argument to make that the players on their list are more skilled than ours overall. But when they've just got the bigger bodies, the experience, the poise and control that some of these guys, some of their youthful players don't have, then it becomes a problem, and eventually we just ground them out.
Yeah, I don't know. Where do we? I know you haven't seen the whole game, so it's hard to make a judgment. Where do you think we sit? Like, I still don't think we're that good this year. We're not rolling yet, that's for sure.
Yeah, I think I think the problem is that we haven't seen us up against a top shelf team where we're playing typical Geelong football yet. Because I think, and look, that maybe that says all we need to know. That maybe the reality is that that we can't find it this year. Like it's one of those 2015 years where we just can't seem to click long enough and consistently. I was saying before when I had Ben on that I feel like at the moment, or maybe I can't remember who it was now at this point. It feels like most games we've got about 7 or 8 blokes who are firing on all cylinders, and the rest are being dragged along. And maybe the next week it's a different 7 or 8, but we haven't had the whole team up and running and ready to go. And in the case of the Gold Coast game, it was even less than 7 or 8. But
that's a mulligan. That's a forget game. That's just
like even last week against Port, I could sit back and go, there's 7 or 8 blokes I could put a tick next to, but the rest were completely missing. And in some of our wins, like I think about the Dogs game, of like take Jeremy Cameron out of it, and all of a sudden,
I know that's what I was saying. I didn't even think that was too good of a win. Like I know Jez kicked 10, but Jez kicked 10, and who did what else? Like I don't know. Like even tonight, like we walk away with what, a 50-point win, and doesn't feel like a win, does it? I don't know. It doesn't feel like a win to me, in a way. Like, I know it sounds stupid. Like how spoiled can you be? But like a 50-point win,
we're used to it now,
feels...
right? Like our bar of expectation is higher than what most other fan bases would be because of 20 years of being right there.
Yeah, absolutely. But I don't know. We were so poor again tonight in the first half. Like that second quarter, especially, I thought they were going to run over the top. I was worried. I was about to rule a line through the season if we had lost that. Because I thought they were going to.
I probably would have been the same if that was the case.
I thought they were going to really get on, but it was really positive to see like a lot more effort in the second half. I think.
Yeah.
What's this guy saying? Do Carlton fans get half?
Don't mind Ben. He's just being a smart ass, but because they leave at halftime, it's a fair call.
They should, to be fair.
No.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, it's hard to get a read. Like I'm really interested to watch this quarter and a half that I haven't seen so far, but.
The second quarter's abysmal. It is shocking.
Around the midfield. The midfield, I think, is where all the problems are. The defenders have been under siege, and I don't think they've been clicking like they need to.
I think the defense is under siege big time, yeah.
Yeah, but I don't I wonder what it would be like if the midfield was kind of, and I'm not even talking about the offensive side of it. I'm mostly talking about the defensive structures through the midfield. If they were getting that right, and the defenders got a bit more time to breathe, I think they'd be able to perform their role like normal. Like Sully's been fine. Sam De Koning's been fine. Tom Stewart obviously had moments, but he's actually, been otherwise getting closer to his best for the majority of this season. Lawson Humphries is still largely, he was a bit quiet today, but has largely been playing good football. Zach Guthrie's been down for sure. Jake Cole-Jasny comes back and has put in he's one of those 7 or 8 for my mind today. He was fantastic from what I've seen so far. And
that was ridiculous dropping Cole-Jasny last week.
Yeah,
especially
dropping Collar and Sam De Koning going out managed doesn't make a lick of sense.
That was a coaching blunder. Cole-Jasny getting dropped. I couldn't believe it. That was ridiculous.
Yeah.
But,
I think, but they're being set up to fail often by the midfield, and it's not even because they're refusing to get back. It's the stuff that we apparently was one of the main problems through that second quarter, which was just the disposal efficiency, torching our teammates. And the problem I keep finding is, Geelong's always done such a good job over 20 years now of not necessarily winning the clearance. The ball goes into the defense. We break even. Eventually we bring it out. Maybe the opposition gets a goal, but we do a pretty good job of forcing it behind, of turning the ball over, and we go from there.
Well, that's the thing. We're a turnover team. We normally attack on turnover, and we're just.
But the problem is we get the we generate a turnover, and then we butcher it ourselves, and we've left out everyone's all at sea at that point.
Well, there's 2 incidents tonight. I think they were probably the second quarter. One of them was Tom Atkins, just a hack kick for no reason, and goes out last disposal, and then really weird one from Connor O'Sullivan coming out the back line. I think he torped it just to no man's land. I'm like, wow. But I actually think it was pretty positive, the turnaround. But again, it's hard to... in the last 5 or 6 years, I haven't found it this hard to read Geelong. Like, it is...
Yep.
It is so hard to read us. Like, I don't know where we sit, honestly.
Yeah, no, I'd agree. If we go and... if we can bottle what we did in that last quarter and a bit and take that into a game against the Pies, and then do
So
the job.
we should be beating the Pies. Like
Absolutely.
we should be beating them, but what should just be? I think we'll beat them. We always win those sort of games. I think we should beat them.
Yeah, we do. Yeah, we do.
But-
Even when the Pies were, pinching wins left, right, and center in 2023, we still got them.
I think we'll win. And see, if we had a one on Easter Monday, that result gets flipped, so we're in a little bit better of a position. But
Oh, you can put a line through that. That's a coin flip.
That's a
Most
coin
games
flip.
against the Hawks, that's just a coin flip. So
but every game, go through every game. Gold Coast, no good. Oh, that's just forget. They were always going to win that.
I'll bring up the
Round
entire
one
picture
against-
just so we don't miss one. But Freo, we didn't play a full
Freo,
game.
we concede 50 in the first quarter. Round two was the Crows, I think.
Yeah, that was the Crows. And like
Sluggish game.
we controlled it, but yeah, it wasn't a great effort from us.
No.
And even then, they did get their noses in front early in the last quarter.
Yeah, it's just sluggish. And then it was, who was after the Crows? Was that Gather Round?
That was Hawthorn then.
Oh, okay, so coin flip.
But then West Coast, which was gathered.
And then it's
Gather
West
Round
Coast
game.
at Norwood. We were never going to lose that.
But it still took us a quarter and a half to actually.
Yeah, exactly. And that
start
also,
putting away.
it took us a quarter and a half to get into the. Oh,
A
geez,
team who just lost to Richmond.
it's been a rocky start.
And then from there, we're pretty much into our more recent history. So yeah, obviously the Dogs, but that's probably the win equivalent of the Gold Coast game where we go, okay, put a line through it because they were
Well,
shot
that's
to
what I'm
bits.
saying. When we won that Dogs game, I was up and about thinking, oh, how good's this? We've finally had a good win. Then when you really sit back and think, well, they had half their team out and
Yeah.
Jez kicked 10, but who did what else? So I don't know.
Yeah, I think there's no game where I look. In fact, the game where I go that I feel like I'm most confident in where we are at as a club comes from a loss, the Geelong and Hawthorn game. That's the one.
I actually agree.
That's the Geelong, and yet we lost.
Oh, mate. I still stand. We haven't had a good win yet. Like,
Yeah.
oh.
Our best.
Well, and
our
it doesn't
best
get any
game was a
easier.
loss.
We have the toughest month in footy coming up. It's ridiculous. It is. We honestly could go 0-4 in the next month. We won't because we're Geelong.
No,
but
we won't because one of those is against Carlton.
no, that is like danger game written all over it.
It is. They'll finally bob up. But yeah,
They
Pies
will.
next week, then Brisbane and Sydney, which are rough ones
I think we beat the Swans though. I think we'll beat the Swans
at GMHBA.
at GMHBA.
Yeah. But yeah, you talk about a month, right? But like even after that, we've got an Adelaide who are not flying, but they're not.
Yeah, it's the Crows.
You can't
It's
take
an
it easy
away
against
game.
them. Gold
And
Coast, and then Freo again.
We'll beat the Suns, but Freo at
Wide
Optus, like Freo at Optus. Wow, that's going to be tough.
And guess what? Guess who we play immediately after the bye?
Who?
Brisbane again.
Oh,
Brisbane
my.
again.
No, this is why we had to bank this. We had to win this week. We had to win last week.
Yeah.
But I'm actually lost tonight. But like, it just feels a bit off. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm pretty keen to check out this second quarter in particular and just work out like if it's just bad disposal, like if we were playing the way we want to and they've just butchered it.
I still think we looked so shaky coming out the back line. Like,
yeah, that's the thing. If it's decision making, if it's
slow,
the
we're
team
so
structure
slow.
falling apart, then and yeah, probably speed. Then there's pause for concern. If it is just like because I have heard so much talk about Tanner Bruin was the one that has been cited the most throughout the course of the night, and I took a look at his quarter by quarter numbers. He was operating at 80. What did I say? It was 75% in the first quarter. It was 83% in the last, and it was 100% disposal efficiency in the third. But in the second, 17% from 6 disposals.
The second, shocking.
And I was just wondering if all of the players are like that, and things collapse not because we were playing the wrong way, but because we couldn't hit a target, then I can kind of ignore it. But if it's more like what Shadou's saying here, where it's we butchered it badly, but there's we lacked composure thing, that's the problem. Or here we go, big fella's trying to pin it on Bucks, who was our defensive coach last year. I.e., we need them back. Our defensive coach last year was James Kelly. He's still at the club. Stephen King was the midfield coach. Stephen King is now gone. James Kelly's moved into the midfield.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I don't. And I'm normally positive about the club, but I don't know. I hope we beat Collingwood. That'll get me up and about. I don't care how we win. Any win against Collingwood at the G, that's a good win. Has to.
Shadoo's got a question for you because this person has been a topic of discussion a little bit within the Hoops community the last 12 months. Does Catman know the Hoops crew?
I don't know. He probably does, to be fair. I don't know.
I ripped Catman at the end of last.
I seen that. Oh no, he did say that actually. I think no, he would. No, the thing. Okay, I'll actually give you some insight into Catman. About Catman. Catman, really nice guy. The only thing about Catman is he likes to say stuff that's stupid to get a reaction, and sometimes he pushes it too far. And also, eating cat food is not like that's ridiculous. I've told him he's an idiot.
That's next level stuff. There we go.
He's an idiot. He shouldn't do it.
I initially shocked. Now I'm just stoked that Catman saw me rip him last year.
Oh, mate, he would have. He would have. I think he reshared it into our group chat. If I can remember.
Ah, shit.
Oh my god. He says some stupid stuff, and that's Catman there.
I think my highlight was I review video games for a living, and this is not a fucking video game. I think it was almost word for word what I said at one point.
Oh, gee whiz.
I think I need to go watch that again. It was good fun. Talk to me about your thoughts on Gryan. The talk is that he may well be back next week. And of
spoke
course,
to him. I spoke to him pre-game. I don't know. He seems really down, to be honest.
I would be too if I was him.
Yeah. Talk about him being back next week. Who said that? Chris Scott.
I don't know where. Chat. I've seen it flagged in the chat a few times where he's coming back next week. Can someone in the chat?
I'm gonna go with no. I don't think he'll be back next week.
I remember the medical report saying it was 1 to 3.
Yeah, it's a Geelong medical report. I wouldn't trust it.
Yeah,
it's a Geelong.
It'll become TBC and then indefinite before you know it. So
it's a weird one because like he's obviously done something to his ACL, but they're obviously just willing to risk him, I guess.
I reckon it's just a 50-50, and Geelong being Geelong, they empower their players, and they've gone, all right, Gryan, what do you want to do? And he's gone, his stance was, all right, I want to take the chance.
Yeah, but everyone's going to say that, so it has to come back to the medicos at the end of the day. Like every player would say, I'll take the chance. No one would go, oh. I feel like every player would just go, oh, I'll play. But I don't know. Like it's not like he's got a sore finger. It's an ACL we're dealing with.
Yeah, it's
like,
an ACL, right?
If he plays, imagine the what do you call it? Ridicule? Or what do you say? Like
the criticism will come, yeah.
If he plays and does his ACL in the game, that he can't or even a few weeks down the line, if he does his ACL, the criticism that'll be like a review into the club. Like it'll get serious.
Which is where I'd hope that they've dotted their I's and crossed their T's and kind of gone through the whole process. And look, maybe we do come to learn that the idea of them turning around to Gryan and going, here's all the stuff, and maybe them going, it's like they might look at the data and someone's come back and said, there's a 50-50 chance here whether it goes or not. It wouldn't surprise me in the slightest and I am obviously making that up. I don't have that info, but in that hypothetical, and they turn around and go, okay, mate, your call. Do you want to take the chance on your body or not?
The thing about Gryan,
I'm like, then no worries, because they can easily push it out there and go, we asked the bloke and he said he wanted to take a chance, and look, he did an ACL. You're right. The next month and a bit is the one where
I don't think Gryan will not be back within a week. He won't be back next week.
The next month from his return, whenever that is.
Yeah.
The first month or so afterwards, that's the real.
No, not even that though. The rest of the season, because if he does his ACL 8 weeks later, they're still going to come for him. The media,
I think the I was saying when I was chatting to the Velas before, I think the danger zone for him is if he does it in that round 18 to 24 sort of window. Like if we by some chance make it to finals with him, in my eyes, we look at the chances of him doing an ACL they're not equal, but like that could happen to anyone really. You've made it through 15 games or so at that point. You got unlucky. It happened. And that could have been anyone else on the team. And we hope it won't be, but it could have been anyone else on the team. That round 18, and like we got you to finals, like you were there to take us potentially all the way. But if it happened in like that round 18 through 24 window, that is the worst possible time for it to go in my mind.
Well, then he's like gone for next year.
He basically, yeah, exactly. He kind of writes out next year. So,
which would be, yeah. I don't know. I honestly don't think he'll be. This is one of those ones I think he won't play for another month or maybe more.
Yeah.
I think, honestly, that's what my gut feel. What's this,
Gryan?
Gryan?
Gryan wasn't right before the ACL news. Lack penetrating kick and confidence. I don't want 50% Gryan. I want 100% Gryan, which is fair because yeah, those two games, Hawthorn and West Coast, they weren't great. Like you would have seen it. I assume were you at Geelong and Hawthorn? You were at East Monday, I assume.
Yeah.
Like I was there from the moment the MCC gates opened, and I was sitting there watching him on the oval at the time when he was doing his medical test, and I put it all in our Hoops Discord. I'm like, they're testing his lateral movement right now. Now that could have been knee, that could have been groin, it could have been hips, it could have been any number of things. But it was like it was clear there was a problem relating to his sideways movement.
Well, that's the thing about an ACL. You can run straight. The one player in the league that doesn't run straight and just decides to like kick around his body
is him.
It's Gryan Miers. So it's like, what
it makes it even riskier. Yeah.
They have to be certain that he's not going to do it. I mean, he could do it. Like anyone could do an ACL, but like,
yeah, that's the thing.
Going to be clear. So. He's obviously, they're not going to risk someone's ACL.
I hope whenever he returns, it's 2 or 3 games on, 1 week off. Just like if you're trying to build him up and give him a chance, if you genuinely think there's a chance that he can make it, and you want to give him every chance, you give him 2 or 3 weeks on, week off, ice it up, rest up, get yourself right. We lost your camera for a sec there, Lockie. Don't know if you can still hear me. But rest yourself up, get yourself good to go, and then come back in a week. And we lost him. He's back. I don't know. I can't see him. I'll give you another 30 seconds or so, Lockie, and we'll see what works out. But yeah, we'll see how that shakes out anyway. It's a really tricky situation that he's in. So let me go full screen for the time being. I'll give it another 30 or so, and then we'll see if we can get. Oh, there we go. Got him back. Hang on.
Sorry.
Back?
No,
good?
You're not going to believe what happened. Catman started calling me.
No.
So, I don't know.
Are you talking shit about me on the Hoops Crew?
Someone must have sent him a link. I don't know. No, I don't know what happened.
Send. I can't believe I'm doing this. Send Catman the link to the show.
I'll send him the link. He probably watches regularly. I assume.
Send Catman the link.
I'll send him the link.
This could be the greatest hour of Hoops Crew content, or whatever it ends up being.
No, he's out for dinner right now though.
Dinner at 11 p.m.
No, they do like some pizza,
smash your quarter pounder and then get over here.
They're doing some pizza thing. I'll get him on though. I'll send him the link.
Yeah, send him the link. The whole table can get in on it.
And he'll still be in his Catman gear. So, Jesus. What were we saying? Yeah, Gryan Miers ACL.
Ben is already there saying hello, Catman. If you're watching, put Paul in his place.
Oh fuck! Shit.
This could be cinema if this happens, but anyway.
Oh mate, it'd be generational.
Make it sound like we're really adversarial, but I just dunked on him for a bad post grand final call. Anyway, yeah, Gryan in the knee. I don't know where we're at now before your tech issues kicked in.
Nah, Gryan will be fine. I think he'll play. He'll obviously play this year, I think. Or is it one of those ones where the Geelong, they just keep telling us, oh yeah, he'll be fine, and then he just never plays?
They just keep kicking the can down the road. That feels like just as likely as everything else.
He's so flat. I seen him pre-game. He's so flat. I don't know.
And he doesn't carry himself that way. Like,
no. No. I seen Bailey before the game. Had a chat with him. Guess what he said to me?
Oh, go on.
He goes, oh, well, I actually got excited. He goes, oh, Lockie, how are you? I'm thinking, what? Bailey Smith knows me. That's a celebrity. He goes, oh, Lockie, how are you? I seen you in Adelaide walking down Rundle Mall. I was trying to wave out to you, but you were drunk off your head. And I'm like,
were you on the phone? You were probably talking to me at the time.
I was probably that's what I was probably on the phone with you. And I'm like, what? I ignored Bailey Smith in Rundle Mall. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, you chose me. Good call.
Unbelievable. The Hoop Show. Everyone subscribe.
Ben's gonna lose his mind at that one.
It was like, wait, I couldn't believe it when he just goes, "Oh, Lockie, how are you?" First of all, he knows my name. Second of all, he's trying to wave out to me. And third of all, I ignore Bailey Smith, one of the great cats of all time.
To talk to this dickhead.
I know, like Hoops Crew. Come on.
Shadoo's just said that the Hoops Crew cock blocked Lockie from Baz.
Oh, they did. Did they? What? What's the whiteboard for? What's the...
I've been, like, I assume you've seen the Brisbane stuff today, right?
Briefly. I haven't had a chance to really look at it.
They basically, someone managed to take a photo of the whiteboard, which basically had strengths and weaknesses of every player.
And Ben Mackay was a weakness.
Ben Mackay had no strengths, and his weakness was
everything.
I can't, but basically everything is shit. And like, you know, there was strength for Zach Merritt, but his weaknesses is selfish, and there was a whole bunch of other pros and cons for everyone. Someone took a photo of it, and it kind of hit the media. No confidence. Shadoo's that. Yeah, it's no confidence for Ben Mackay.
That's light. That's letting him off light.
Yeah, that's probably letting him off the hook a little bit. But yeah, that photo got out, so I just started kind of taking the piss out of it a little bit by like everyone who's come on so far. So we'll have to strengths. I know exactly off the back of that little story. I know exactly where we're going to go with your strength. Chooses Hoops Crew over Baz.
Yes.
If I had weakness is probably the same thing. Chooses Hoops Crew.
Yes, I was gonna say it's the same. It's a double up. I couldn't believe it.
Well, I saw you right before you jumped in here. I saw you wandering around. Was that just, were you still kind of in transit back home?
Well, I'm actually. This is a funny story. I'm actually staying in Geelong tonight.
Oh yeah, okay.
With the North Melbourne cheer squad. They randomly book a hotel and they're like, "Lockie, do you want to come over?" I'm like, "Yeah, I'll come over."
Yeah, nice.
So I'm just
and there
in
we
the
go.
hotel.
Lockie chooses Hoops Crew over Baz. We got it on both sides. We're good to go.
Oh, that's unbelievable. It's good stuff.
I'll have to leave it more like this in the background, so it's just like a random thing that people see in the background. Bit more sus, like what happened with Brisbane.
Oh, yeah, that's crazy. Come with that.
It's a good.
How many touches did Ben Mackay have today?
Oh,
did he crack the 6 touches?
Let's have a look.
His line on Sportsbet was 6.5 touches.
6.5.
That is
he had 5.
Oh, he went under. Oh. Wow.
Hit the target with only 3 of those, by the way.
He's really bad. Yeah,
well. So bad.
Wow. That's poor. What do you think of Brad Close tonight?
Step in the right direction again, from what
I
I've seen
agree.
so far.
And Sean Manor.
Oh, Mannor's a big step in the right direction. He just needed to find form again. But Brad, I've been feeling like, and again, there's a quarter and a half I haven't seen yet. But Brad, it was kind of a combination of form, but also the way he's been playing. I haven't been wild about his knock-ons can be handy at times when he's in full flight and he's really in form, but he hasn't been in that sort of form. So I've just been really wanting to just grab the ball, and even if he's hooking it over the shoulder, I don't mind. But take clean possession and not like.
He loves that hook over the shoulder. That's his signature move.
It works well, but I feel like he hadn't even been going for that as much.
No, he had good game tonight though.
So I think it was a good step in the right direction.
I agree.
The chat continues to chant for Catman. Come on, Troy, get in here and tell Paul to go smoke a blunt and chill.
I don't know if he'll get in. I think he's driving. I don't know. He's finished dinner now.
We'll see what happens. We'll have to. Who
do we have next week? We have. Oh, actually, next week he'll get in next week because he'll be staying in Melbourne, right next to the MCG.
We'll have to see what happens. Yeah, I might be. It depends on whether I go to the game next week or not. Because then for me it's about an hour and a bit back. We'll see what happens.
You have to get him in.
I mean, if Ben even is hosting for a bit, then I'll just jump in and we'll just kick Ben out in time for myself and Troy to chat.
Oh, I think
It's gonna go-
he's.
We're making it sound like
So-
it's going to be a disaster, but we'll end up getting on like a house on fire. It'll end up being great.
I promise you, he's actually a nice guy, but he says some stupid shit. He says some crazy stuff.
But do you like he probably knows that, right? At the end of the day, and it's all just
No, he
playing the
knows
character.
that. He like baits people. I don't know.
Yeah, he's
like,
playing the character,
yeah, I don't know.
which is exactly like how I was even in in the actual video that I put together. Like I don't rant and rave like that, but it was good.
Yeah, I
fun.
know. I've seen it I've watched it like 3 times.
It was so much fun to do it.
It's a great video.
So
It is
that's
a great
that's
video.
my legacy. That's my Geelong related legacy.
I love it. It's unbelievable. Do you get to many games? How many games do you get to?
Not as many as I'd like to. I used to go all the time since having kids. That's made it.
I remember
harder.
I saw you and Ben at GMHBA last year, I think.
Yeah, that would have been. I reckon that was like round. It was the Freo game, I reckon.
Oh, round 1. Oh, was it?
'Cause I was getting like, who'd we bump into? Ben, help me out here. Who were we chatting to?
Jake Rippon.
Oh yeah, Jake and the team was setting up doing video at the time, and we just wandered past and they lost their shit, ripped us in.
Yeah, I was there. I was there as well.
You there at the time?
I think I seen you guys there.
Um,
Yeah, no, I actually was there. We started like losing it. We're like, oh, the Hoops crew. In real life, like, wow,
As I live and breathe.
unbelievable.
Yeah, I need to get there more often. It's like I'm in a weird spot when it comes to getting to GMHBA. It's about an hour and a half drive from here. It's kind of an awkward
That's
commute.
annoying. Yeah.
The G is the easy one for me, and I'm an MCC member, so I can just kind of wander in.
Oh, just wander in.
which is nice. But yeah, it's a wife who is a professional photographer, so she does a lot of her stuff on the weekend, and then trying to get coverage for the kids can be a bit tricky. So it's really kind of the last few years it's become a bit harder. But as my son gets older, he's getting more and more keen to get to more games. I'm like, great, I can see the light here, which gets me to more and more of myself.
Nah, that'll be good. Be unreal.
Spartacus says, seen you at Optus last year against West Coast.
You see me at Optus? That's fun. That's awesome. See me again soon. I'm coming back to Optus. Fremantle in a couple of weeks. You'll see me there.
Oh, there we go. Nice. Ben's ripping on me and continuing talks about me owning a corporate box.
You're a corporate.
I don't.
I despise corporates. I hate corporates.
No, I'm not corporate.
I'm a cheer squad nuffy.
No, I got no problem with that. I'm definitely not the corporate box person.
No way.
Last year it was the weirdest experience. So last year for the prelim, I went to the G. My old man and a few of his mates had booked a spot in one of the dining, like the MCC dining areas.
Oh yeah.
So it's behind the glass, and I couldn't believe, I've never done it before in my life. Don't get me wrong, the food was awesome, but the amount of noise from that Geelong hall, I desperately wished I was in my normal seat because
mate,
that glass is so thick it just kills all of the noise. It's not silent.
It was the best. It was one of the best days of my life.
People, but it blunt.
That was the loudest crowd I've ever been involved in. That was the loudest crowd ever.
Yeah. That's what I keep hearing, and I kind of missed it.
No, it was actually ridiculous. It was that loud, and we're Geelong fans. We're normally not loud. It was ridiculous. It was off its head. It was actually crazy.
And I was on the wrong side of the window. Gave me the shit.
I left the cheer squad. I went to the standing room, and I was just jumping around, throwing beers. It was one of the best nights of my life.
I glassed some bloke.
Who glassed someone?
No, that was a joke. I was projecting for you. You went and glassed someone.
Oh yeah, wow, yeah. Oh, great joke.
Yeah, not the best. All of a sudden, there's a bunch of people who've just joined our Discord. So I wonder if off the back of you sharing stuff in there, maybe people are jumping in the Discord.
People are jumping
that way. I don't know.
Am I in the Discord? I don't even know if I'm in the Discord.
I don't know. Drop the Discord link in there if you're still. Oh, you are still popping around. Oh, also should ask. Are you coming to the Gabba in a few weeks?
I actually am. I'll be at the Gabba. I'll be at every game this year. Hopefully, if I have money. That's the only issue. My money. But I want to get there.
That's awesome.
Hopefully, I'll be there. If you're ever at a game and you want to come find me, you know where to find me. Loud idiot with a big flag behind the goals.
go down to the cheer squad. We'll find you.
Correct. Come say good day.
I'll make sure next game I'm in that I'll just wander over anyway.
Yeah. No, it'll be good.
There we go. Shadoo's just dropped the Discord link in there for everyone who's watching at the moment. And
I'll join after this. I dabble in Discord sometimes. I don't mind it.
It's in the descriptor as well, so that'll make it a bit easier than the comment section.
How many viewers we got in right now? Am I making them leave?
Where are we? Oh, hang on. I've closed the window on my side. Oh, that'd be about 50. So at
There's
this point,
50 watching.
We've gone 3 hours. It's not too bad.
11 o'clock. That's good.
We had about 60 when we were still going at about midnight last week, so it's not too bad at all.
I went back and watched a bit of that post game.
It starts getting pretty loose towards the tail end of these.
I was gonna say a few loose units in there.
Horacio's in the background here. We'll end up talking about his curtain soon, I'm sure. He seems to be frozen. We'll see if he's up and running when the time comes. But any other thoughts on the game though? Before I let you get some.
Oh yeah, the game. Oh yeah, we went off track.
Yeah, we played a game of football, didn't we? Yeah, we spoke too much about Catman.
The game. I don't know. One of those games where we just bank the 4 points and move on. But if we had lost, I would have given you guys some thoughts tonight. Gee whiz.
I want Paul and see how it all goes.
You have to have a dance off. Yeah, do that.
Ben actually did a pretty good impression of it before. I should have clipped that out.
Have you seen the Catman dance that he does? That motorbike dance.
Yeah, Ben did a low key awesome impression of it earlier. So
I have to say it. Someone sent it to me right now.
So Ben, if you can clip that out of yourself, just go back into the video. Even just give us the timestamp of when you did it. I can't remember. He wasn't on for that long. So
you definitely have to get Catman on. You can clip that up, put that on Instagram. Imagine how many views you get. Yeah,
even just setting that aside, it'd be good to just.
Just
found the segment with Ben on it, but whether I'll be able to find him doing the motorbike thing is a whole other. But it was tonight. It was in this exact same stream. He did it tonight. So
Catman tried to make me do the motorbike dance tonight. I'm like, no chance, mate. No chance.
Shit. Yeah, I think I need to get down there one day.
Mate, the winner's circle. You know the winner's circle?
Yeah.
You know about the winner's circle?
Or maybe I don't then. Maybe it's...
Winner's circle after the game. We do it. Catman, he hosts the fucking... He gets everyone...
No, this is definitely not what I thought it was. No, that's all right. Go on then.
Outside the gate, whichever end the cheer squad's at, he gets all the Cats fans out, and Catman hosts a circle where we just go around in circles for like 5 minutes, singing and dancing songs and throwing streamers and doing the motorbike dance.
So that's when you do it.
That's when we do it. I don't know. I'm going to ring him and see what he wants, and I'm going to message you guys on Instagram and see if it's about you guys, but...
We'll see how it goes.
I'll see how it goes.
Well, before I bring Horatio in, I should get a 3-2-1 from you, mate.
3-2-1. Well, Baz was quiet.
He started to really take off in the
did he?
In the second half, but
3-2-1. Oh, jeez. Well, Sheasel no impact tonight.
Yeah, he
Sheasel
was pretty
so
well
Mullen.
down.
Give Mullen a couple votes.
That's fair.
Mullen will have 2. 3 votes. Oh shit. Oh, Manor maybe. Manor kick 3 or 4.
4 in the end.
Manor can have 4. Oh wait. Tanner Bruin and Max Holmes. I thought Max Holmes was pretty good.
Yeah, I was gonna say Tanner. There's been the criticism around his second quarter in particular, but
everyone's second quarter. We had Tom Stewart, vice captain. He did a 10-meter pass to the opposition. Max Holmes.
I'm seeing in the Discord right now, apparently Fox Footy's reporting that Miers is really pushing to play next week. The Gryan's pushing to play next week.
I don't think he'll play, personally. Gut feel. And then we have Brisbane the week after. I don't think he'll play against Brisbane.
Yeah.
Who after Brisbane quickly, is it?
Do I still have it open?
Oh, Swans I think it's Swans at GMHBA.
Yeah, that sounds right.
I think if he's going to come back, he'll come back for that. That's just a gut feel, though. I don't know. What do I know?
I mean, yeah, none of us know much because the medical report is about as vague as it comes. Yeah, Collingwood, Brisbane, Sydney, Carlton.
Oh, that's such a tough run.
Then
That is such
Adelaide,
a-
Gold Coast, Freo, and then we finally get the bye, only to get Brisbane, GWS, St Kilda, Melbourne.
Well, if
Collingwood
we
after.
pinch Brisbane at the Gabba, if we beat them, wow, that's season on its head. All of a sudden, we're back in it. We're the best team in the league. If we
Yeah.
beat Brisbane at the Gabba,
Oh,
but
Ben's trying to will something into existence here. He says, "Imagine if Baz jumped on for a chat, Paul would faint."
he would.
Baz would
He
be
is
down
the
for a chat.
nicest guy. He is the nicest person. I can't speak highly enough of how nice he is. He's only a few years older than me. He's on another level. He's just one of the best humans you'll ever meet.
Ben says
Seriously.
he'll buy a case of Barry if he comes on.
Oh, if Baz, I'd love Baz. I want Baz to follow. My goal for this year is Bailey Smith to follow me back on Instagram.
That'd be huge. He knows you now, so like
I know.
you're
I'm
halfway
basically like best mates with him.
there.
It's awesome. Getting close. Yeah, Max Holmes 2 votes. 1 vote Mullen and Mana 3.
Yes, sir.
Is that what people are saying? Is that what roughly?
Well, Osheen's name hasn't come up, but I think he would be one of the, I think, a few people that are lingering around that 1 vote sort of territory.
Who's been said? Has Max Holmes been said?
Max Holmes has been brought up. Jeremy Cameron's popped up because he had 6 shots on goal, kicked 3-3, and it was about 18 disposals or something like that.
Okay, he had a big game.
There's a.
Well, actually, Jezza
Connor-
was carrying the
Connor O'Sullivan.
defense.
Sully's
O'Sullivan.
popped up a fair bit.
Oh, I just have that one moment in my head where he torped it out the back line blindly.
Yeah, I need to have a look at that.
I don't know. He's just.
But otherwise, from what I've seen of him so far, he was rock solid through the rest of that time. So
He's good. I think Max Holmes is probably. What did Max end on? Like
27 or 28.
Yeah, he's a good game. Good game.
Yeah, I thought he played a good game.
Yeah, Holmes, Mana, Mullen, my 3.
Yeah, good picks.
Great picks for myself.
Jezza A+ key defender tonight, says Shadu.
No, genuinely, he was carrying the defense at one stage. He was throwing fists in, diving.
That's unreal. I need to go over. Yeah, I'll
That
check
might have been
out.
second quarter. I think that might have been second quarter. We were under siege, and he was just.
Yes,
Jez
I
in the back
definitely
line.
haven't seen that, but yeah, that must be the part that I've missed. So I'll fill those gaps in soon.
Yeah. All right. Well, next week, Collingwood. I'll be on again. Just message me again. I'll probably forget, but if you message me.
No, all good. Sounds good, mate. We'll get the
right.
message over, and we'll get Catman on board, and
Catman, I'll get him on next week.
we'll get Baz on, and it'll be a party.
Oh, all of us 3, the 3 best people in the world.
All
All right,
right, mate.
done.
Thanks,
Cheers,
come on.
mate.
Chat soon.
Have a good one. Cheers.
All right, Horatio, you're next. I'm just going to find the layout for you. There we go. How you going, mate? You've been very patient. I actually thought you were.
I'm good.
I actually thought you were having all sorts of tech issues before. I feel like I've seen you seemingly frozen on the back end for the bulk of the last hour.
No. Just
You must have had another window open or something.
no. I was actually doing some colouring on my phone.
Oh, nice.
So I was probably looking.
The wholesome stuff.
It just looked like I was not moving, but I was actually just focusing on what was on the screen. But
That's
yeah,
it.
yeah, no, all good. Had a few good laughs there.
Yeah, I'm having a good time. It's always this post 11 o'clock window in Postgame Live that things start getting a bit wild, and that's my favourite time.
That's why I always wait till last.
Wait till dead last. I need to start loading up the bar fridge with some beers again, so I can just take things up another few notches. And Sarah's already on it. The curtains are back.
Yeah, well, I mean, that was the thing. I had to wait to see whether my curtains would get in the strengths column or the weakness column on the whiteboard.
I'm pretty happy with that little moment of inspiration that popped early in the show. I'm glad I went down that path. It's been fun. But yes, we'll keep it handy, and as we go, I think the community knows exactly where the curtains are going to fit on the strengths and weaknesses. As long as that doesn't fall over now and destroy my computer, then we'll be right. But Spudica says we're only just warming up. Well, we'll see how long we go for. What were some of the big takeaways from tonight?
Well, I must admit that, listening to everybody else's, views on the game, I'm I'm sort of the I'm of the belief that the next month is going to tell us quite a bit about where we're really at, and I'm not hugely confident about it, to be honest. I don't know.
I'd like
I mean,
for us to come away with 2. If we can, like, out of that next 4, obviously we've got Pies, Carlton, Brisbane and Sydney. Minimum 2, I would like to think. You'd want to think that the Carlton game is just a moral, like we get that done, but of course we don't have the greatest history against them. You'd like to think that we just take that one to the bank. The Pies would be, well, we should. In theory, we should be better than them. We should get the job done. I'd absolutely love to take a third. Like, I'd love to get a Sydney or a Brisbane scalp in there. Of course, Brisbane would be the one that I'd, on a personal level, just most like to see happen. Just that tiny bit of revenge for the grand final last year. But just to take one of those, like 3 out of 4 would be a massive tick.
Yeah, I'm not.
But I'm not as confident in that. Like, I think I'll take the 2.
Yeah, I'm not that. Don't want to sound like a pessimist, because usually I'm always trying to, I try to be a realist about these things, and what round is it now? Round 8 or round?
Yeah, that was round 8.
Well, we played 9 games. Is it 9 games we played now?
No, it'll still be 8 because round 0 gets factored out because we then got a bias. So
yeah, I'm prepared to I'm prepared to withhold judgment on where we're at until after we get through this next block of games, just purely because, as we saw it in 2022, where we got off to a sort of bit of an up and down start, and we've seen it with Brisbane the last couple of years. They don't get going until the last 6 or 8 weeks of the season, So,
which for us is kind of hard to get a read on, because the last 6 weeks, I'm working backwards here, but the last 6 games are Richmond, North Melbourne, Essendon, Collingwood, Melbourne, and St Kilda. All teams that in theory wouldn't be a part of the top 8. Maybe 1 or 2 of those might slip into the wildcard spots, but aren't necessarily top 8 teams. So we're not fit. Like, our final 6 isn't going to be the best measuring stick for us, which then leaves us with this ugly block of games that probably doesn't begin. In my mind, doesn't necessarily begin this week with the Pies, but you can't rule them out. You got to take them seriously. But really, is this like it's such? We talk about a month, but it's really ugly beyond that. Like, Pies, Brisbane, Sydney, Carlton, then Adelaide, Gold Coast, Freo, bye, and then Brisbane again.
Well, I mean,
like it's the next 10 weeks. It's really the next 10 weeks.
Yes.
Sorry, 9 weeks. Sorry.
I think, fortunately for us, some of those tougher games are down at Geelong, which, always we're always tough to beat down there, no matter how we're going. But I don't know. I'm sort of getting that vibe that well, actually, before I say anything, I was watching I can't remember who it was, one of these sort of AFL analysis channels on YouTube happened to come on my feed, and I occasionally watch. I can't remember his name, but I occasionally watch this fella stuff from time to time, and it pops up on my feed. And he did an analysis about us for the upcoming season, and he basically said, "Look, Geelong are going to have to buck a pretty serious trend if they want to contend again this year." And it was basically, if a side gets beat by 7 goals in the grand final, they're shot the next year. They're cooked. And that's pretty much held firm for quite some time now. but yeah, basically, if when a team's been, 7 goals plus a grand final, they battle the next year to bounce back from it. And he sort of did a very reasoned analysis on it and said, look, this is what history says, but this is Geelong we're talking about, and they always seem to find a way to get past these things. So,
if there's a team to be the exception,
we would be it. And I thought, look, that's fair enough. But I do, I let's just say that the fact that I think we've battled, we've battled for the most part this year to really get anything going. In light of that, it sort of hasn't really surprised me. Yeah. And as I say, these sorts of things are always a challenge. But there's a lot of things in footy that I think, history shows you that when certain things happen, that it's a sign of, you
need to take that time and reassess, and the rebounders, there's a fragility.
It shows where you're really at. Like the two main ones for me, when we going into that last round, that Collingwood game in 2011. Yeah. And we'd had that stinger against the Swans at home, that we lost our first game at home in 3 years or something like that against the Swans. And I'm sort of going, Collingwood had only lost one game all year. And I'm like, what the hell's going on? I'm sitting at the pub with one of my mates before we went to the game. And I got the flu really bad the week before that Swans game, and I didn't go. And let's just say what I was watching it. I don't know what I actually watched because I was delirious. But I'm sitting at the pub and I'm going, they've only lost one game. We bloody, I feel like we're heading in the wrong direction, and the form's sort of not quite where it should be, and all that sort of thing. And my mate just turned around to me and said, look, he's like, you weren't there, man, and you were crook as a dog. So let me tell you, it wasn't as bad as it looks. Don't worry about it. We'll fix these guys up tonight. Just trust me on this. We will do the business tonight. And then we went out there and beat them by 16 goals. And they started pulling the game didn't mean anything and all that. It's like, man, you don't go into a game and
just rolling over when you're that sort of level of team.
You don't go a side that you are likely to play in the grand final. You don't let them pump you by 15 plus goals 4 weeks before the game. That. So I had a look at some stats because I'm thinking, when was the last time a team got absolutely got hammered like that? That close to the finals, won the flag. It had never happened. Never happened. So it's basically it was they're screwed. They can't win. So that whole final series, I was just like, we've got this in the bag.
As long as we make it, then we're going to be okay.
As long as we show up. We made sure that we get there, which we did very convincingly. We'll fix these blokes. Don't worry about that. And I, my best mate at the time, he was a big Collingwood supporter, and I said, you guys just pissed the flag down the toilet tonight. Seriously, you can't win it now, man. I'm sorry.
You almost had your own Jeff Kennett moment. We've mentally, whatever he said.
Yeah,
no, we beat them when it counts. They don't have the mental fortitude to beat us, or whatever, that sort of stuff.
Well, yeah, it was,
and there is a bit to that. There's a lot of, in the case of what we're discussing here, there's a fair bit of logic to that.
Yeah, and the other thing is when you're talking about, like, people talk about premiership windows and stuff like that. It's like, it's not really a window. It's when you look at a list. A list has to have a very specific kind of makeup, right, for you to be able to win the flag. And I put this to the test and went back through the whole AFL era. And in that time, only 2 teams basically won flags outside of this sort of profile. And it was Essendon in 93 who went on and won another flag. That's the guts of that team went on one other flag a few years later, and Hawthorn in 2008, which again went on a few years later.
They
and
finally sorted it out. Yeah, they just needed the mature bodies.
flag.
It was just that, yeah.
But, you know, it's a very rare thing for clubs with the you've got to have that core of guys, that you've got to have that core of 10 to 12 guys that have played, you know, 100, 150 games together. You have to have this.
It's like, a cohesion thing. That's all it is. It's a cohesion thing.
I can't remember exactly what the makeup was, but it was you could actually, like, you know, you could actually be very like, I actually got it down pretty close to an exact breakdown of what you want, how you do, like, your experience, and not just in terms of games played, but games played together. It's like, you know, and like, even if you look back into the 90s, when like late 80s, when Dennis Pager was coaching North Melbourne under-19s, you look at all the guys that were in that under-19s team when he came back as a senior coach, when he came and coached the senior team, all of those guys that he coached in the guts of that North Melbourne side were all guys he coached in the under-19s. Yeah, so guys like Anthony Stevens, Anthony Rock, Glenn Archer, Carrie, all these guys that all played under him in the under-19s. So having that core of guys that have played that much football. So it doesn't even necessarily have to be at senior level. If these guys know each other, then you know, that is the key thing. You could have all the talent in the world, but having that, you know, having that mix, that's not the go. That's the most important thing. So that's the thing, you know, with things like, you know, when you lose games by certain amounts, or, you know, who you've got in or who you haven't got in, or, you know, are you too old? Are you too young? Whatever. That doesn't necessarily matter.
It's just it's shared experience more than anything else.
Yeah, it's like sometimes these things don't lie. You know, so, you know, as far as we go this year, I've certainly got, I've got my fair share of concerns, and I think in today, without wanting to, you know, I don't want to sound like, you know, you win a game by 50 points. That's a decent win. But I mean, the reality is they looked a very tired outfit at 3/4 time today, and then they ran out of juice. But when, you know, when they were up and about, and you know, before they sort of ran out of steam, and the pressure was good, and they were running hard. We had no answer for that, and that's the thing. That's not the first time. It's not the first time. We saw that. We saw it last week for 4 quarters. A team that could actually sustain it for 4 quarters. We saw what happened. You know, and we've seen in other games this year where when teams have been able to really run hard and you know, put that contested pressure on us and run really hard back the other way, we are really struggling to counter that at the moment. And you know, and a lot of that, so yeah, unfortunately in a couple of games there's been some questions on the effort. Today I don't think it was effort, it was you know, as pretty much everybody else has said, the execution of basic skills It's like if we, on Discord, I'm like, if we've forgotten how to kick, do our guys no longer know how to kick a football? Like, what is going on out there? And
is it a simple matter of we've got too many? Like, so obviously they haven't forgotten how to kick, but do we have a few too many that are weaker than the rest now? Like, is the balance just off? Because I think we could always accept. I say always, like Baz has been here forever, but we could always accept Baz's kicking efficiency because of where he sends the ball to.
Right.
Max Holmes is a bit the same. Not that he's not that was the issue was a bit different. Say grand final day where he's just hacking it everywhere, including from full back. But
why?
But now we go and toss Warple in there, who's not great in that respect. We've got Tanner Bruin, who's usually great, but he's having a pretty bad month when it comes to disposal. And in the case of today, it was one bad quarter, but like he's been a bit off the last bit. Is there a weight of numbers at the moment that is making it problematic for us?
Well,
we have too many hacks in the kitchen.
Yeah, to be fair, like I was already fairly toasted when we spoke last week, and I got even more toasted after I got off. So I don't remember exactly what I said last week, but I'm pretty sure that I mentioned that I thought our midfield was quite samey.
Yep.
That we've got too many, which is why I can't understand, why I'm not sure why we signed Warple, because it's like, whatever you think of him as a footballer, we've already got guys like him in the team. We're what does he really add to what we already got? And I just
depth and nothing more. He doesn't complement what we've got. You're right.
exactly. So, and this is my thing. I'm big, that's the thing. You got guys, running guys like Baz, like Max. You don't want, you want to be getting them the ball, but you don't, you want them to be your receivers. You don't necessarily want them having to get their own footy.
You don't want them to be the extractor. Yeah, you want them to be on the outside doing what they do best.
Right, and I think this has been part of the thing with Baz this year is that, he's trying to do two things. He's trying to do all the hard running that he does, but he's also trying to get in there and get it.
Win the ball, yeah.
And I'm like, yeah, I'm not saying he's no good at it, but
no, it's working mostly pretty well for him, but it's a huge load for one bloke to take.
Right,
when we know that he would be better if he was just the receiver and then go.
And I think when you go back and look at the entire game, you'll see that they were, North were really sort of making him earn every kick, and that's the thing is you want to protect these blokes, as much as you can. And I was like, watching George Stevens in the VFL this year, I'm like, look, he's a bit slow. Yeah, he's not the greatest kick, but then that's the but what he's got that these other guys don't have is vision by hand. Like,
that's the thing.
He's a guy.
Sorry, go on. No, go.
He has a skill that you cannot teach. Now, when I say this, I don't, I'm not trying to do the Buddha Hocking comparing Clint Bizzle to Gary Ablett Sr. type of thing, but he's got that sort of the same sort of thing that Greg Williams had, where he just knows where those guys are. When he goes into a pack and gets that ball, he knows where the guys are and he'll hit them.
Yeah.
Right. The amount, and you saw Jake highlighted a few of those in the little highlights video. He did just his vision when he gets the ball in his hands in those tight situations. I remember saying back when Joe Watson started playing, and he was slow, fat, not a great kick, and all this. And even the Essendon guy, even what
they were all saying the same thing. The Essendon supporters were saying the same thing.
Give him the arse, get rid of him. And I'm like, are you actually watching this guy? It's like this guy has got the best hands in close that I've seen since Diesel. Like, he has unbelievable vision. Like, the way he gets that ball out to these running guys, it's like, what are you talking about?
Like, we don't have one of those right now. Like in our AFL top, like our ones, we're not playing someone like that. We bring Warple in, and he's another bloke who goes in and gets the ball. He will go in and chase that ball, no doubt about it. But he tries to break away from the contest and kick it. So then he becomes a Bailey Smith who extracts the ball. We don't want that. Like, we don't want that.
Right. And look, and what you're saying there you'll see a perfect example of it, which you might have seen it, because I think it was when we started, might have been the goal before the Max one that you said that you tuned, that basically.
Yeah, I may have just missed it then. What came
there
first?
Was one where
I'll double check the timeline. I feel like I did see one before Max, but
Warble kind of got the ball in a contest, and he kind of swung out. And
Sean Manor was the goal immediately beforehand. That's right. Sean Manor it was that dribble goal from Sean Manor.
Like we like, that's the thing. We end up getting a goal out of it. Warple he got the ball and he kind of swung around, and he had the option to give off the hand pass to the running player, whiffed him, kicked it straight to the North bloke, who prepared to drop, who proceeded to drop an absolute plum pud, and it went out the back, and we got a goal out of it. So I'm like, and that what you're saying, what you said there, that was that's exactly what he did today. That exact thing. And like I say, when you got a bloke in the twos that has the kind of like the creativity, particularly by hand, in the middle, and you're not playing
the game sense. He reads the game.
Yeah, and even like I'm thinking, we few of us went nuts after that Hawthorn game, like particularly Ethan. Like, how the hell are they allowed to just waltz it from that ball up to just get it down there like that? There's 15 seconds to go. How can you not lock that in? And I was the same. It's like, surely you have a drill where you just know you got to jump on that ball. That is another thing that George Stevens is really good at.
To be fair, I think in that one it was a young ruckman who got outmatched in that particular contest, and he just knocked it down the throat of one bloke. So I do think there's still a larger conversation there that is right. I think in that particular instance, it was just a young bloke that got outgunned by a bloke that's considerably larger, stronger, and more experienced than him.
Yeah,
I'm not losing sleep in terms of a structure thing around that. I don't think there was anything fundamentally flawed about it, but we may not have found ourselves in that situation had we been able to execute that sort of thing more often earlier in the game.
Yeah, I don't feel like Axe has been on. He started to show some signs a little bit as the game went on today, but I don't think he's been, in the sort of form Axe has been in the sort of form he was in last year.
No.
And I think that's the thing. If he's down, then, we, or back to sort of, like he was exceptional. His tackling was off the chain last year. It was, it was a record-breaking year for him. The likelihood that he was going to...
Now he's second on that list. Admittedly, he would have still been first had Sam Berry not had 19 tackles last night.
Well, he's still arguably the best tackler in the comp.
Yeah, but it's not the same. He's not hitting the same levels.
Yeah, but exactly. Yeah, he's not hitting as hard as he was last year. But I think that's another strength to George's game is that he's very good at that stuff, particularly around the tight situations. So, you know, I just want to get him in there and see what he can do. See if he could just sort of kind of liven things up a bit in there, because we're just really struggling to, you know, we're really struggling to execute some of the basic skills of the game. And it's, you know, and it's,
yeah, I'm with you.
And I think, like, you know, it's been talked about again, another thing tonight. I mean, you know, the defense has looked quite, you know, disjointed, and, you know, we had a couple of guys down there out of form. But when you turn it over, like, teams are trying to go down the middle. They're trying to move the ball very quickly. And if you're just turning that ball straight over, and our blokes are going, you know, our blokes are in position to trying to get in position, in an attacking position, and you cough it up,
it's over.
It's very hard. You know, it's harder than ever now to get your guys back in position.
Yeah.
And so, you know, you're hanging, if you're not using the ball well, it's not just, you're not giving your forwards a chance, you're not giving your defense a chance either. So, yeah, I mean,
who would you say is the right, like, as things stand right now, which team is probably the best by hand and foot this season? I'm just going to take a look at some of the numbers and just see how we compare benchmark wise to them. I'm looking at the Hawks in the meantime, just to get their season average for things like disposal efficiency inside 50, etc.
I look, I mean, when they're up and about, Brisbane are clearly the best at it. I don't think they, you know, the stats probably don't, might not reflect that at the moment. But when they're at their best, the efficiency of their ball use is, you know, as good as I've seen.
So the Hawks are operating at 75.3% this season and 56.9% inside 50. I'll bring up Brisbane next because you're right. I feel like they're another one, and probably the Swans are another good team to look at because they've been consistently up so far this year. So I'll have a look at both of those. But like the disposal efficiency, we're 4% behind Hawthorn in that particular metric. So that feels, obviously, you know, to the layman, that feels like a small number, but in the grand scheme of how many possessions are, you know, dished out per game, that adds up pretty quickly.
But I'd also be interested to know.
But it's not the be all and end all, by the way, because Essendon's disposal efficiency this year is 75.8%. It's higher than Hawthorn's.
Right, but I'd also be interested to know, like, if you look at Essendon's, I would expect that their turnovers would be like, I'm just assuming that the 25% of like ineffective disposals are not necessarily turnovers. They're just possessions that, you know, a possession that you don't then get another clean possession out of, like a mark or.
I mean, it's a tricky one too,
like
because Essendon, you know, it's going to be proportionate, right? Like they're also hands on the ball much less because they're chasing ass most of the time. The one that I guess the one that I'm noticing is a pattern from the top end teams there is that that efficiency inside 50 more than anything else. So like Brisbane's disposal efficiency is 73.5, so it's a bit lower than Hawthorn's. I'm going to quickly try and find Sydney here. I found them as well. Where are we? Come on, load. Oh, that's Brisbane. Sydney 73.3 as well. But all three of those, I guess, I don't know if you would agree, but I assume Sydney, Hawthorn, Brisbane, maybe the top three in your eyes at the moment. Or certainly will be if Brisbane hasn't quite hit their straps, but certainly will be. Freo.
Yeah, I would put Freo in there as well for sure.
I'll double check them. But it seemed like if we talk about just the efficiency, the cleanliness, which is the thing that obviously is driving us mad. So they're operating at 74.6 and 53.6 inside 50. So we're not hitting any of those numbers. 53.7 efficiency inside 50. But the general around the ground stuff is, good 3-4% below all of those teams. And again, it feels like a small amount, but it's a killer. The Dogs, obviously their numbers are, wow, north of 76.6 around the ground.
Well, see, that was the thing. I thought they used it, I thought they used it quite well today when they got free. They didn't cough it up.
Yeah. They're a highly skilled team. They're just young and inexperienced, and it goes back to what you were talking about before around games played together and cohesion and learning everyone's movement patterns, and it's just stuff that comes from playing together, and that will come. But I think if we're talking raw skills, they've absolutely got that. Like they've got the list. Someone said earlier they're missing a few A graders. I think they've got the A graders already. They just need time to cook now.
And
they need depth. North needs depth. They don't have any depth.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, we had I know we had a decent game against them in the VFL today, but they didn't have. No, I suppose they had a couple of guys that looked like intriguing prospects, but if they had a rash of injuries, they'd be in dire straits. They certainly don't have those sort of extra few guys that we have too, that we could bring in a pinch should we require them.
Yeah, but, I'm looking at their names that played in the VFL now, and I go, look, obviously Toby Pink is a key key position player. He could come in if they needed to. He just came out this week. Cooper Harvey's continuing to show a lot of potential.
Yeah, he was handy
Thompson
today.
Dow maybe, but and Bailey Scott, but otherwise,
yeah, not if you ask North fans. A lot of the North fans I'm aware of aren't Bailey Scott fans at all.
Yeah, right. But at best, there we're talking about 3 or 4 that you go, oh yeah, if they needed, they could step up and maybe do the job. The rest need time. Like Matt Whitlock is going to be a gun for him, just like Jack is over at Port Adelaide. But he's young and small body and needs time. Like there's a fair few of those here that fit that bill.
Yeah. Yeah, and I'm also sort of wondering today if we'd had a sneaky look on Geelong's blackboard whether next to Tristan Xerri's name, whether all the stuff you've been saying about his night wasn't actually on there. Yeah. Yeah, whether what you've been saying about his night wasn't actually on there. It's like, let him have it. He's just going to cough it up.
If he's the one to clear it, no big deal. Just keep it away from the clean blokes. Yeah.
I'm wondering if that didn't come into it, because I know in basketball, you have situations where it's like, look, if he's getting the ball out on the perimeter, let him take the shot. He can't let him shoot it.
He'll hit one or two, but for the most part, you got the rebound opportunity.
Yeah, just turn around and get ready. Yeah, turn around and get ready for the rebound, or even sometimes it works the other way. It's like, look, this guy, probably something you do with Nick Davis. Look, this guy's going to get 30 possessions. He walks into the ground and 30 possessions jump out at him. Like, just make sure that he earns every single bloody one of them. Just smash him, legally just hit him, just make him feel every touch. So, yeah, stuff like that I think happens. Now, I do think things like that get planned for and discussed, and I think you might. Look, he's a he is one of those big blokes that likes to sort of get in amongst the action and likes the physical contest and all that kind of stuff. But I've got no doubt that he's had 30 touches. Yeah, so what? He probably only hit a target with about 12 of them.
Yeah, let me bring that up.
And he got beaten in the headouts, which
well, he was the highest individual hit out count, but yeah, overall. Tristan Sherry had 6 turnovers and 5 clangers.
Yeah,
which is second on the ground behind Tanner Bruin.
Yeah.
And pretty much all of Tanner's were in the second quarter.
In the second quarter, yeah.
And actually, look, I still feel like I need clarification on an error made. I'm looking at the little info thing here because I'm sure there's clearly a case of all clang. I don't know. Is there an all clangers are turnovers, but not all turnovers are clangers? Like I feel like there's going to be some degree of overlap. So the description according to the AFL, like the stats thing here, a clanger is what they refer to as an error made by a player resulting in a negative result for the side. Disposal clangers are any kick or handball that directly turns the ball over to the opposition. Freeze and 50-meter penalties against, no pressure efforts, drop marks, and debits are all counted in clangers. But the main one, so like the main one there is direct turnovers, which of course then there is a specific turnover stat. So
no, I don't know. Honestly, I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened with Tanner. It was almost like one of those. It's like I was watching him, and he was running all right, but when he kicked it, it was like he'd had a jab in his ankle at quarter time, and he couldn't feel his foot because they were literally coming off the side of his boot. Like one,
maybe he did.
He's run. Well, like I said, he seemed to be running okay. But yeah, like there was one in particular. He's running out of defense, and he's gone for a chip pass that didn't get anywhere near. Like you could see it. Like it's almost like he stubbed his foot, and then it come off the outside of his foot and just went straight straight to the north bloke, and they got a goal out of it. I was like, what happened there? What happened there?
Yeah, right.
I'm
keen to check it out. That'll be one of the things I'm looking at when I finish up tonight.
Yeah, that was probably the most glaring example of it. But it was almost like, geez, it was almost like, yeah, did he have a jab or something? Because he kicked that like he couldn't feel his foot. But then, I mean,
he had 6 disposals in the second, and only one of them hit a target. So,
I mean, I think that the important thing is though that we're having done those breakdowns, which you did earlier of his efficiency quarter by quarter. It kind of illustrates how important it is. Particularly when he's one, if not your best midfield ball user, how important it is that those guys are hitting targets. Because when he was hitting targets, we were playing well. When he wasn't hitting targets, we were losing the game. So, sort of breaking it down in that fashion, because sometimes it could be a bit easy to say, oh, he had he couldn't bloody kick and la la la. It's like, or you look at his efficiency as a whole and say, well, he had a shit day. And then you look at it, it's like, no, he had a shit quarter. The rest of his game was actually quite good.
Yeah, the very next quarter, he operated at 100% disposal efficiency.
Yeah.
And he was 83, I think, in the last, if I remember.
Yeah, so I mean, that's above.
That's well above the normal player average. Yeah, so he just had one bad one.
Yeah, so and that was the thing, once he sort of got going, that certainly made a big difference to how we were playing, and and then Max sort of started to push. I feel like he started to push up the ground a bit more, sort of second part of that third quarter, and then he got up and kicked a couple of big team lifting goals, and just did just imposed himself on the game.
Take off at that point.
Yeah, and I mean, yeah. Once that started ticking over, as I say, they sort of ran out of juice a bit, and we got our tails up, and we kind of ran over the top of them, which I think is not a true reflection of how they played.
The game was played,
over the course of the game, but yeah, I mean, I don't think I felt like at any stage we were going to. I don't think I felt like last week where I thought we're screwed here. We're just these guys are just up there. They're up and about, and we are not. And like we're lucky not to be a long, long way behind here. Today it was more a case of like, they're not going to be able to. They're unlikely to be able to keep this up. We're at home. We usually find something at some point during the course of the game
and get it done.
Yeah. I mean, we did it. We've done it in every game that we've. I think we've been behind. Either late, sort of in the third quarter or in the last quarter of most of the games we played at home this year. Probably all, the other today and the other two, apart from the Footscray game where they had one guy left on the bench.
Yeah, that was shot to bits.
Yeah, like I was sort of like, shit. They I remember I do remember talking about that. It's like, no, it was even worse than I thought when we were talking about it last week. Because it's like, not only were they play without a ruckman, but it's like their best player had hurt his knee, and then they had like 4 blokes on the bench who couldn't come back on. I was like, God, no wonder we beat them by 12 goals. Like exactly, they had nobody, they had no one left today. Like in today's footy, it's hard enough to be competitive if you're down 1 guy, let alone when you're down 4 guys. So yeah, I mean, I sort of don't. I don't. You take the 4 points from a game like that, and not much else really.
Just move on.
Yeah, they.
As I was saying to Lockie, I feel like the one game this year that I go, that's the Geelong brand I want to see, was a loss when we lost to Hawthorn.
Yeah,
that's the Geelong I know. Like, okay, that every week, and we haven't gotten to that point outside of in fits and starts.
Yeah,
but then they've been against teams that are either vulnerable, or just straight up weak teams, and so you go, okay, great, that was awesome, but then how are we going to go if we get hot like that, but we've got a team that can fight back? We haven't seen that yet. We've seen us put a super strong team to the torch outside of, I guess, the second half of Freo, but because we really did just bury them at that point. But that's so long ago now, and we played so badly to begin with. It's hard to really get a clear read on that as well.
Yeah, as I said last week, I just think we're at a point where we've got to make some calls, and I'm sort of wondering whether I question with whether we think we're a little bit better place, that like the club thinks it's a little bit better place than it actually is. So it's just thinking, well, this is what we do. It's always worked before, so we're just going to keep doing it. And they're kind of ignoring some of the signs and things that are sort of happening. Like myself and Ethan and Shadu were talking about it on Discord earlier this week. It's like, we're trying to be a bit cute here. Like we're trying to fix things that aren't broken and
fair.
stuff like that. And like, we sort of ignoring that there are certain guys that are not playing well that, or, certain guys that may be past it, that we may need to be sort of phasing out and really encouraging, giving, not that we're not giving some younger guys an opportunity. We are. But more, I think a lot of the younger guys that we've got in the team now are reasonably entrenched, reasonably established, and apart from Mitch, probably, there's just
Sully's 30 odd games in now, and
Lawson's
similar.
Sort of bringing in, like a George Stevens and a couple other guys that we've mentioned previously, like, let's
give them a sustained crack as well.
Yeah, let's try to find opportunities to give these, and it's, like I say, my main thing is it's not like we're not seeing that, it's like, I'm not sure what this guy brings, we just, he's playing all right in the twos, let's give him a go. It's like, no, you can see this guy has got something to offer that we need at
and we've seen it at the AFL level too. It's not that George Hall and even George Hall and Smith demonstrated. It's not that Charlie Constable thing where dominating in the VFL and struggling to translate at the AFL level. We saw George Stevens come in, make his debut, got Brownlow votes for it, got the Rising Star for it. Sure, had a bad start to the next one and got subbed out, but like he showed straight away, okay, I can do this. Jai Clark, a bit slower to start, but then more recently has shown is an AFL grade player.
Yeah. Yeah.
So give them the sustained, like, go, okay, guys, you've got 8 weeks. 8 maybe it's too much. You got 6 weeks.
Yeah,
have at it.
6, 8, whatever,
your space is safe. Just go out there and make it your own, which is what we did for Sully. That's what we're currently doing for Mitch Edwards. And I know the Mitch Edwards situation is a bit different because he's a ruckman. Who else have we got other than the bloke who really needs to retire already? But
well, to be fair, he wasn't too bad today.
He wasn't bad today, from what I'm hearing. Yeah, I haven't. I've heard pretty good things, but
he sort of he had a very good day in the ruck and went up forward and created a bit of havoc up forward too. It was pretty important when the game was on the line. But yeah, like I always say the worst thing that can happen to a club is when they start thinking they're traveling better than they actually are. And that's on and off the field. And I'm not saying like we're on the verge of cultural collapse or anything like that.
No.
But, I think and you won't have. I'll bring Gryan into this because you've asked everybody else about Gryan, so I'll give my 2 cents worth on the Gryan situation because I think this is a part of it. I don't know if you're familiar with the works of the 12th Man. If you remember the one about Bruce Reed and the sticky tape.
Yes.
Right.
I'm also glad that this is like 12th Man has come up now twice in a couple of days because I saw a clip this morning from Andrew Brayshaw after he got what's his name Voss in the eye. So they made the old high fives. It's just a bunch of Sippo bullshit the West Indies brought in the game, like all that. Like it was just
It's like where those two Geelong old Geelong guys. Yeah, that's it. When the two Geelong guys in the crowd, the old blokes tried to do the high five and he poked him in the eye. I was like, they lack the experience to be able to do the high fives.
Nothing quite like a kiss or a lick, a grope on the arse or a bit of a dry root. Yep, I couldn't agree with you more on that one.
It's definitely the most appropriate and I think the most manly way to express yourself. But yeah, I'm just like, the guy has injured his knee quite badly, right? And I don't care if he's running around like it's no thing at training. It's like, get him sorted. Like, if it was on the eve of the if this was sort of something to come up on the eve of the finals and we're right in the thick of it, absolutely, you take that risk. Right now, and I'm not convinced that we're a genuine contender this year. I think we're off the pace. I think we will still make finals, but do I think we could get to a grand final or win it, much less win it? No, I don't.
Not as things stand right now, no.
If we have that real genuine belief, and I consider and say, oh, we're kidding ourselves, but they're kidding themselves if they think that's just my personal belief. But if there's a belief, still that genuine belief in the club, hey, we still think we can win it. We still think, we think we could do the business when the whips start cracking. Let's just put him in cotton wool for a month. Let's get through this month. See if we can win the 2 or 3 games that you were talking about earlier, and and we put ourselves back in that bracket again. It's like, okay, we've beaten some finals caliber teams, some premiership caliber teams here. We're a chance. Then have a look at it then and say, okay, we're pretty much halfway through the season now. Should we give it? Do we throw caution to the wind? Give him a crack? Do we do sort of, what we used to do back in the day with Otto and Chappie and those sorts of guys? Like, you just sort of manage them getting up towards the final so that they would, come September, they'd be cherry ripe to dominate. And they did. Something like that. Or if we're like, we win one game out of the next 4 or lose them all, I think you've got to just put him on ice. You've got to just get him right. And like you're saying, the bloke seems a bit miserable at the moment, which is very un-Gryan-like.
I don't blame him, really.
Well, but I come back, you were sort of mentioning about, and I've got no doubt that there's a good chance that the club has done what you're saying and sort of said, well, look, Ryan, what do you want to do, mate? Never leave it up to the player. The player's always go, most of the time the player's going to say, yeah, I'm right. And then, this is the thing. This is what people like the Matthew Egan situation back in 2007. It's like, there's no way he should have been out there. But it's like the club the club didn't want him to miss out and he didn't want to miss out and everything like
Give
that.
him every chance.
Right. And the club sort of said, well, let's do it. It's like he was no chance. He was no chance of getting up, and it made the problem worse. And now the poor the bastard Sudas, the poor bastard Sudas had won, and he walks around with a permanent limp now. Like, it's like, you've got to make the right decision for the guys, not just, what he wants to do. Of course he wants to play footy. Of course, if we're a chance to make finals or win a flag, he wants to be a part of that. You better believe it. But he's also got a reasonably serious knee injury. It's like, if he goes out there and, actually does it, well, if sort of, it can be avoided, having for it sort of, okay, we'll see how far we can get before the thing just snaps and he's done anyway. Yeah. Like, I don't know whether if he went for an operation tomorrow, whether it's the same thing as if he just shredded the thing 100%. That may well be the case, and that may well come into it as well. I'm not 100% sure on that, but I wouldn't be taken. at this point of the season, I wouldn't be taking any chances with him whatsoever. Like, if you really think you can get away with it, just keep him till as close to the finals as you possibly can, and then
Just keep him fit, and then try and unleash him and see how you go.
And I don't.
But then it also goes back to then what you said before is, as a club, do we really think we can do this? Like, and maybe the sample size is not big enough for them yet to make a call and go, we're not a premiership team here. And but also maybe they are feeling like that's a distinct possibility as well. So that a decision around that probably informs what they do with Gryan.
Well, it's like what happens. Yeah, and clubs do it. In the AFL, but particularly like in American sports and that, it's like once a team's out of playoff contention, they because there's draft picks involved in that, it's like all the stars go off for their whatever surgeries they need to have before the season's even finished, So
watch that start to become a huge problem soon. Now that any of those teams that finish in the bottom 5, if there's then a NGA or father-son bid for a top 5 player, they get pushed back and they get a freebie pick at the beginning of the next round. It's wild.
What a shit show that's. Oh, man.
I just can't believe what they've done. Like, it incentivizes you to just bid on everyone. Because imagine there was 3 players. Like, you got a couple of years ago, we had NGAs, father-sons, multiple in the top 5. Every single time one of these blokes gets picked, you get a bonus first round pick. I presume. I assume it's not just one for like. It feels like every one time you go back.
Here's a scenario for you. Can you imagine if you get to like the trade table and the draft table, and you're St Kilda, and you're Ross Lyon, and they're bidding on an academy kid, or Brisbane wants an Ashcroft or something like that. Can you imagine? It's like they know they're not going to get him. Of course they're going to bid. He will take great delight in just doing it to fuck them over.
You'd be foolish not to.
It's like, yeah, cop that Nepo, baby. Like, seriously. Like,
I'm quickly bringing up the draft. How's this from last year? So imagine you're 5th in the order for the draft, end of 2025. Pick 1 was Will Dersma. No tricks to that. Just, he was the number 1 pick in the draft. Great, done. Zeke Euland was pick 2. He was an academy player for Gold Coast. So someone would have to bid. Gold Coast matched. There's a bonus pick to the team who's picked 5. Well, everyone picked 3, 4, 5 at that point, and pick 2. Harry Dean was next. He was a father-son. Another bid. So there's another pick that goes to all these clubs. Cooper Duff Tyler's fine. Dylan Patterson was pick 5 in the draft. He was an academy thing. So 3 of your top 5. If you're one of those teams if you're the 5th, finish 5th last, you get 3 picks, one for every single time that occurs. Like, it incentivizes all of it. So you're just going to go, and in some ways it's good because it means your Brisbanes, it means your. Well, yeah, let's use Brisbane as the example where they've been getting Ashcrofts for peanuts. It means that coupled with the immense price that is going to be on all these players' heads coming up, it means that they're going to have to pay an absolute premium, and you're going to drive them broke in terms of in picks. So it's going to be good in that sense, but it also gives so many freebies to these bottom 5 teams that they haven't really deserved. And to your point, incentivizes the tank. And look at this.
Yeah. You got it.
No, there's Catman after the game, but Ben is very active behind the scenes right now, and has managed to connect with Catman in the last 10 minutes or so, and is trying to get Catman on the show. So we'll see how that shakes out.
All right. Well, when I watched your thing the other day where you were explaining it, I'm just like, this is just great. Like, just incentivizing clubs that hate each other to just shaft the living crap out of each other at the draft table. It's like,
I like that. I think if it happened years ago, like if if when Sam Darcy was in the draft, or Nick Dacos was in the draft, or Will Ashcroft was in the draft, if all these clubs would go like even if we think about last year, Will Dersma pick 1. Really, if West Coast is doing their job properly, they should have gone, hey, Gold Coast, we're going to pick on Zeke Ullin for pick 1, make you pay the absolute maximum you can. Then when that's done, we're going to go for Harry Dean. Carlton, you're going to have to pay for the absolute maximum. Then after that, we're going to go for Dylan Patterson, make Gold Coast pay the premium. Because why wouldn't you? But it's been too nice. It's been too friendly for the last few years. And so the AFL's kind of felt like they need to intervene. And now the clubs have an incentive to do so because they're going to get a freebie pick for it.
Yeah. And it
just breaks it further.
It's like,
and not to mention, by the way, pick 6 was an academy selection as well last year.
It's like the way that they had it, set up, kind of reminds me of when they first brought in the power plays in one-day cricket, and they ended up having to get rid of one of them because it was like, wait a minute. Why is everybody using the power play, like the first power play like this, when it's there to be used to do this?
To change the shape of the game, yeah.
But I'm just like, why do you have to explain to these teams or clubs or whatever? It's like, what? Like, I don't. I haven't played cricket in 25 years. I watch the game and stuff. It's like, I'm a long way from international standard as a cricketer and all this kind of thing. I'm no master coach or anything like that. And even I understand.
And you can see
how this is supposed to work. And you guys can't get supposed to be master tacticians and all this, can't work out how to use this properly. It's like, what the hell? Now, I know in footy with the draft, although that's the thing, I used to think, maybe, with the draft, there's sort of some, and I think we do it occasionally. There's some gentlemen's agreements that happen, you make, if you don't screw us this year, we won't screw you next year when you want this bloke or whatever. But, I'm not, given all the bleating that happens about father, sons and academy picks and all this sort of stuff from both sides, depending on, what rules being changed. Yeah, depending on what rules being changed at the time.
Thanks, Spartacus, for the super chat.
Yeah, I'm just like, no, I just think it's stupidity that the clubs aren't doing what and you've been saying this for as long as I've been involved with Hoops Crew. It's like, why the hell does not those teams with those picks go after them? Like, that's what they should be doing.
Yeah,
and
make them earn it.
Right, and they should be doing it not because they're going to get rewarded for it. That's the way the system is kind of designed. That I'm sure that was the sort of half the intent when these things were put in place, was that those teams on top are going to say, because this is what it is. This is what it is. A lot of this crap. Who did all this crap start with? Right, this crap all started when we got Tom Hawkins.
Oh yeah.
Right.
He was probably the cherry on top, because people be going,
people went back.
Matty Scarlett, Gary Ablett, Nathan Ablett, Tom Hawkins.
Nobody wanted Matt. But that was the thing. Nobody wanted Matthew Scarlett.
Yeah. Oh yeah, but
nobody wanted. No,
it's always 2020 hindsight. Look.
Yeah. Nobody wanted him.
Oh yeah, look at that. Look at what they got. But you're right. No one did. Everyone wanted Gary Ablett, couldn't get him. Everyone wanted Tom Hawkins, couldn't get him.
No, but that's the thing. You go back on Big Footy and you have a look at some of the talk around Junior before he played a game, and it was basically like, oh yeah, he's a good player, but he's he's lazy and he's this and he's that, like. if he'd gone any earlier than we got him with a second round. If he'd gone any earlier than that, it would have only been because his name was Gary Ablett.
Yeah.
Right. But he wasn't that, the monstrously high rating and all that was based purely on hindsight. With Tom Hawkins, that was a whole other matter. I went and watched him in his last year playing under 18s. I still call it Teal Cup, but whatever they're calling it, the Talent League or whatever. And I'm telling you, I laughed. I was just laughing. I'm like, look at this bloke.
Yeah, he was absolutely taking the piss. It was a man against boys.
It's like I went out there and it was pissing down. Like I'm out at Carlton and it was hammering. And they've got I think it was Vic Metro. Yeah, it was country versus Metro. And they had 3 defenders on him. And it's pissing down. And he's just jumping over the top of these guys, clunking these marks, kicking them from 50 out. I'm like, oh man, I can't believe we're gonna get this bloke for nothing, for absolutely nothing. I'm like, you little beauty. I just could not believe it. And that, of course, that was when all the after he played a couple of games, that's when all the crying really started in earnest.
Against he kicked a few against Carlton, I think, and that was when the first Tony Lockett comparison was made.
Yeah, because it was Pagan was commentating on the game or something. I don't think he was still coaching them at the time, but he was like, reminds me of a young plugger, and he did a little bit.
Oh, of course he did. The size relative to everyone else around him.
But
big stay at home full forward. No, I remember all that talk as well at the time, and watching that pretty closely, and then being there for a lot of those first games, those early games, and just seeing how big he was, even compared to some of the blokes who've been playing AFL for a few years.
But the reason I bring it up is because the whole reason they started to bring these things in was because what were the clubs saying? Oh, he would have been the number 1 pick. Oh, he would have been this. It's like, so the idea was, okay, so if he's supposed to be the number 1 pick, whoever's got the number 1 pick, say we're going to pick him number 1.
Yeah.
We're taking him with the first pick.
Well, I mean, back then,
but that's the thing I'm talking about. It's like when they finally had the opportunity to do that, they didn't do it.
Yeah.
It's like you fucking sat there for years bleating about, if we could have done this, we would have done it. And then when you can do it, you don't do it.
It's the thing that I've been crying out about for years. Not with that extra bit of historical context to it. I think I'll admit I've been very zeroed in on what's been going on probably in this last 5 years, as opposed to the history which kind of created the whole bidding system in the first place. But you're right. You're 100% right.
I'm just I'm just trying to illustrate, like I say, this is what the clubs were saying at the time. And then when they finally got the opportunity to do what they said, we're going to do this, they didn't do it.
Yeah.
They're not doing it. So now the AFL's got to bugger her eyes around with the system again, which is going to, is going to create even more farcical situations. And
I'm gonna change the layout for a second. Hang on, I'll bring you back in 2 seconds. I'm gonna bring out, I'm screen sharing the draft, the outcome from the draft last year. Look at down the side here. So starting with Will Dersmer at the top, we've got a notes section next to every single one, and that is father-sons, trade, they've traded. It's an academy pick. And look at most of these. The draft is so busted now that all of these players that you can see have got to know, almost all of these, I'm sure there's probably 1 or 2 exceptions, academy eligible. There's all of these players that have been somehow, or their selection in the draft has been somehow compromised. It's insane. A couple at the end of redrafts, but it's not clean, it's not simple, and it's about to get worse because of all this stuff. So Smoker says, shout out to Jack Hawkins' sperm count produced an absolute stud.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I used to argue the point with, with people about the whole father-son thing. It's like, look, we got 3 all-time greats of the club out of it, right?
Yeah.
But then, we also had Adam Donahue, Tim Callan, Mark Woolnough, although that was partially because he had bum knees. I mean, even Jed was like, nobody wanted him.
Yep.
He basically, no one wanted him, and we're like, look, we'll give him a go because he's a son of a beloved player, beloved past player, former captain of the club.
It's kind of a free swing too.
Yeah, like that was it. Like he was a raw. Didn't he come from more of an athletics back? Wasn't he another one that came from more of an athletics background than footy?
He was definitely more immersed in footy than some others, but yeah, he was definitely pretty deep into his athletics. Mark Blake is another who, it was just kind of a free swing, right?
Yeah. Yeah, and
Tim Callan, Tim Callan fit that bill.
Yeah, Tim Callan was
again, some of these blokes are premiership players, others aren't. Some of them, played for a long time, others didn't. But when when there was no interest from other clubs, you go, well, why not?
But I mean, but the thing about it is more, clubs will you don't like. You hear other clubs complaining about.
Say killed them more than most.
Well, it's like, St Kilda bloody complain. It's like, I can't remember whether I heard St Kilda complain too much about the father-son rule, but then when you think about like all their greatest players, right, from the 90s, right, Stewie Lowe, Nathan Burke, Robert Harvey, all these guys, not a single son amongst them. They had all their kids are girls.
Yeah. Well, you look, their women's team will be unreal soon. And that's something. They can finally win some silverware. But yeah, I mean, look, that's obviously luck of the draw, right? They've been whinging about all of it. They've been whinging about father-sons. They've been whinging about NGAs. Obviously, there was the Nepo baby comment from Ross. But the reality is, like, there was an amazing block of drafting that they had back in that early 2000s where they got Kajitsky and Rewalt and Del Santo and Hayes and Ball, and like they loaded up.
And still couldn't win a flag.
And they got unlucky to not win one along the way. Whether it was like they were the best team throughout 2009, but we got them when it counted. They were seconds away, really, and a bad bounce away from winning in 2010. Like they got unlucky, right?
They were a bad bounce away from winning back to back. Let's be honest.
So,
like, it was a fluky bounce that got him against us too. Yeah, pretty much. If that ball had bounced any other way that day, they would have scored.
Yeah, 100%.
And the same thing the next year. If that ball had bounced any other way than the way it bounced, they would have won.
So,
but that's Kilda for you.
Yeah, that is the St Kilda luck for you. But then since then, like so much, they can complain about drafts, like compromises to the draft, but also they've drafted poorly. Like they've really brought no one in.
Right.
They might have had pick 7 or 8, rather than pick 1 to 5 like that. Like when they got Rewalt and co. But they had picks. I can't remember what. I think Del Santo was pick 8. They nailed it, but they haven't they haven't managed to achieve a similar thing in the more modern day, and so they've just wallowed in misery. And they've started to pick it up every now and then. They get a Naz, and great, good on them. But then there's been for every Naz, there's probably 2 players that have picked in the first round who've been flops and have not worked out or are now completely off the list. So they've kind of got themselves to blame to an extent.
Well, but aside from all of the stuff that we've just been talking about, the way that they're doing these things is it's like, look, by the way that that it's worked previously, the players that have been drafted with these picks weren't on the table anyway.
Yeah.
So it's like like if you're getting pushed down the draft order, you know, from where your original pick was, it's like, yeah, but these guys, were they ever, you would never like, you know, you're not going to get these guys.
Yeah, they're already
you're not going to get these guys. So where's your guy? Where's the guy you were going to pick? You know,
also, how risky is it to go for one of the, like, and you know, the system's obviously going to tighten up, and there's going to be cases where hypothetically Geelong is looking at, I don't know, Jagger Mooney this year and some other father-son prospect, and maybe they're both at that kind of pointy end of the draft, and we can get one, but we don't have enough capital to be able to pick up the other. There's a risk associated with that for any club that goes and grabs them anyway, because somewhere down the line they might go, kind of want to go back to the club my dad played for now. So like it's a scary prospect, especially if they make an interstate move somewhere along the way. But in the same way that Gary Ablett couldn't stay at the Gold Coast, he had to come home. Now there was in the end, there ended up being a family reason as well a year later. But
well, I mean, there were some serious issues.
Yeah, they had the science. Things were already bubbling away 12 months before everything really kind of fell apart, and the club finally relented and sent him home. But he'd also, you know, he'd been making noises for few years prior that he was tiring of it. Like he'd done his bit, he'd helped establish a club, wanted to get it. Like, but you know, I mean, obviously Gary Ablett's an extreme case. He was already at the Cats. He was the best player in the game. Wanted to come home. Just a shame the way it ended for him, and Spuddick has just highlighted that too with his the shoulder in the grand final. But yeah, I don't know. Like it's a weird one. Just draft better. Just draft better.
I mean, you know,
Melbourne have done a lot with not many great selections recently.
This is the thing that I've said to people, usually Hawthorn supporters, when arguing about this over the years. It's just like, look, when we're not trying to cheat anybody, you know, we're not pulling any Swifties here. What we're doing is well within the rules. We're just okay, we can get this bloke this way. We can get this bloke that way. We can get this bloke another way. You know, if you can get these blokes, like we make you know, when it comes to drafting and building a list, we make use of every possible avenue. We leave no stone unturned, right? You know,
we picked obscure ones. We go and grab Tom Stewart out of nowhere.
Yeah,
Lawson Humphries out of nowhere.
Yeah, like these guys were. You know, Blitz was a steeplechaser, for goodness sake. Like, and
no one at the club thought it was going to work out. I mean, we've heard all this commentary in the last week or so. Like Joel Selwood, Tom Hawkins, none of them thought that it was going to work out.
Like the funny thing is though, I knew who he was because his dad was a pretty handy basketball player.
Yeah, back
when I was a kid. I was like, yeah, because I heard the name. It's like, oh, that must be Andre Blitzar's son.
Yeah,
I'm like, this would be interesting. I said, because I know they're making his whole athletics thing, but I mean, if he's, you know, he will have played he's got a bit of height and he would have played a bit of basketball.
So he's got handles. You can handle the ball. Yeah.
Well, it wasn't sort of more about his skills. It was about his positioning.
Yeah.
And the first game I watched you was, well, you know, when they were doing the preseason series, and I'm like, I think we've found one here. And you know, his disposal wasn't great, his decision making wasn't great. But the first half dozen or so games I watched, it's like, this bloke knows what he's doing. Like, he's just, once his skills come up to par, it's like, this guy knows where to run. Like, this guy sees angles.
He knows what to do. He just needs to execute.
He's seeing angles that, like, because he's coming from a different back, you know, he hasn't really played footy. He's been a basketball guy. He's like, he's got that athletic ability, but he sees defensive angles and that the other players don't see.
Yeah.
And I remember getting into an argument on Big Footy, and it's probably still sitting there now. Like, oh, he's shit. Why is he getting a game? It's like, we've got to persist with this dude. Watch the way he moves. without the ball, right?
Yep.
Classic basketball thing. Like, watch the way this guy moves without the ball, right? Just for a whole game, watch where he fought. Where don't worry about the skill side of things at this stage. Just watch where he runs. Watch the spots he gets to.
Yeah,
sort
all
of
about positioning.
And because he was a big bloke, like just basically, you play basketball, getting in the passing lanes, like so he wasn't even like necessarily I'm intercept marking. Even it's just he knew where to run so that
dangerous space.
When a team's coming forward, it's like we're not going to kick it to like he's cut that off. We're not kicking it to that bloke. He's cutting off options. It's not even necessarily a contest. It's just bam, chopping out an option. They've got to look somewhere else. Stuff like that. And that's the thing, is it's like this is what we do well. We see these guys and we see something in these guys and we know how to get the best out of most of them. And and that, I think Richo did a thing that someone shared the link for on Discord, I think.
Yeah, probably.
Talking about our list build, how we've built our list. And he sort of went through the list. It's like, people talking about free. It's like, look at where they got all these guys from. They're all like category B guys, rookie list.
Yep. Low draft picks. None of the premium stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. It's like
people lose their mind because of the couple big highlights. And I say a couple, but we've brought in Danger, we've brought in Jeremy Cameron, we've brought in Bailey Smith, and people see that and they lose their minds over it. But they don't understand, like they're not looking more broadly at everyone else on the list. And why we can afford to do that is because of where everyone else has come from.
Yeah, and that's what I was going to say. Is it's like, when you're filling your list and finding that quality in that part of your list with those resources, that then gives you the resources to bring those big guns in when the opportunity arises to bring them in.
Which allegedly we've got the finances to do again. There was all that war chest talk from last year, and we didn't really spend it. So let's see how that shakes out. Russia, before we get to votes, and before we wrap this one up, Stealing Monkey has just popped in here with a question. And given that we're playing the Pies next week, question for both of us. It says, boys, question, if you could take one forward from Collingwood for free, who are you picking? So who would you extract from the Collingwood team and add to our list? I wouldn't mind Jamie Elliott.
Yeah, that was my first thought. Like, he's just such a, even though he's getting up there in years, he's still a very dangerous customer. Yeah. And he could do it in the air and on the deck. So yes, he would probably still be the man for me.
Just double checking their list. So yeah, he's 33. So he's definitely, we'd only get him for a year or two, but Jamie Elliott is pretty well up there.
Yeah, like if I could say that was the rules for the game on Saturday night, it's like we get to have one of their forwards for the game. That would be who I would take for sure.
Chris jumps in and says, Brody Mychek. Oh, wait a minute, they traded him away. I wouldn't want checkers anyway. Not when we've got Jeremy Cameron and Shannon Neal. Pass. I don't know. I saw a pretty handy bloke a couple of weeks ago for Collingwood spend a fair bit of time in the forward line. He went by the name Nick Dacos. We could take him. We'll cycle all the way back to that video. outside of Jamie Elliott, and look, obviously, maybe I could also sit back and talk about Bobby Hill if we knew that his off-field dramas were resolved. Like, if we could just get Bobby Hill the footballer, and if we just keep it exclusively to football and talk about talent, he'd go all right.
Yeah, well, him, Stengel, and Jack Martin in the same forward line would certainly liven things up a bit.
That'd be nice and dynamic. I wouldn't say no to Pat Lipinski. He goes all right.
Yeah, well, he seems to have gone up a
bit
level
more of a midfielder these days, but yeah. Degoe's a bit. Degoe would be one I'd consider if he wasn't getting injured all the time.
Is he a forward? Is he a forward?
I still think of him as a forward, but he does spend more time in the midfield these days, I think. But I in my mind, I still think of him as a forward.
Yeah.
Certainly, I think we all know he's got the chops to do it. It's just whether the Pies play him that way or not these days is a different story.
Yeah. Yeah, he does have durability issues.
Just get him to play out of the square, kick danger out at the end of the year, play him out of the square. Spartacus is saying, "Where's Troy? We demand Troy." Ben has messaged saying he's gone quiet now, so wrap it up if you need to. So I suspect that I think Catman's maybe jumped into the stream and gone, "Oh, it's that bloke who made that video about me." Pass.
All right. Well, I was just sort of hanging on in case we got a late Catman appearance. So
we'll have to make a Catman appearance work on another week when it's not 10 to
quarter
10
to 1 in the morning.
We've somehow managed to go even longer than last week, and we won by 50 odd points.
All right,
go figure.
Yeah, well, it was sort of one of those ones where we managed to win it with 1 quarter of footy. So essentially,
typical Geelong.
Yeah. Anyway,
well,
I'll
mate,
give him a vote.
Give me your votes. And before you do, whiteboard's out.
Oh, yep.
Horatio, great strengths, the storytelling. But of course, to make sure that we acknowledge the crowd, the curtains. That is meant to be a U, by the way. The curtains. But also, you could make a good argument that they're a strength as well. The curtains really wow us all. It's just I need to come up with a weakness.
I think I'm going to have to do a bit of op shopper during the week and just keep coming up with random curtains with this backdrop for the rest of the year. Yeah. So just quickly, the votes. I'm going to stick with the ones I had earlier. I'm going to say Jezza with the 3 votes. He was huge, all over the ground, all day. Put in a strong 4 quarters in defence and attack. 2 votes to Maxi. Just he really turned the game when it looked like it might could potentially have been slipping away. And I'm giving a 1 vote to a guy that I have sunk the slipper into a couple of times this year. Ollie Henry is getting a vote from me today because I think he was lively all day, really creative, hit the packs hard, did all the things I've criticised him for this year. He did those things, and don't think he ended up kicking a goal, but geez, he certainly had a hand in a few.
Yeah, I think did he kick 1-1 in the end? Let me double check that.
Or did he kick one? He did kick one. Didn't he?
Ollie Henry kicked 1 goal, 1. I do see your message there, Ben. $50 super chat to make me go for another 50 minutes. 60 minutes. $50 is not going to get me over the line for another 60 minutes. I guarantee you that. Not when my kids will likely wake me up in 5 hours from now.
That's always the problem.
Yeah, too bloody young. Just go out and watch the TV, guys. Just watch the TV.
All right. Well, on that note, I shall.
Thanks for popping in, mate. Pleasure as always.
No problem. Yeah, it's been good.
And we'll do it all again next week.
Yeah, and hopefully we'll have
something to celebrate.
Hopefully it's after a good win.
Fingers crossed.
All right,
mate.
Have a good one.
Enjoy. Have a good one. See you, mate.
See ya.
All right. It's time to bring this one home. Cats got the job done by 49 points. 21 goals, 9, 135, beating North 13-18-86. Ben says stay tuned for next week for post-game live circle jerk after the Cats win against the Pies. Who knows? We'll have to bring the whiteboard back in force. Let's summarize our learnings tonight before we wrap things up. Let's have a bit of fun wrapping. I don't need this anymore. The sweat in there. Let's acknowledge what we've learned tonight. Ethan, greatest strength is his knowledge, but he drinks Fosters. It's a real problem. We've got Ben. He's original. He's a quirky cat with some really original ideas, but he also sucks. Carrie and Marsh, who I only met for the first time tonight. They've got some great predictions. Expected the Cats to win by 97 points next week against the Pies. On the flip side, they associate with Ben, which is a bad decision. Carrie came in next. His analysis is fantastic, but he's also from South Australia. Works against him. Brennan and Bianca are in. They have the best energy, but they continue to persist with Mitch Hardy. Just a little bit too much. Brennan, we've got to give up on Mitch Hardy. Lockie came in next. And both his strength and weakness were the same. He chooses the hoops over Baz, but it also meant that he chose the hoops over Baz. Spartacus says if Ben's involved, we've got issues, 100%. And then we wrap things up with Horatio, who's just departed tonight. His greatest strength are his stories. The greatest weakness are, of course, the curtains and blinds. But we'll build on this. We have a solid foundation. I think we can have a bit of fun with this, at least over the next week or so, before everyone moves on from the Brisbane Whiteboard debacle. And I'm well overdue bringing the whiteboard into things, so it's been fun. All right, let's wrap it up. We've already gone through the scores. Cats win by 49 points. If you enjoyed this, please make sure to like, share, and subscribe to the Hoops Crew on YouTube. Lots of awesome content from myself, Ben, and the chaps. So please subscribe and go and check it out. Visit the website, Player 2. Oh wow, I just slipped into Player 2 mode. Visit our Patreon, patreon.com/thehoopscrew, where you can subscribe and get early access, extended, and exclusive content delivered directly to your email inbox. There's lots of awesome stuff. Please go check it out. Thank you to everyone who's tuned in tonight, super chatted, all of those sorts of things. It's been awesome. You'll find me on socials, Paul James Games. That's on Twitter, Blue Sky, and Instagram. Troy, socials. We'll chat. We'll get you on Postgame Live. The Hoops Crew you find at the Hoops Crew. And until next time, you'll catch... Actually, let me quickly go through the content slate. You'll have the reaction video tomorrow. I'll get a bit of sleep first. I'll get a bit of sleep first and then do the reaction video tomorrow. You'll have the chaps doing their thing Monday. We'll have more content Tuesday. What's that going to be? Nuff will be Tuesday. Wednesday is whatever. No, Ben will be doing the tips. Thursday, the Paul James show. Then the lead in, we'll have previews and the lead into our game against the Pies on Saturday night. Before we go post-game live once again. Paul to shout a curtain voucher from Horatio's Curtains and Blinds. I'm lazy for not doing 6 hours. Oh. For what it's worth, so I'll be doing the Pies game next week, but Ben has got the game, is going to be taking over the hosting duties after the Brisbane game because I am a single dad that night. And one of about 4 nights straight. My wife is going to be, it's not the best time for her to be going to Alice Springs, but she's going to be going to Alice Springs. And she's going to be going to Uluru and all those sorts. So, hopefully I don't remain a single dad afterwards with all that's going on up there at the moment. It's a pretty tumultuous time right now. Hopefully everyone's okay over there. And hopefully she is too when she goes over there. But Ben's going to join from Bali next week. Oh, I forgot. Next week's your little Bali excursion, isn't it? All right. Anyway, that's where we'll wrap things up. Remain Geelong strong, everyone. Thanks for watching. Cats by 49 points, and I'll see you nice and soon. Bye.
Time for the show. Dropping pussy down facts, mitts, forwards and backs. Representing G-Town while talking the smack. Clashing facts like Patty, where the hell you at? Hoops crew are exploding, don't ever look back. Then we got Paul, yeah, he knows his stuff. He's a man, he's a myth, taking on the nuffs. The man don't miss, he loves to react. His words cut deep, he's a counterattack. Balls on fire, brings a mic to life. Don't fuck with B-Dog if you value your life. Oh, they fuck shit up, yeah, they run G-Town. The Hoops Crew's here and they'll never back down. Jake, Tommy, Sambo, always rocking the game. Betty to Paul, man, remember the names. In the studio, Jake's bringing the noise. With Johnny and Sambo, the chaps chat boys feel electric. And they're ready to roll. The boys are on fire and they're taking control. The Caps and previews, yeah, they cover it all. Part of the Hoops crew with Betty and Paul. They fuck shit up, yeah, they run G-Town. The Hoops crew, baby, they'll never back down. Jake, Johnny, Sambo, always rocking the game. Betty and Paul, chasing glory and fame. With the sleeves, Max Holmes and Jack Bose. Tommy fucking Atkins, he'll break your damn nose. Stewie in the middle and Reese in the ruck. They see Big Jezza and they know they're fucked. They're the T-Town boys, go hard or go home. They're fucking insane, taking over the throne. Oh, they fuck shit up, yeah, they run T-Town. The Hoops crew, baby, they'll never back down. Jake, Tommy, Sample, get your head in the game. Betty and Paul, they're fucking insane.